It's time for another week of College Warzone. My name is Seymour. With me is Spider Tiff. We're into qualifier number 6, and I'm pretty excited. You know, we're almost to playoffs, Tiff.
I know. Anytime we have playoffs looming down the horizon, it's like you only have a few more chances to get your ticket to playoffs. And what a better way to do it than dropping into a beautiful kill race on Caldera. I mean, I couldn't be more excited, Seymour.
No, and you know, we got Modern Warfare 2 coming up. We got Warzone 2. A lot to look forward to when it does, you know, come to Call of Duty. But you also got to watch for, you know, the teams that we're going to be seeing today. Before we get to that, why don't you run us through what we're looking at for the schedule and prizing?
Yeah, of course. The schedule and prizing is as follows. Hopefully a lovely graphic is on your screen. We started this journey back on August 15th when Qualifier 1 dropped. And as you can see, we are qualifier number 6, September 21st. That means we have one more qualifier, which will be happening next Monday, the 26th, leading up to that October 1st playoffs. As you can see, the prizing is as follows. $300 for the first place winners of the qualifiers, rounds 1 through 7. When we get to playoffs, the winner of playoffs is going to take home a nice lion's share of that prizing, $3,000, and as follows throughout 5th place. But the cool part is you get a bonus $100 to the player with the most kills in a single drop in playoffs. And that's important, which I think is like really cool because these kill races and, you know, they got a little bit of taste of the customs early on in the qualifiers. You got to just drop it hot.
Drop it like it's hot. Straight into Caldera. You know the vibes. Let's take a look at our format and scoring, though, and, you know, run through what you're going to be looking at today, because we have, you know, for the past couple of weeks, transitioned from custom lobbies into kill races. So when you were looking at the format, you got 3 players and 1 substitute per team. Teams are from the same universities. 5 highest point games in 4-hour window will be what, you know, accumulates into the scoring for today. When you look at the scoring, each elimination is going to be 1 point. Then you got the multipliers starting at 2.0 times for first place. You got 1.85 times for second place, 1.7 for third, fourth and fifth is going to be 1.6, and it just goes on and on along the line all the way to 21st place, which is only going to be a 1.0 multiplier. Not really leading up to anything else, but Tiff, last Monday, or this Monday, I guess, because, you know, we're not used to doing College Warzone on Wednesdays. We got the, you know, the 5th qualifier of the day, and I was surprised to see when you looked at, you know, the teams that came out on top. Who came out on top? We got almost like 3 brand new teams.
Hey, and that's the point, right? We want to see different teams securing their ticket to the playoffs, especially after talking about VCU so many times here on the broadcast together, Seymour. It really feels good to see them make their way into that top 3 because, you know, they've been kind of living in that 4th through 7th place throughout all of the qualifiers thus far. So finally booking themselves a ticket to the playoffs. Congrats to the team over there at VCU. I don't even know what I was about to say there. I was like, where is my brain going with that? I was just so excited. I'm not even used to them being there, and they're there, and I'm super proud. Also, University of North America taking home that coveted first place on qualifier number 5, so huge deal for them.
It's one of those notable teams that we were talking about. They finally get that first place spot and already secure themselves into the playoffs. So that's huge to see for University of North America, along with Western University, who also punched their ticket into the playoffs. But let's take a look at some notable teams that we have today to look at here in qualifier number 6. We got Kennesaw State, University of North America, and the University of Cincinnati. And I want to start with Kennesaw State here because, you know, you and I, we've seen this team a couple times now, and Beloved leading this team, he is an absolute monster.
An absolute menace to society in the realm of Call of Duty for sure. We got to see a little bit of his gameplay warming up, dropping into some Fortune's Keep. I saw that PPSH in his hand. It was diamond, and it was just going off on the keep. So you know they are warmed up, ready, and trying to qual here tonight, and I think they have a really nice shot at doing it.
Yeah, last time we saw them on the 5th qualifier, they only placed 16th, so I assume that they're going to be a little bit on a revenge tour going into today. But University of North America, I mean, talk about a team who, you know, comes into College Warzone and really makes a name for themselves. Last week, taking home first place. You know, we saw them also last week, you and I, and Auburn is definitely going to be somebody you have to watch out for on this team. He is shooting beamers left, right, and center. And University of Cincinnati, just to brush over them real quickly, Fatal, you know, and squad, placing 25th in qualifier number 4. So another team that you need to look at to really turn things around after not competing in qualifiers 1 and 2. But Tiff, let's take a look at new teams we have coming in today.
Yeah, I'm really excited about these. Let's kick it off with Illinois State University, Leo Bear, Young Deuce, and Crawler for that team right there. And then we also have Nipissing University. They just registered. If I'm not missing correctly, they may not be competing here tonight, but they are new, so we will probably see them next Monday. And I'm really excited to see kind of what they have and bring to the table. Also, Montclair State University, Nietzsche, White Claw, and Chroma. Really going to be fun. All 3 players are returning from the spring 2022 season, and I'm just excited to see what they're going to do here today. We talk about the kill race style, and they drop into public lobbies on Caldera, and so many teams have had a good bit of experience throughout the past couple qualifiers. So now everyone's kind of getting just used to the format and know the structure of how to find a lot of success. And I'm just excited to see what these rosters that are new here today have success here.
As am I, especially that Illinois State University team. I was a big fan of them back in the spring season. Now a little bit of a new face with Leo Bear still heading the charge for that team. Wonder how the transition into Warzone is going to be for some of these new teams that we're looking at. But it's time to bring in our guest member for the day for Goats and Glories. I want you all to give a warm welcome to Baby Chaps while we bring them into the 3 box. Baby Chaps, welcome to the stream. And I want to start things off, very simple. Just let us know who you are, what you do in America's Navy, and, what you're looking forward to today.
Yeah, so RP2 Silva, nice to meet everybody. Hope everyone's having a great day. Pretty much my job is I'm the top frag. I'm the top frag for the team for Goats and Glory. So everywhere I go, I guess I gotta live up to my name, right? So yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, I'm excited for today too. I'm a Florida boy, so I just cheer for Florida teams.
Ooh, well, I have some good news for you. We do have, a secret Florida team that is definitely signing up for today that we haven't really seen too much just yet. That's going to be, I think, Florida. Or it's gonna be. I can't remember. It's the Garnets. I know.
Gotcha.
Kind of slipped my mind, but we're gonna forget about that for a second as I'm stumbling here. And what kind of brought you into this role for Goats and Glories? Why did you find yourself in this position?
So it actually started with Counter-Strike. So there was tryouts that the Navy hosted, and then there was 4,000 applications, and 5 were selected, and I was lucky enough to be one of those 5 people.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm pretty much really good at FPS shooters. I'm okay. I'm okay.
So you're going to be carrying me at some point. I literally wrote it down. Silva is a fragger, and I'm looking to drop into Fortune's Keep and really rack up my wins. So if you are down, I am down. Let's do this.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever.
So when you are inside Goats and Glory, you working, through esports, is there anything that, through America's Navy that you've learned that really helps with this transition into esports?
Teamwork, for sure. Teamwork is the #1 thing. We have to work together. I play, 8 different games here on the Goats and Glory team, and most of them are shooters. So if we're not clicking, and there's days where you just don't click, and there's days where you do click, regardless of what game you play, right? So teamwork is definitely the #1 thing, for sure.
It's a day-to-day game sometimes.
Yep.
A lot of these FPS, it's just you show up. Some days you're better than what you were the next time. So I love that. Teamwork is going to be huge because it's the one constant that you're always going to be looking at instead of a team setting. But Tiff, anything else to add?
I was just going to ask, maybe if you're having maybe a day that things are not connecting, something's not working in a team, being someone that, you play 8 different FPS games, how do you approach kind of mending that for the day? Do you guys just chalk it up and you're like, hey, we'll go again tomorrow, I'll see you then? Or do you try to kind of remedy it there?
So I think that we've all been playing shooters for so long that we know that you actually mentioned it yourself. It's chalk, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do to go back and change it. Go to bed, get a good night's rest, and then come back the next day and just tackle the same obstacles again.
I love it.
It's a great mindset, just to go next. It's almost like the GG go next mentality at that point. And then you get to start brand new the next time you see each other. And that's going to be an important thing when you are competing for sure. But, it's time to get into predictions, for today, because I know you were saying that you are a Florida man and you are a fan of Florida teams. Is there any school in particular that you root for when you are rooting for Florida teams?
I'm from South Florida, so University of Miami. If you know, that's one of the teams I cheer for. But I know that FSU has a team as well, so that's the
Yes.
team that I definitely am behind, for sure. But all Florida teams.
All Florida teams. All Florida teams is going to be. And we had a FGCU win a couple weeks ago, so you'll be happy to hear that as well. Tiff, though, you know, you had a couple new teams that we were talking about, a couple notable teams to look at. Anybody that you want to see today?
I'm going to go with Kennesaw State University. I'm going to stand behind them. I'm in Georgia, so they're in Georgia, and I just feel like it's one of those things that I kind of want to see happen. We saw some really promising things out of them the past couple of weeks, and sure, maybe last week didn't pan out so well, but I'm excited to see them kind of rebound and throw down today.
Well, for myself, I'm going to be looking at University of North America to go back-to-back today. I don't think we've really seen that since Northwood, a team going back-to-back, and in the killer races, it definitely put them on the map for a team to watch out for in playoffs. And I'm going to be excited to see if they can pull this one off. But Baby Chaps, you know, before we let you go for today, I want to say thank you for coming on. Is there anything, you know, you'd like to say, any shout-outs you'd want to give?
Yeah, no, to all the teams that are competing, make sure you bring your A game. It's tough out there.
It is. It is going to be tough out there, especially in the kill race setting. But I want to thank you for coming out, Baby Chaps. You're lovely to have on, and, you know, best of luck whenever you're competing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Take care, everybody.
Well, Tiff, it leaves one more thing to take care of before we start getting ready for these kill race matchups. I want to give a special shout out to America's Navy for helping put this together for College Warzone. If you want to check out more, don't forget to follow their socials, America's Navy, on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. All media will be at the @ America's Navy. And if you want to find opportunities available, you can check them out at Navy.com if you're keen on joining Goats and Glory. I am so excited for today, Tiff. I mean, when we talk about, you know, all of the teams that we are looking at, you want to look at Kennesaw State. I'm looking at the teams to go back-to-back. I'm feeling like this is going to be a great day. But before we see those teams go head-to-head, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see our first match of the day. See you there. Well, it's time for our games. We got match number 1 coming up soon. If you're just joining with us, this is College Warzone Qualifier number 6. My name is Seymour. With me, Spider Tiff. We just had Baby Chaps on the desk from Goats and Glories. Huge shout out for him. He was great to hear his whole story and what he does inside of Goats and Glory as well. I love hearing every single week, you know, a new person from Goats and Glory and their story. It's very heartwarming.
It's heartwarming indeed, and we've learned a lot about Goats and Glory and just kind of how they do all things esports and just the daily tasks that they accomplish, and kind of just everyone mentions teamwork. I've noticed that. It's been relatively consistent, and I think that's something that applies to not only life, but also esports, gaming, just in general. So I think that's a very valid point, and hoping all the teams here tonight have some very valiant teamwork to find themselves on top, because that is what you need to do. Find yourself in the top 3 tonight to seal yourself a ticket to the playoffs in the next coming weeks.
Well, we're going to have to see who walks away on top for qualifier number 6, as these teams have probably been going already for a couple minutes now. Let's hop on board with some of these schools as we're going to Caldera. It looks like Cincinnati is going to be the first team we will look at. Fatal on screen. We are talking about them when looking at notable teams to mention. Not the best showing in qualifier 5. 25th place is not where you want to be, for sure, when you're looking at top 3 to qualify for playoffs. So Fatal in the squad, I mean, they got to turn up if they want to find themselves in that playoff position.
Turn up indeed, and the best way to do that was a little bit of sniping here at the end game. HDR in hand, getting a little crazy. Fatal does have 8 eliminations, and they are looking to secure themselves, particularly in a heavy multiplier. You know, once you get that first place, you get the 2x multiplier. We don't know how many kills Dilly and AJ have, but at least probably, I'm assuming they're in double digits. So, you know, a good 20-point game. But we have Seymour in the past during these kill races seen some heavy hitting games. The average just keeps climbing, where some teams are getting 70+ point games. And I think that's what we're going to have to focus on here tonight.
I see you last time we were on, and they were tearing things up, so
Enemy hunters lost your trail. You're safe.
I see for sure. But Fatal and Co. University of Cincinnati COD just comfortable enough to make this rock their home. Is not a lot of circle to work with right now, not a lot of places to take cover in it either. So as soon as this next circle closes in, they're going to have to kind of walk out into the open, but Fatal not going to be able to get the shot. In fact, his teammate gets the knock.
Can we do a round?
I swear that was on his head.
This man is just dancing. This man is just dancing in the back, just trying to evade the finishing blow to that. Unfortunately, Fatal and Co. not able to get that. I think there's an enemy team that's kind of over there trying to stick the res, and they know there's only 2 other teams, and one of them being just over that rock, and their back is cleared out. The only thing they can do is just keep sniping, keep waiting until that circle kind of pushes them in. But it seems like Fatal's getting a little bit of antsy. It's like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and grab a different weapon. This looks like to be the UGM, which is something that I'm really familiar with and I love really well. The 3.6 scope on it's going to help you close the distance, and the recoil on the UGM is really not bad. I've actually been running it in a lot of fortunes. So now you can do it for like an LMG. 125 round mags. You see the snipe comes in from the teammate, very clutch. So they're trying to get a couple more finishing moments here and really boost their point average for this game.
Janska marching down the hill, and right now Fatal is just open season with the UGM. Eliminations now. Watch a couple in the bush. Shots are good. Can't crack the armor. Eventually, they're going to have to move. You can see on the minimap that that circle isn't going to be where you are, or where you are right now if you are Cincinnati COD. So they will have to be moved over, but we're up against VCU here. So 2 schools in the same lobby, VCU, Cincinnati COD, a team that's already in the playoffs. This is not going to be easy to walk out on top with if you're Fatal and Co.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice 3v2 right here. And Dragon Dino just trying to utilize every bit of cover from this tree. Seems to be out of shields, an unfortunate measure right there. So I believe that is going to be FaZe Blue out of shields, actually. The Dragon is actually full dead. So, curious to see what they can do. Beautiful mention, they've already sealed themselves into the playoffs, but now can Fatal and Co. from Cincinnati COD go ahead and play out and take down DCU. They have the clear upper hand. They just need
Yes,
to
they
finish
do.
pushing up this hill and taking them down. You can see the resources
Good
are
down,
not in
good down.
favor
That's
of
a push, that's a
DCU.
push, that's a
What
push.
can Fatal do here?
Well, let's see if FaZe Blue has the magic to really shut down the
Nice
hopes and
fight.
dreams. Nice snipe there. FaZe Blue's down. It's going to be troublesome for VCU as you see Fatal is going to get the final blow. That's going to be a dub for Cincinnati COD to start off their day here in College Warzone. What a way to begin your tournament, too. I mean, you're talking about 4 hours to get 5 of your best placements, and your first one is already a dub, Tiff. Good looks there from Cincinnati.
I mean, that's exactly what you need to do if you're Cincinnati. We talk about that. Once you get that W in there, you get a 2x multiplier. So I'd be curious to see how many kills they have, because if you guys are just tuning in and you haven't watched the kill rates here in College Warzone before, your 5 best games will count for your cumulative score, and the top 3 at the end of the evening or the 4-hour block will come out on top and fill themselves to the finals. So if you're going to start off your first game with a W, doing everything that you need to do, see right there, that's going to be a 17 elimination game. And if my math serves me correct, I'm going to say 30 points. It's beautiful to start off. So Capo on your screen, that's live for the
Any buy station I could potentially get to, or
How many times did we talk about Oshi Capo last time?
I'm not going that way. It's for retarded. I might go try that.
How many
maybe.
times did we say
Like,
that
I
he's the
don't
one that you want when your team has the last alive? So, has $4,000.
Enemy UAV
Get a
active.
buyback.
UAV active.
Heading towards the buy station as well, but you just heard the talk about
Enemy
UAV is
UAV
going to be active.
Back over there.
OG Capo out in the open. This is dangerous waters. Still 20 players into the lobby.
Hostile dropping
tagged up. You're not.
I like it too.
25 remain. You could have lost it long.
Pop UAVs and we'll just like immediately pull
Enemy
that.
A little bit of a
Alright,
multiplier
guess
for
out.
that. We know they had at least 15 eliminations,
That's
so
something, like,
not bad scoring
what?
for your first game of the night. Because I feel like if you can push 5 decent games in within the first, like, you know, hour and a half, 2 hours, that's when you can start to improve upon those. And jumping on over to Redbird COD,
Oh, that's all I heard was,
So there are guys on here. Guys on here inside that green building. One guy's on the backside.
Crawler's name.
Don't shoot yet. We need to play
Kind
for
of thing we can do
Holy
because
shit.
I COD already qualified, if I'm not mistaken. And now we just need more, you know, Illinois
Throwing a
teams to get up in
snapshot.
there.
They were one of their earlier teams, and yeah, new team that we were talking about today.
Broke his armor up
Redbird
top,
Con.
going up the steps.
Looking to see if they
He's
can
at
all
second
raise
floor,
their
there's 2 of
heads
them.
right off the bat with this new roster. Crawler on screen, one of the new players to be looking at. See how good this team is in the spring season. Now let's see if they can transition this into
Sure, there was 2 over here.
Crawler is getting some good angles to finish on the player inside.
I saw the one
7
knocked up.
eliminations for
Yeah, no, I got your
himself.
first out front.
Very busy on
Another
screen,
golden key
though.
card
He's got
here.
2
Anybody need
cameras,
an ammo box?
a controller,
Vehicle.
and stats the
Yeah, I'm not
bottom.
in a position to be in.
He's just giving the
Yeah, me
people
either.
what
I
they
don't
want.
know.
We got the Monty Cam. We got that 5.06
I
KD,
heard
which
this
is not
bunker
bad. If you're
wasn't
going to
loaded.
drop
Everyone
down
needs to
into
come
a
down here and grab
bunker,
cash.
maybe you're going to utilize it to travel across Caldera, or maybe you're just going to open up the bunker and find all the goodies, get a lot of cash, a lot of
Grab the
orange
bounty,
boxes
too.
in here. Which
Yeah, that
you
bounty's
can
up
get
top. Whoever's last
out.
coming
Maybe
in,
some
grab
nice
that. You
durable
have to
cash
Oh, yeah.
tabs. They're going to help benefit. If you didn't have a satchel, you're going to get it now, and you're basically playing Thunder at this point.
Ammo
Rich,
box.
rich. Look at all this. What are you gonna do? All these boxes.
Oh, shit.
You
I
will
just
be
looked at
fully
the
kitted
phone.
out. Maybe if
No
you're lucky, they'll be like a
upgrades in weapons.
specialist. No, probably not, but you will be able to get a nice loadout or two. I saw
just got
hardline,
hardline
so you'll be
as
able to get discounted loadouts, which will be really
Also,
clutch,
we
and
got
UAV help you track down the enemies, and really, I mean, you have 7 eliminations
You don't have
to
your
your
loadout
name.
gun. Grab that. Grab that.
Already
I mean,
looking really
I peep SH and stuff.
No,
still
no, no,
lucky.
go over there into that bunker and
We
grab
have
that crate.
40
Grab
grand.
that-
Yeah,
grab that
spread
red
the
one on
love
the right.
around
That
in
just
case
cast it.
anything happens. You're
Oh,
gonna have
that's
enough.
me.
Yeah, actually, same.
Give me some of that, Crawler. UAVs can be used immediately,
I don't
and
see anything
nobody
yet, dude. So
on
is it
the
popping over by
map
you?
got pinged.
Yeah, I
so
got a team
they
here.
are pretty sound, right? It looks like there's a single ping close by, but
They just. Ooh.
they're gonna go right into
Oh, wait,
the
here, I have guys
action.
up
Play your
there.
luck
Team
here.
spread out
No, I'm chilling.
inside the vicinity.
They don't.
Yeah,
I don't
Three
think
players,
they know
3
I'm coming.
buildings. It
There's guys
seems
by me,
like Crawler wants to isolate at least one, so time to dive right into the action.
Never mind, guy floating in.
Just peeking in and goes in, finds a nice kill. Just gonna follow it up with a throwing knife. You know, look, Seymour, I talk about this all the time. I miss my throwing knife so often, especially when the body is right in front of me. It's kind of embarrassing. But jumping on over to Queen's Esports, they have found a lot of success here in these kill race style formats. So it's really exciting to watch them. You know, down to 3 teams left, 12 eliminations to their name, and they're just trying to clutch it up and get that 2x multiplier.
Previous College Warzone winners. Jen out in the open. A lot of heavy artillery being aimed right at him. Has to pop up top, see if he can play it up, but not.
Bro, this ending is actually so bad, bro.
For Queens Esports.
32,
Bad indeed. You look at those kills. 32
This ending,
kills.
I don't know, like.
And a
weirdest
third place
ending
finish.
ever.
Not too
Yeah,
shabby
I'm
for
gonna wrap to
Queens
that green
Esports to start off today. Let's head
Oh, wait,
back
no,
over
they're
to
flying towards me,
Redbird
flying
God.
towards me.
Look at that crawler. Already shots on the player falling on in. Can't get the finisher.
There's 3 people on my green ping too.
No. Those guys
Bombs are
out.
solid.
They all just landed
Yeah,
back over
they
here.
are just on
No, I
the
saw
aggressive
somebody on the
hunt
ground.
right
I
now,
saw somebody
finally
on the
hitting
ground.
double digits for
Over there.
Crawler right now, and they're here to make us established
Getting beamed
showing. So
at
I'm
by
really
those guys
excited.
that
We
are
were like,
behind
hey,
me.
we really want to know what Redbird
Except
Cod's
they suck
going to
'cause
be
they can't
able
hit
to
their
do.
shots.
If this is what we're getting
The
already,
guy at the bottom of it.
Yeah, no, there's guys
I got
everywhere.
knocked out of here.
Unfortunately, one of the teammates going to go down in the form of Leo Bear. You can see it was probably due to them being hunted, but Crawler firing some nice shots with that Combat Scout through the house, which that is one of the best things about Combat Scout. There's a lot of things that you can actually shoot through, but unfortunately, Crawler's trying to close the distance, but is going to get tagged and punished for it out in the open. Stims once, stims twice, but it's not going to be enough. Sure, they had so much cash.
Play your life,
Yeah. The fact
off.
that shouldn't have happened, Seymour. Now look at that punish
didn't even
even
see that guy
further
in the
going
window,
to
dude.
fall, but now
Black skin in the dark room, I
does
can't
have
see
the
anything.
gulag available to them.
We're
at
on a
least.
decent game though. We
Yeah,
have 24.
almost
We get the rest
got
of
out
the
of
kills
that
and probably end up,
situation
like,
with
40
the
kills in a row.
self-res.
Appreciate all the
Surprised he even had the chance. But the second time around, he goes down and he gets full
Oh,
finish.
you're gonna be able to call out.
Still deuce.
Yeah. Coming back with 9 grand as
Inside
well.
of Caldera. Looking to see if
Oh, that's big. You can get.
they just kind of hide, wait for their team.
Storm's about to close on us.
Swap
Yep,
over to
that's fine.
Fisher Falcon.
Yeah, just keep running along the edge.
We get
You just gotta check our left here.
9 eliminations that he has.
I believe so.
And
I
behind us,
believe
of course.
so.
Mace, you still have
I
your
mean, this is
heartbeat, right?
Fisher Falcons, a team who
Yeah.
shows up into College Warzone a few weeks
Nothing
ago.
here.
Alright,
Really
the
something.
Kilo might have
Away
ghosts, so
already
just be careful.
placing.
We gotta keep checking our right as
In
well.
a playoff position, so they showed up and they meant business.
stop
I
a
know
little
it's going to
bit.
be a tough team to, fight against when it comes to the standings in College Warzone, and this is the
Yeah,
reason
man, just stay
why.
at that rock.
They play the long
Yep.
game, they wait for placements,
Yeah,
they
just stay
have
on
high
this-
kill lobbies, but they are
Because
consistent.
right now we can easily play for placements against.
I love that you bring that up because consistency is.
Yeah, we're
key.
at 20
It
right
doesn't matter
now.
if you're in customs, it doesn't matter if you're in a
Follow
kill
up,
range.
right? Or
It
someone's
just
getting a remote buy
matters
down
in
there.
general. We talk about teamwork, we
That's
talk
a big
about
percent.
consistency. It's a lot of
Yeah,
the
let's
things that
go.
are going to lead you towards success. And you can hear
I
the
haven't
combo
cracked.
between this team.
I'm getting shot at from
They
the
are
left.
running Cat Crew. Smalls, like they are just running back to back right now,
I don't know
really
where from.
closing the distance, trying to utilize, looking around
Yeah,
at
there
every
it is.
angle. They need to get into that next zone.
Oh,
and
right here,
right
in front of
to the edge of it. Going to bring
Oh my
them
God,
the
no.
ability to find those, and look at that easy down and the team
There's
working
one- oh,
together,
there's
but
so
unfortunately
much-
they're gonna lose one member while the other goes down. It's small, flash alive. Gonna have to reshield and
Get out
find
of
that
there.
information on where
Yeah,
those
you're
players
lost.
are shooting from.
In order, Circle's going to start pushing him in. Keep him nice and top for now. Beautiful shots, but now they know where he is. Fast pass won't last forever, so Schmaltz has to make some quick movement here. Back into the zone. And he is not afraid to take these gunfights from the outside either. Gets inside to the safe zone for now.
Sneaky little buy.
How will he get out of this pickle right now? He's all alone, hops up, plays it good, going there to finish, snaps the second one, Schmaltz, okay, I see you.
You're so good.
Just float, just float, just float, float.
An enemy team is tracking
So getting pelted at, just trying to get out of dodge, find a better place to hide because the shots.
No, I
just-
wouldn't drop down. I
Oh
wouldn't.
my God, dude, I'm
Well,
about to have a
be able to
fucking
take
heart
that
attack.
1v2, get that critical buyback.
Yeah,
There's
just keep floating,
9
Mace.
teams
Just
left
float
in this
side to
lobby.
side, don't stay in one
Smalls has
spot.
12 eliminations. I'm not sure what
Just
Cap
give a
Crew or
bounty and
Mace
don't float to
has,
me.
but you hear it there.
Like,
Float
if you
to me.
can, just
We're
fly
gonna
around
get
over
this.
here.
Half of the ring is already
somewhere, 'cause
outside
you're
of the
bounding.
map, and I've seen this play out before. It ended up pulling
It's
all
like
the way
red.
out towards runway.
Probably like right
and it
under
was
me.
a
Yeah, if you know
nightmare
where they are,
ending
you can
zone.
ping them.
They can buy back.
I think they're gonna be like around here.
You have
We
it.
just gotta play for
Trying to
placement at this
clear
point. You can and just try to go for kills.
But placement's going to be so important for this team because with how much money or how many kills Schmalz has accumulated throughout.
Oh, I
this
think
game.
they're on the loadout. They're on the loadout. There's 2 teams
I'm not
fighting.
against seeing him play this slow. You can see, you know, Minsky's
Oh my god.
trying to feed some information to his teammate, but as soon as he peeks out, it's the full wrath of the lobby just
Yeah,
looking
I'm getting
straight at
shot at.
Schmalz. Has to duck behind this truck. Can feel the pressure. Right around the shed, spots the first.
Still on the
Macy's
fucking-
gonna go
they're
down
still-
to Schmalz. Once
two of
again,
them.
last alive. Movement's good. Another elimination. Into the building he goes. Trying to play some fancy footwork, but that's gonna be the end of the run. Fisher
Oh my God, they
Falcons,
caught
I
that all
mean,
on stream, dude.
haven't got to see too much of them last time we were on TIFF, but now looking at what Schmalz can bring, he is a tough kill.
A tough kill indeed, and to be fair, I think had he had a little bit more shields available to him in that moment, or maybe able to put at least 1 or 2 on, he would have won that second engagement. But going out 13 eliminations for Schmalz, that's a 24 elimination game. Had they been able to get higher multipliers in that game, it would have been such a standout performance to get them some numbers on the board. But hey, VCU, we recently just saw them going up against some other teams here for College Warzone. They're jumping back in for another one, and you can see Dragon Dino, last we saw, they were full dead, but now back up and in it. 2 eliminations to their name. Sure, they just lost Blue, but it's okay. They're gonna get the buyback, maybe. If not, looks like they're looking for it, but I can't tell if Blue is in limbo or coming back. Ah, yes, coming back. Just purchased back. Thank you, user number 3,600. I'm not even gonna try. When people make those their usernames, I'm like, come on, help me out here.
They're not doing us any favors at all with these names, but Dragon Dino wants to get aggressive without his teammates. VCU a little disconnected. Don't want this to, you know, turn around and bite him. Oh, the Bertha! No way he's gonna hop onto that one. He won't even be able to catch up in time. Dragon Dino, did he get spotted? I'm surprised the Bertha, you know, just kind of dipped out. Whoever that was, maybe
they
not
know.
wanting to dance with Dragon Dino just yet.
Look, I've seen House of the Dragon, and sometimes you just do not want to do the dance of the dragons. But maybe the Bertha comes back and says, I do want to dance with the Dragon Dino today. And now just jumping down into the bunker, I think, is the best way to be for the time being. Because that is kind of their bounty, and I was going to say it could be bounty for bounty, but it's not, because Dragon Dino's only a 1 threat, while their bounty is directly above them. And it seems like their teammate is already kind of driving around in a Bertha of their own, looking a little Fast and the Furious style right now, but just gotta lay low and chill. It's like if you're being hunted on GTA, you just gotta lay low and wait for your stars to go away.
Yeah, users trying to, you know, join into the fun. Has brought back FaZe Blue, and both working together to get back to Dragon Dino as he's safe down here. There's no Berthas underground, or, you know, so I believe for now. You know, I wouldn't put it past Warzone to see a Bertha underground, but now they're going to be into the action. Users are already going to be going down, leaving FaZe Blue alone upstairs, but looks like FaZe Blue managing to walk away on top. Buyback going to drop down, so safe for now is VCU as they look to buy their teammate back.
Do they just buy a UAV and not buy their teammate back?
Oh, they
their
have
teammates
enough.
in the gulag. Their teammates in the gulag. They're gonna wait and see if they do come back from the gulag. I was like, that is hilarious. And I would say, are these teammates my friends? Because sometimes my friends will just casually buy a UAV and not buy me back. And I'm like, this says a lot about you, my friends.
So I'll remember that. I'll remember that. It says, like, in, like, parentheses below, it's like, TIFF will remember.
Blued 1 with Semtex.
I will remember your choices and CSU Rams on your screen. That's going to be Parker Fries taking a little engagement here over in Neighborhood. This is a really nice stairway to Fry. And the fact that Parker Fries was able to snake their way inside that room and completely decimate that team, this just goes to show you what we're dealing with. 12 eliminations for Parker Fries here. That Arma in hand is just decimating. They are going to have the plunder. They have all the loot from that team, and they can just hit the balloon, work their way into zone, and fly like the flying squid on this team.
They took, like, they're in the chopper.
Yeah, some family left the slip and slide in their house, and Parker just used it to full extent. Pretty easy cleanup there for CSU Rams on the inside. 12 eliminations and hunting now this helicopter. Have to be careful though not to take too much attention when pushing this one in, but the UAV is going to spot somebody on the map now. Only one ping. They're going to know I feel bad for whoever's in this house because 3 players of CSU Rams are about to pull up.
His boy's zipping
Ooh,
above
I'm
him.
excited to see just how they navigate this UGM in hand, and they have spotted them. No, not necessarily firing just yet. Going to close the distance. Going to get the shield crack. Pushes in a little bit. Not able to escape from the grasp of
Where's his
Parker
boy?
Fries, and they add another one to their total kill count. Make that 13. They are on an absolute tear right now with that being a team wipe. So the entirety of the CSU Rams B team right now is working incredibly well together. They already have a game worth 22 points on the board. So once they get to their 5 rounds, they're going to go and probably start working on improving these. Because I mean, if Parker Fries already has 13 eliminations and they're 16 up in this public lobby here, this is going to be a banger, Seymour.
I mean, it looks like
Oh, yes, it is.
capped.
I was wondering if those players flying in were a part of the squad.
We have enough for another
A
UAV.
player inside that house, and I'm sure they were, as how quickly squad wiped they were
The one on the replay.
taken down.
Oh, okay.
It's just gonna drop right into the parking lot here. Wasn't listening to the comms. Didn't hear if there was anybody. No, they just want to go to the buy station.
Yeah, they are doing exactly what they need to do. They want to get a UAV. They got to find out where the enemies are in the lobby. They are on full aggressive. It is like sharks going towards chum in the water at this point, Seymour. You can see they're going to take the sky. The UAV goes. I mean, yeah, it's the Rams. What do they do? It's the little Rams.
Butt heads.
Yeah, they're going to butt heads with everyone in this lobby and take them all down. You can see they found another enemy team kind of loaded up in this house. Sure, some snapshot grenades are going to go out, but that isn't going to stop Parker Fries. They're just going to drop in through one window, and you can see a real monkey has already entered the lower area of this house. So it's a matter of time before they all push in and collapse on this enemy. You can see just hiding in the bathroom, gets the crack, gets the full down. So can they get their? Oh, that's the bouncing Betty though. Those can be really challenging. Yeah, that's a really nice setup for like a camping Timmy inside this house.
Well, there are plenty of camping Timmies in here.
They just rezzed one. They just rezzed.
In the bathtub, I'm sure they spotted another.
Let's go, dude.
The Flying Squid's gonna get the finisher. That's another team wipe for CSU Rams. Only losing out on Real Monkey, but not fully going down. So they're going to be able to resurrect their teammate, bring them back to full strength. And
I think it was you.
no more UAVs, so they don't know if anybody's pulling up for a third party just yet. They're going to have to, work through this zone now.
You guys see
A
these
little
down
bit
here?
blind.
These kids fighting right down here.
With red dots on the map, they hear the shots going through. You can hear the communication that players are fighting below, and it looks like Parker Fry's not done yet. 14 kills, looking to make it more.
I mean, I'm ready to see a 20 bomb. If we're already starting at this level of engagement here tonight, look at that. Just another one. Make that 15 for Parker Fries. This is going to be an easy 20 kill for them if they keep going at the pace that they're going. Take home the dub. Then you're looking at 40 points alone just from Parker Fries having a 20 bomb game. Because we know that a Real Monkey and Flying Squid have been picking up eliminations all throughout these engagements. Parker Fries, Real Monkey, and Flying Squid, they attack every engagement from a different angle. And we were talking about teamwork earlier today, Seymour, and look at it unfolding on our screen with the CSU Rams B squad.
I don't know if
CSU Rams sharing the load right now when it comes to kills.
I went towards your ping.
As they find their next prey, they dropped into the building off the
Who is he shooting
redeploy.
at? Oh, Bertha.
Slow and steady, just
Monkey, are you here?
clearing their corners. Very thorough from Parker Fries to get through this building. Real Monkey going to be on the other end, and already another team wipe.
Oh, I'm getting pinged. Fuck,
From themselves, but pitch coming through. It looks like Flying Squid's going to go down. Real Monkey does find the kill.
Oh my gosh.
Parker Fry's going to have eyes into another. Shots in behind. Real Monkey's got to be careful. Now he turns and burns on a Supra 2007.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be all up to Real Monkey and Flying Squid. It doesn't look like Flying Squid went full down. Managed to get the self-res off, and Parker Fry's getting picked up is going to put CSU Rams back into full strength.
I mean, this is just absolutely domination right now. They are doing so well together, and the way that a Real Monkey was able to collect that up, and then Flying Squid, you mentioned it, gets the self-res off and is able to put a full team wipe onto that. So this is everything that they need to do. 25. They already have 31 eliminations, Seymour. We just got a nice glimpse of that. They found themselves in 10th place right now. So let's see, what kind of multiplier are they looking at? Should they go out here to 1.35x multiplier? Not the best in what you would want, but if you are really gunning
It's
for that
me
third
and
to
it's me and
first place
Squid.
finish, I think if you can find yourself in a top 3 and
Yeah,
find
I
even
think.
more eliminations
We have
along the
enough
way,
for
and
UAV
keep
though,
this
if
up
you're-
throughout the
Yeah,
rest of the kill race. You remember, if you're just joining us, guys, these teams have 4
let's kinda push
hours
this
to
by
get their
slowly.
5 best games in.
Yeah, I'm just
And
following
CSU
our
Rams
plans.
already
Pick up
looking to
the,
put an
the
absolute
portable
heater on.
recoil
Now,
box.
just a friendly
didn't
reminder,
know,
I'd be
but I
curious
picked
to
up
see.
the
They
satchel.
already have a 22-point game in,
Yeah.
so this would be improving
fighting over
on
here.
that. But when they get
Yep,
5,
and
they can
landing
start
on
dropping their
my
lowest score.
Left, far left.
Yes.
I see
Yes,
him.
they can.
Drop your money, Squid.
They've slowed down quite a
They're
bit
fighting up
ever
in
since
front of
taking
us.
down that last team. Maybe a
Sure to,
little reality
snap
check
off.
as
I'm gonna go to this
how many times they did
you,
go
you.
down very
Yeah, be
close
careful.
to being
Oh, I see this guy in
eliminated.
the window. Here's
Oh,
in
but
this
here's
window
the
right
bombs.
here.
They see somebody on the inside of this building. This is where we're going to see the setup now. Real Monkey going on in.
Oh shit.
First knock's going to
Their
be there,
whole
but
team is there.
punished at
They
that.
were. Why are they
It's going
holding
to be 2-on-2 inside the
hands?
building
What?
round for
I'm leaving
CSU
that
Rams
squid.
to, clear things out, but it
Bad
doesn't seem
push
like
for us.
Parker Flies really
Leave
wants
too.
to go in
Yeah.
there
Yeah.
and take that gunfight. Now Squid's down, so
So I thought I
Parker
could
Fries
finish him
has
really
to be
quick and then
careful
run,
because
but I
things have
couldn't.
suddenly turned out of their hands. Does have enough to buy back his
Good
teammates,
plan,
so
bro. High
will
risk.
bring back at least the
Oh,
Real
fuck,
Monkey.
nice. No,
Looks like he actually brought back both of them, so
Can you guys rotate the loadout?
Yeah, I want to hold these.
that's a little bit of a bailout there coming through from CSU Rams
Loadout
to
might
keep
be
them at full
dangerous.
strength.
I'm taking that risk.
I
They
see this
didn't
guy
get the
in
full
window.
knock tip from the player that was inside that building, so they
Really
still
hurt.
have to worry about all 3 players coming
need
through
plates, so I'm
at the edge of the
rotating back to
circle.
you.
Okay,
No, I
yeah,
like
you
what they're
guys-
doing. I think going to get loadout, getting
people
that
on the buy
regain,
behind
and
us.
getting in a
I
position
heard
where they
that.
can hold
These
this
guys
team.
all have
You
to
heard the
push
comms
in
come in. They said
now.
this team is
There's
stacking,
2 here,
right?
and
They're
then
kind
one
of
in
playing
the
hands in
house
hand.
garage.
Play.
Therefore, if
Parker, do you
you're
place?
going to approach them as a solo, you're likely going to get traded out. We saw that happen to a
Yes.
Real Monkey and then Flying Squid.
Need help
So
holding these kids,
being
so I can't do it
the
all.
buys off and therefore
Yeah, yeah,
coming
yeah.
back to
I'm
the
gonna
club
sit
and
in a
just being
bush
able
over
to
here,
set
so when they
up and hold them
pass,
because that team
I'll be able
does
to hit
have
some.
to move. You have 98 bullets. That is
don't
more
know
than
where this
enough to
guy
take
behind
out
us
all
is.
3
Oh,
of
they're
those
fighting that
teammates
side.
that are going to be running out. You
They
can see
rotated
they're
far right,
hitting the
kinda.
road. The rotation
Yeah.
zone
They're
begins,
gonna be
and
coming
now
on this side of the
CSU
building.
Rams
I'm
on
getting
the
shot at by
aggressive front
somebody. I
here.
don't know who.
The comms have been on
What direction?
fire right now for CSU.
Who just sniped at me?
Me,
Why?
That's me sniping.
Sniper shot. Oh, that's going to be a teammate. Beautiful
one.
tracking there from Parker Fries.
Blued
Actually gets the
another.
knock onto
I'm
1,
getting
so
fucking beamed.
I see that guy.
potentially
Hold
could
on.
see them close in on that team. Not going to for now, as it seems like they want to pick away at the resources.
We should move into.
Enemy going in to pick up their down teammate.
Yeah, yeah. I have
They're
to
not
gas
in the
here, hold on.
circle, Tiff, so eventually CSU do have to move away from their position.
Squid, let's hold this
Gas
building.
mask's going to be procced, and it looks like Parker Fries is going to go join a teammate because they're in a little bit of a tussle on their own.
I glued him.
Parker Fries taking some heat from
Oh,
behind,
by,
stuck in the tree. Stim
by
shot to
Tissue
get
Building.
away.
Okay.
Barely living right now with CSU
I
Rams,
didn't
but
get my
they
full,
are
so.
falling through this
Oh, this
successfully.
These kids are freaking demons. There's like De Niro in them. They're like
Kids
tournament
are
players.
demons. I kind of love that. The thing about kill races, right, is you have to. We mentioned this
Yeah,
the
I have
last
a
time we
replay.
ran one. You have to assess
feel like
the
they
fight
also
that
yes
you're
there.
taking,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You need to know, hey, are these
I
kids
also-
that are I can
No, I'm
easily
not.
chow
Gotcha.
1v3?
Can I have your
Do I
AR?
need to
Then
push in
maybe?
full force? Should I
I
just
don't
run
have
away
AR.
from this fight and hope
Oh,
that
you're
someone
ammo.
else kills them? So it's kind of
Oh,
like
yeah,
you just
yeah.
have to assess what
So
you're
I
going
have
up
other
against. And right now,
jumpers
Flying
as it goes.
Squid
I'm
just
gonna
getting
zip. I think I
absolutely decimated is going to fall right there. Parker Fries
got me.
only 2 ticks left, but unfortunately
Oh,
goes down
no.
from the airstrike
was
from
inside,
Elon
bro.
Musk. How dare
oh,
that
yeah.
random?
No, you
But
can't get
unfortunately,
it. You can't get it.
sometimes that does
Play for
happen.
placement.
You
Just
really just
rat
get
it
hit
out,
by
dude.
an airstrike when you think you are safe. And there's 31 eliminations. I'm assuming that one of them is still
That's
alive.
nuts,
It's going to be a real
man.
monkey. They were able to get out. Now's your time to play
Elon
for
Musk killed
placement.
you.
Yeah, he's still not in the circle, so not comfortable just yet. CSU Rams will have to, move.
Did you have gas
Only
mask?
$1,100, so if you
I
do
did not.
find a buy station,
I
you
wouldn't
won't be
even
able to
go that
resurrect
way,
your
dude.
teammates. You have to be careful
Which way do you
right
want
now
to
if you are a real monkey in this situation. 16
wall.
players still living. You're only at 6th place. If you can move up maybe 2 or 3 placements, you're going to be in such a good spot as a solo player.
Ready, don't have dead
But he has to be methodical. He has to play like a snake and maybe camp this one out.
Yeah, it's going to be really dicey. There is a buy station up ahead, but you know there are going to be
might be
people that
able
are
to go find a
looming
bush up
around that
there
buy
and
station.
hide.
And even then, a real monkey does not have the cash to get back their teammates. You can see the cluster strike going out right now, and it's
Yeah.
very, very dicey.
this is
But
fine.
I
I
think
mean, we
that
need to
this
play for
team
placement now,
is
'cause we have-
just going to play for
What?
placement. I believe they're at
Let
about a
them kill each other,
1.6x
dude. I don't give a shit.
multiplier, qualifier, and
watching
once
us.
you jump up to 3rd place, it's only
Oh,
going
they're
to go
watching
up
us.
astronomically, and this is where it is going to be so clutch for them.
Yeah, 5th grade now. So Real Monkey getting the job done as
My
he
hands are
has
sweaty.
found his way into the circle, hiding underneath the staircase. He gets a little bit of natural cover, too, to hide. Hide and seek's the name of the game. Real Monkey's the name of the player. I mean, if he relatively, Tiff, you know, at least finds a kill into one, you could probably
That's not
get
good.
enough money to hit that buy station and buy back one of his teammates.
I mean, true. You can
But
also see there's
that
a mobile
is-
buy on the north end of the ring from where he's at, or south when he keeps turning. But there's 2 available buys left.
Please stop so I
My
can get up
thing
the
is,
stairs.
someone had to throw that mobile buy station, which
hear
means
that?
there's a team there. Now you have a radar
Bruh.
jammer. This is everything
Yeah.
that a real monkey does not want to have
Listen
happen.
to him.
Though.
He is molding right now.
Yeah,
Everything that can go wrong
there.
is
You have to
going
go
wrong
up
for the
gas.
information being flooded into right now Real Monkey's
no.
comms, and he is going to be gate capped too on the staircase.
Damn it.
1 HP in his dream. He
GG,
walks out, and
bro.
that's going to be a demise
Like
of
1.25
CSU
or
Rams.
Learn from
5th place inside of that game. 31 kills, like you said, so not a bad game, and they do end up, you know, moving up at least 1 placement before getting fully eliminated to a 5th place finish with 31 kills. Definitely better than their 22-point game, so climbing here. And this is a team that you don't want to let climb.
Oh, I mean, let them climb, let them fly, let them do everything that they're intending to do, because I think they are looking incredibly dominating, just what we've seen thus far. And I mean, we're only almost an hour into today's 4-hour timed kill race, and I'm excited. Qualifier number 6, and it's already looking like a banger.
Yes, it is. Folks, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, our second stage of matches. We'll see you there. Welcome back to College Warzone. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Tiff. We just got to see our first stage of matches, and honestly, Tiff, I'm impressed. You know, we saw a winner. It was Cincinnati Con. You know, actually took down VCU for a dub to start off the stream, and then at the end there, CSU Rams, they were running through teams.
Yeah, it's really exciting. That's my favorite play style. And of course, I can't enact it. So getting here, sitting to spectate it and watch all of these teams absolutely decimate these lobbies, it is an absolute treat. I mean, VCU just put up, I believe, a 70-point game. And I'd be excited to see what that has to do on the leaderboard, Seymour.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard to kind of break things down for what we get after the first hour. Because, you know, for all you know, sitting at home and wondering, we do have 4 hours of gameplay. And you only get your 5 best games to accumulate points. VCU sitting at 129.2 after these first couple games because of that 71-point game that they racked up, and they have a big difference from first to second. Fisher Falcons B 69 points, CSU Rams B with only 68.5 points. So second to third, a little bit closer than first to second.
Yeah, VCU COD, they only have 2 games in to get that 129.2, but you can see just all the way out, teams are still just working on getting their 5 original games in before they can start improving on those points. And Seymour, if I'm not mistaken, I believe we're ready to go jump into some more gameplay. So let's see what these teams are on the mission to accomplish. I want to see some 70-plus kill games. I mean, not kill. I mean, actually, that would be really insane. That we'd be approaching like world record territory.
I would be questioning things when I see that, personally.
Look, at that point, you might as well go pro. You might as well go pro. Like, I'm talking, like, I want to see you at every tournament that there is to offer, because this is the kind of starting point, right, for a lot of these kids to get into pro level kind of things, right? You're in college,
a good platform.
You get your grind. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. And we talk about this all the time, Seymour, but it's like, bro, I didn't have this when I was in college. So a lot of these schools, and we get more and more schools joining every week and signing up for these qualifiers, trying to find themselves in, you know, the playoffs. Like, it's just beautiful. And we haven't even started the Modern Warfare 2 season yet. We talked about it earlier. The beta drops tomorrow for PC and everyone else.
It does. I'm excited. I'm ready to play. I actually got it downloaded, so I'm ready to play as soon as it drops. I could be grinding that one out.
I can't believe that.
Oh, unfortunately, FaZe Blue goes down, so that's a big hit to take right now if you're VCU. It looks like Dragon Dino's going to go on the hunt to see if he can maybe avenge this one, as it looks like he didn't go far down too far away. So a little bit worried on how disconnected Dragon Dino is to his teammate, but he is trying to get there as quick as possible. It looks like it's too late. He's going to drop the airstrike, but he needs to just stay alive.
Yeah, that's really great bringing in that cluster, but at this point, your teammates are both in their gulag. Your job is to loot up, find cash. You already have $9,700, and you guys just landed peak. So while you were really focused on getting cash and getting your loadout in and going on the regain, now you have to kind of go take your free loadout, save your cash in case one of your teammates doesn't come back from the gulag, but it looks like User is going to make it out just fine, and should Blue do the same as well. And I'm looking at the history, right? They've already laid down a 58.2 game, backed it up with another 70-point game, and FaZe Blue, during each of them, 21 eliminations.
Yeah, that's why I kind of said when he goes down, that's a big hit to take for VCU, because he has been on a tear today. Well, Dragon Dino waits for his teammates to come back from the gulag. He's just, you know, hitting that redeploy. See if he can keep eyes on those players that were down on the outskirts of peak. As FaZe Blue is going to drop on down right onto the loadout. There is a circling plane. And I'd be worried about for now. And their teammate User actually dies in the gulag, so they have to buy him back. Lucky enough, Dragon Dino has almost 10K, so it will be
fine.
Yeah, everything's gonna be fine for that, but it's 10K all the way at the bottom, and this is exactly where they went down last time.
Yeah, this is going to be a little dicey. You can hear the shots coming out from Blue, but Dragon Dino just jumping down and going to go ahead and hit that res off. You do see he has tracker on this class for the perk. Goes right in, gets the shield crack, but unfortunately not going to be able to get down. But when you get your trades, you get your trades, and Blue able to get the knock. Now just needs to find the rest of the enemies. Dragon Dino from the ground, trying to be a source of live ping action to give Blue some information to be able to keep the dream alive. Luckily, not fully thirsted yet, so Blue able to get the res off, and now they can continue their dominance, and User is able to grab the loadout and join the team back. This is the way to go. And there's 37 teams left. You need to kind of have it all geared up and ready just get your loadout. And be
That wasn't even a
aggressive.
teammate, I don't think.
Blue gets another one too. Not a full down, but another one down for the team around him. That should be all three, so probably sending them to the gulag with how early this game is right now. But Blue he's the protector of VCU at the moment. There's another one on the lockers. That's a jump scare. That freaked me out. That freaked me out. I was not ready.
Look, I'm telling you, in these games, you have to look up. You have to look up. You remember we were doing this, like the last qualifier, right? The one time that we were on the mics together, we saw some crazy stuff, and it was either OG Capo or it was Courage, and they were just decimating everything. And then they were checking all the corners. They opened the door. 3 enemies hiding behind
man,
that
I
one
forgot about
cover.
that.
That was horrifying.
Honestly, it was kind of comedic too. It was just like they're stuck there. They had nowhere to go, no exit.
Oh, hi.
They're chilling in there. It was just kind of like, wrong room. Sorry, occupied.
Sorry, occupied. I won't disturb you in there, but unfortunately, they walked in, decimated all 3 of them, and picked up 3 eliminations from it. So absolutely the way you need to do.
Somebody
Dragon
in
Dino Blue. Oh, but they do. They come out, and Dragon Dino says not today, but now just need to. The way that they are approaching these fights is absolutely beautiful. You can see User and Dragon Dino working incredibly well together, and Blue just also being able to kind of throw down a lot of damage. And now the radar jammer goes out. Everyone in the area is not going to have any lines of sight onto this team, and they can just kind of fully run around peak. Oh, but the UAV goes out. You do see that there is a little bit of information. You hear the comms saying there's 2 down low, and it looks as if Blue is flying off peak and onto the dots they see.
Oh, no.
Alrighty, just going to be racing towards that. But Blue goes down. A little bit too overzealous there, and he gets punished. They're able to buy him back, but even still, it looks like it's Dragon Dino's turn. He's just going to hop up, see if he can spot out these players. Hop onto the roof of this earlier buy station. Has to be careful because Blue went down extremely fast. So this team down low, they're going to be a dangerous bunch to go up against it. Dragon Dino actually gets sights on them. A full down as well.
Probably inside.
Should give a little bit of an edge now to VCU in this gunfight. Dragon Dino's going to hop on down, loot the body.
He's in the end.
Ooh.
Spots the player inside too. Phase Blue slides on in. 1-2 swipe.
Easy. Honestly, that's the way you gotta do it. Sometimes you just need to pass by the doorway to get some information. Once they shoot at you, you know exactly which direction you need to look. You just go in for the kill. And this team, I mean, we've seen them throughout the past couple qualifiers. They were lurking in the 4th through 7th position throughout the kind of earlier side of the qualifiers, finally netting themselves a top 3 finish last week. So now they're looking to find themselves in that first place. They want to take home $300 for the evening, you know?
We're on 12.
Yeah, we've seen them get to playoffs, but now we need to see them really cement themselves as, you know, one of those top placing teams in, you know, first.
Hop on this balloon.
As third place, I'm sure none of these teams are going to be satisfied with the first place. The amount of passion inside of College COD, nobody's going to be satisfied with even third place, let alone, you know, a second place finish. Everybody's going to be eyeing up that first place, that prize that you get for winning out the day. And I can see already VCU with the start that they had. I mean, they're looking good to make it happen.
Looking good indeed, and Blue is going to pick up another elimination that's going to be on their bounty. So lots of cash in the hands of Dragon Dino. Just needs to find themselves maybe a buy station, put up a UAV, kind of help the team source out. But once a radar jammer goes up, that gives you that cue. We talk about these cues all the time, Seymour. It's like, what can give you that edge and that information on where some enemies might be? Because when you're doing a total kill race, you need to stay consistent throughout the duration of the game and picking up eliminations throughout. Radar jammers, mobile buys, loadout beacons, like everything that you see come through to be able to say, hey, there's going to be people there. And there you go. Dragon Dino finds another one. That's going to be 4 eliminations for them, and dropping another radar jammer to cause a little bit of chaos, or maybe draw some people to this edge of ring.
Yeah, just a little bit of disruption there from Dragon Dino.
I can call in
Maybe see if it reels in some enemies, but for now, VCU starting to get the rhythm in this match. They had a little bit of a stumble with both FaZe Blue and User going down early, but I mean, Dragon Dino, he has been a pillar for the team, just staying alive, making sure you hold peak. They've really kind of held the reins on peak for the majority of this game, and finally it looks like they're leaving, so obviously they have their eyes on the bottom of peak as they're dropping on down the mobile buy station. going to be here, and I wonder if there's anybody going to be surrounding this area. There's a radar jammer, so it seems like this is a little occupied. All user, was that fall damage?
Look, I definitely saw a sniper in the nearby vicinity that took down user, so even if it was fall damage, it was not. So if you think that it was fall damage, it was a sniper. He got sniped from all the way to airfield.
He got snipped.
No, that was totally fall damage, unless he did get sniped. You never know.
We'll just, you know, for user's sake, we'll just say he got sniped from completely the other side of the map.
Hey, able to get the reset, the regain. No one has really pushed out, but it does give them a little bit of time to try and find out where the enemies are in this area. This is one of those really populated areas of fields. A lot of people like to drop into this vicinity. You can get some good bit of loot. You can usually find enough cash to get your loadout early on. And it always seems as if the regain happens, it's within this vicinity because there's always a couple buy stations looming throughout here. So you'll see a lot of buybacks that happen here, and you can find a good bit of information. You see right there a cluster strike in the area, which means there's a team fighting, and blue going in like crazy, already able to find one down, one first. Looks like there's at least one more enemy in the nearby vicinity, and blue going to get completely tagged up within an inch of their life. And Dragon Dino on the push right now. Precision airstrike in the AO, but it doesn't matter. Dragon Dino's gonna go in, gets the shield crack, and that's gonna be another team wipe for them. Sure, blue goes down because he's not able to get into the safety from that airstrike, but they should be able to get a full-blown reset here. And now keeping up the momentum in this game.
And VCU on the prowl. Still 57 players. There's plenty of points to pick up for Virginia Commonwealth. But I like the way they're going at this. You know, you stayed at peak for so long because players kept on challenging for the high ground, and now leaving this, just they're leaping from point of interest to point of interest with these redeploys. And they're so quick to get on these gunfights in third party before these teams can resupply on their energy. Oh my goodness, Dragon Dino won the roof. Doesn't account for the players across the street. Luckily, he's still got the gulag, so a chance to come back, but...
Wait, my gun...
VCU finally taking a little bit of a blow there.
Jumping on over to I with OG Capo taking someone down right there, and now we just need to get the teammate back up and ready. The last time we jumped over to OG Capo, he was the last alive, but now we've got two of them, but I believe there's some enemies that are still just outside this house. So trying to get the res off on a team that is Tito, and now resetting, getting your shields back up, and being able to hold the team that's just outside here in the field area as well. See, a lot of people just kind of looming within the fields. It's a really hot area.
Guys, I and I have been quite quiet today, but now we get the action. We get to see what OG Capo is made of.
Can't really fucking see him, to be
It
honest.
looks like they're doing a little bit of gatekeeping from the circle. Just a minute to push this team out from the storm, but
no on top of
damage. Looks like Capo wants to get aggressive shots from the side, has to force himself inside. He has no idea where these players are. He's lost his duo out in the open.
Literally.
Tito goes down.
I'll get back here.
The enemy team, wherever they are, they should know that Capo's behind this building.
I need a buyback.
Movement!
Yeah, of course.
His teammate, can I get a buyback?
We're about to be dead here within
in
ETA of
this
probably 30
precarious
seconds.
situation,
Read the room.
OG Capo have found themselves in. They're getting the res off. Everything's fine. The thing is, OG Capo, when he made that rotation into the building, he was getting tagged up as well. They never got a line.
Don't even see this in the bush, bro. I don't see him. Right about me.
Them. They're getting punished and just trying to rotate.
Oh my God.
Right there, the player
Why are you just sitting in the bush?
and now hopefully
Okay,
they're
there's
going to
teammates.
strike out. We're all
bad,
waiting
man.
for Tito to see if they can get the
Teammates are literally just
Capo in the gulag right now has 40 and
So sad, bro.
I mean, we just got there and now it's done. Like, I don't even know what to say. OG Capo, an absolute
Okay.
and now the
Oh
regain.
yeah, fucking 15 kills.
Okay.
You're
Like,
trash.
I mean, look, I wasn't ready for it to look exactly like that. Usually
Hack the
when you
walls
keep your
again,
hands,
bro.
you're
I
not
love this
there.
internet, dude. It's so
Yes,
fucking
but,
quick.
no, OG Capo said,
Free
I'm
Fire.
gonna get it done.
Best
I'm
fiber.
here. I'm ready.
Free Fire strong with this one. Capo immediately comes back, goes for the contract straight away.
Redeploy, bro. They want me to play this game still, I guess.
$400. Yeah.
He's like,
I
I
guess
still want
he's-
me to play this game, I guess. Yeah.
You're
we
still
want you
going.
to play this one out. This is a lobby that you're going to, you're going to be putting up the eliminations and doing the absolute best that you can do, OG, because we know you can do it.
But he's got enough to buy back his teammate too, and an armed wear in hand. So I mean, this is not too bad of a drop
If you
back
win, it doesn't
in
even matter if
for
it's like a
Capo.
30-point game.
Hey, yeah, here, I'm like, imagine you turn things around into like 30, 40, 40 points, anything, you know.
Gotta make do what we have.
It depends on what the average
Positive
is. Sometimes
mindset,
the
baby.
average for
Positive.
finding yourself in the top 3 is going to be around 40 points.
Right, positivity,
Just a little bit less, but you've got the University of Illinois. They've
Brought
already
back
put
up
up
there.
20.35 points in game number 1. So if you can continue putting up at least
We're gonna
north
get
of
brought
20
back,
points
we're
once
just
you
gonna
fill
go
out your
off.
5 games, you can
bro,
go
think so?
back through and drop your
going off
lowest
point.
points.
You mean
That's when you have to
go off
really
back to the
iron it
lobby?
out.
I need you to drop more damage, right?
Illini
I
have
need a both of you to lock it the fuck in.
been solid, you know, throughout the previous weeks. Right
When you're
now,
walk,
you
god
know,
damn it.
Capo and squad, it seems like they're having a little bit of issues trying to get it going inside qualifier number 6, but
We just died the most.
I mean, you listen to the comms, it doesn't seem like they're too down in the dumps. It seems like they're still vibing.
Still vibing. I mean, as long as the vibes are strong, that is also a key to success. I mean, if you're doing a 4 hours of a timed kill rate,
Boom,
you
boom.
have
Got plenty
to
of time.
stay in good spirits and good vibes. And when you
Every time I find loot, I'm so fucking ass.
You find
here
some
comes the heli
weapons on
chasing me. It's a
ground,
bounty
and you
thing.
can just start regaining OG Capo.
Here we go, boys. Here we go. Go get money for buyback, fellas.
They're laughing. They're having a good time, and there's people on the
We'll be
roof.
done in like 20
Capo
seconds.
well aware that there's
So if this game was who
a
can
threat
survive
around,
around,
as
not
he is
be
being
able to
hunted
do.
right now, the threat level is 3.
Alright.
So his teammates drop in fact, Tito goes down right away, so
I don't think he was
not
there
the
or not.
buyback that you're hoping for right now if you are a Illini.
Man, so
Still
fucking
Capo,
lame.
you know, sound with sitting in this building for another minute 20, just hoping to hold on to his life as long as you can. Shufi managed to get down and at least get
Try to back
all
it back
armored
down.
up.
Enemy radar jammer detected in your area.
But now the radar jammer, and now Capo has no idea what's happening around him.
Look at Rick go.
I'm trying to like just decide kind of what their game plan is, because that's the issue when you kind of drop into Capo. And now trying to utilize a tree and going, woo, that's easy there. I mean, sometimes it's all about the movement and the momentum. They're on another one right now. The vibes are top
I saw
tier
that too.
with this
These guys are
crew,
so
and
weird. They don't
they're
even push, bro.
unfortunately
On their
not
bounty,
going
they're
to
not
push
even
behind
pushing
them into
the
the building, because
Now it's
honestly, that's when you're going to be able to
Dude, how do I lose that? Let's have tackle on course if I lose that shit.
How did he lose that?
Fucking ridiculous, bro.
Must
They
have
missed
been
a
at
ball, that guy
like
stood out.
one shot there, but he's got the redeploy token.
Positivity,
so
right? Yeah, I love this game.
welcome back.
Dropping back in right away. You hear? Yeah, positivity. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Turn it around, Illini. You got this one.
We're allowed
It seems like the whole
Man,
world
man,
is against him right now in Caldera.
Look, sometimes you
Yeah, me
have
too.
those
That's why I keep
days.
buying.
We were talking to Silva
Yeah,
earlier.
that is
and
dog
they
shit.
say
I have dorm Wi-Fi, that's
sometimes you just go GG, go next, right? Sometimes the things just are not going
get down
together.
too.
If they can make something great come out of this game,
Where are they?
that would be
the tree,
absolutely
one's in
beautiful.
front of
Because
this
you
house,
know
down,
they're
house,
above
down,
into
down,
the
down,
double
down,
digits.
down,
The more they chip away
Oh,
at
fuck,
the
he's up there.
placement point. Hey, you hear the comms coming out. They are
He
right
is
there.
cracked inside the house, one shot.
Now they're gonna pick up that
Beautiful.
ground loot UGM and able to
I'm so
find
surprised I found
nice
it on the wall.
elimination team wipe right there. Finally hitting double digits just for OG Capo themselves.
Not really utilizing that
Now it's not too bad.
redeploy
19
token
kill
to the
sellers,
fullest.
picking it up
As
slowly.
things weren't looking too sharp for Illini, they drop back in.
Just said I needed
Now
more
double
damage.
digits, like you say. Tito
kinda
and
got
Shuki
one
also
arrow down.
have a little bit of a say in that
He
team
had,
one.
like,
So I know that it's not just the Capo show right now. Inside of this run, the whole team showing up now that they're all back into full
Dude, keep
form.
popping
I
UAV.
mean, the only thing they should be
All
looking for
that
right now
happened.
is hoping to grab a loadout tip.
Yeah, that would
Yeah,
actually make
like,
it
no
a
way.
little more easy for them.
Ain't no way I'm gonna go back to the first test.
How did I
They'll play
lose
better
that?
than
Okay, well, who had their loadout and maybe
pretty
just
bad.
their gun was getting a little bit
Place
harder
is
to
so
narrow
ass.
down
All these
the
buildings
armor.
are
Like, that is the only thing I can think of, because the shots
Annoying.
would sleep, and now they're hunting the bounty that's literally
downtown,
right
like,
in
basically
front of them, just moving
Watch the
left.
fucking building for no reason.
Nice
They're
kills
bounty.
going out. Now they just need to collapse around this player, since they're all going to have ground loot weapons unless
have
someone
weapons for this,
stumbled
but-
upon an enemy that had dropped loadout style weapons.
think
And
he's just
even
gonna go
then,
in the house.
you
I thought
never
it
know
was
what you're going to pick
He might
up.
actually, yeah.
Capo's movement looks
Very
clean too in
possible.
Zilla,
Need
so
him.
this
Don't
team
cast
looks
me.
like they're about to siege out
He
whoever's
would
in the
have got them.
See if they can claim this
I hit somebody with the
bounty
gas
right off
top.
the bat. Actually hits the stun up top, so they know the team on the roof, but helicopter, the great escape from that bounty. Unfortunately, Tito goes down. I didn't see if it was a snipe, the shots maybe from the helicopter, or if it's a third party
Tito,
who's
do you know how to,
gonna
like-
reap the benefits of Shuki and Capo, not aware of the oncoming enemy. But the fact that Tito hasn't
Dude,
gone
bought
down
back
yet,
in
it
the looks
looks
heli,
like
bro,
they're
savage.
able to get the resurrect off, revive him back in. Loda's gonna drop, but a little bit of chaos in the comms. Both Tito and Shuki are down. All up to Capo yet again. Manages to find a kill. Up to 11 now.
I had no idea.
11
Yeah, I hate his
indeed,
best
and
right
we're
now.
talking about it.
I'm free.
You find some nice weapons, you get yourself a little bit of a kilo, and then five, not a
Good
bad
call.
day.
Who
You have a
would've thought
durable
that?
gas mask, plenty of shields, and you're up to the other side.
Thanks, guys.
Both of your teammates. When you look at the vicinity, there's only about, I believe,
So glad Tito's here to tell us how to play.
Yeah.
So
Me too.
you kind of rotate and keep a low profile until, but unfortunately,
Kilo, season 2, baby.
was able to get attacked and down as well. Can they get the full 30 to those?
Tito or Capo?
What do you mean? It's not
He
good.
still has it, you know,
Shot 60
enough
goals.
to buy back. So
Yeah,
gets
the
that
gun's
buy
kinda
station
trash.
for
He's right
the
there.
team.
He's crawling.
One for now. There's somebody up top. Breaks the armor. Finishes the one down low. You can hear the
Never tell
comms
we
just
get.
let
We
you
got
know that
Tito
somebody
on.
was trying to get away, but that's number
Tito, you
12
should win
for
the class.
Capo
Nowhere.
now. If he can get to that buy station, he can get a teammate back. The only hard part is getting there because he is stuck right now between a rock and a hard place
It's less than ideal right now.
with no way getting out.
Kill this guy who's gonna chow you.
I want to like that.
Just chow this guy, or just kill this guy. He's gonna chow you. If only, you just gotta
Oh,
win
yeah.
your one.
Hey, you have a
I played
deployable
the
shield.
one
I don't
from
give a
Capo
fuck.
and just win them. You know, you got decent ground loot weapons that Kilo was actually hitting a little bit. And you know, we always talk about the Kilo. And there goes the buyback on Shoot. Welcome back. Hopefully, you can find some loot.
Don't C4s at me and
He's
shit,
able
bro.
to find the
Relax,
cash.
homie.
He got $3,000, so now he can go back and hit the buy
Multiple
station
here.
again. But I believe there's someone in
course
this
there's somebody
building.
on this
So
fucking building,
OG
dude.
Capo doing
Oh,
what he
shit,
does
he didn't
best,
see me.
trying to clear.
I got
I'm
something.
gonna be fine.
Objective failed.
Another
I don't know how I feel about this.
And he doesn't have his loadout too, so he's gonna have to take this one cautiously. Meets him in the kitchen.
There's somebody on top
Absolutely
of my building.
decimates that player.
Enemy dropping into the
Number
AR.
13 for
I'm just
Capo. He can
hiding.
buy back
Good
Tito.
shot.
He just needs to get to this buy station. He's taking his time, very aware that there's somebody on the second floor.
Buy back to you real
But it's
quick.
now time to get Tito back into the mix.
Still on top.
UAV active.
Here
Back,
comes.
Tito.
I'm gonna push the tiger building on. You want him?
This is what? Chance number 4 for Illini in this game?
Look, it doesn't have to
Oh,
be pretty.
I mean, the
They're on
guy's
the second
here,
floor.
but you can
Yeah,
try.
Oh, there's somebody on
get
top
there.
of this building. I
As
think
long
he's
as
on the
you
second
get
floor.
How do you
This
get
is
there?
shaping
I
up
don't
to
know.
be an actual good game.
Yeah,
They
fine,
found
fine.
themselves in some place
Yes,
where
it's
you know,
moving in.
once you
Holy
start
fuck.
up these last ladders
great,
here,
yo.
and once you get to those
I
top
don't know
3,
how you
that is
fuck,
where
bro.
it's mission critical.
That's what my comment is about.
Above third place is going to be, hey, but the snapshot grenade's coming out.
Here.
The loadout is
He's
here.
not telling,
You
he's not
know
telling.
there's
You're good.
someone in the
What? No,
vicinity.
I
won't play for
Fire
you,
shots
I'm
coming out.
I
They're
don't
gonna
fuck
shoot at
with
OG
that.
Capo,
Hey,
but
there's the
hey,
building.
sharing the love, passing around
Drop
the
the drop the tree on. Watch.
Yeah, bro, they have not moved.
Yeah, everybody's set up.
So horrible.
And Capo's got to re-up on that last shield that he has.
This
in
is
his
so
back
lame.
pocket.
I was just avoiding the fight, bro.
Gas
So
is
stupid.
inbound.
Somebody is above them,
Well,
but
you get above
wants to
them,
get to this loadout. And he
We're in
is
the
going to be
safe
able to
zone.
grab this.
There are bouncing betties in this
Now
room.
time to hunt for Capo. He's doing it slowly, but
There's 3, 2 cracks.
here's the Betty. Now upstairs. Spots the first. Good shots. Has to get out. Sim shot away.
Insane.
It's just sad.
Loses out on Shufi, so it's
Yeah,
Tito
bro, just fuck
and
them.
Capo.
You don't need any-
And neither one of them have shields, so
Dude, I'm
this
gonna
is not going to be an
drop
easy
your castle or
gunfight to
something.
take.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, they should kind of turtle up inside this building, but they just shared the cash,
homies,
so I think
you
what he's
buy
gonna
back.
try to do is hit the buy station to buy some shields for both of them. So they're not gonna have enough to get their teammate back. But hey, easy shots going out.
Way,
One
dude.
more
One
shot
shot.
needed to
Fuck,
get the
man.
down out of the air would be easy pickings to add to that, but
You're going
just
for it.
gotta make their way across the street. No one look. This is totally fine. Nothing to see here. Just OG Capo going
okay.
back to the buy station for the 17th
Actually,
time
fucking
this
surprising.
game.
Fell on my back.
These guys are
Guys
hiding
been
because
using
they're not very
life
good, but they're
savings to
scared.
get his team
They're
through
fucking
this
awful,
match.
actually. Not very
They all
good.
3 have the same
They're
skin,
the worst
too.
fucking team on the whole time. They still even throw
But
smash
they
up
do
all day
know
long.
there
Like,
is
you
three.
could have
bro. They have
Three of
restock
them
for
were
sure.
stacked up atop the building. I don't think it's a
Oh,
safe
yeah,
push.
Tito
Even
just
at
pick up this
full.
place.
I don't know, but I kind of
It
want
doesn't
them
seem
back.
like OG Capo was going to be able to give Tito any of the kills, which is kind of unfortunate. Like, I feel like I would have given Tito
They're
at
shooting
least
like right next to
one.
me. They're like to my left.
You
Shit, same thing, I'm
think
shooting
Tito wanted them.
You think?
Oh,
I
you think
still
he
don't
would
play.
want? I would have
taken
taken
them.
them too, but Circle's closing in even more. 16 players left. Now they've found themselves in 7th, so placing not too shabby now for Illini. And the fact that they've been grinding through this game. Snapshot's going to see him out, but he does get an assist on the player. That who's shooting
They're
at.
so lame, dude. I actually hate them. I
He'd
genuinely.
be a little bit upset that he didn't
They
get
still have
that
the
kill.
coverage.
Should have at least the
Saw
kill
back
in
behind
there.
Oh,
Who?
fuck.
Boy, there's still plenty
kill
of
him.
kills to grab with 17 players live in this.
Hope he has blades.
Ooh, this is gonna be dicey. They are able
Team
to get a kill
shots.
right there.
Fuck,
Maybe they
man,
can
guys.
see that, hey, the
I'm
buy
gonna play a lot
station
of
went
cash,
off,
use
the
buyback
team
too.
went and got a buyback. But the
You
question
guys
is,
won this.
do they have plays?
I mean, we
They're like, I hope this kid
might
has
get a
plays.
lot
I
of
think they're
kills.
gonna go for the move and try to find elimination
got
on
his roof
someone
and
that's
just, like,
nearby
chill
them
with
to
the
get some resources and
What are you
some
gonna
hits
do?
from
Oh,
them.
I got it.
But
They're up top.
you
can take the stairs that are on the
multiplier and
south
picking
side
up
of the
eliminations on the way. They are kind of
Enemy
that dead center area of zone,
Enemy
so
precision
not
airstrike.
bad
Stay
positioning.
alert.
And people that are outside of the zone are going to have to push into them. The issue is they're going to have to get the shots out
Sounds
on
like
them
right above
first.
me, bro.
Actually, if Tito.
They are.
I'm
They're on the
Tito,
second set of
I
stairs.
want OG
I know,
Capo
dude.
right next to me at any given time to be able to get my trades
keep
out
moving back
because
and
you
forth.
don't
Hold
have
my
shields.
hand.
Yeah,
Hold
you
my
basically
hand.
have to hold hands at this point.
Help me get through this. Together. Teamwork.
Right here.
Clean up there.
Yeah.
Word?
On a 1. 13 players remaining. Now
Bro,
6th
these dudes are
place
so
for Illini.
Enemy UAV.
They have the circle, so they don't have to
Like,
go
we have a
anywhere
real
yet,
chance.
Tiff. They could just bunker up, wait for
Like, how are you
teams
supposed to
to
beat
come
this?
to
They have
them.
Snapchat the fucking like bounce
Circle should be closing very soon.
Nothing you can do.
Well, it
Those
does.
3 stacking up room.
Players leaving these buildings in the
If
vicinity.
the zone pulls away,
For
you're
picking
golden
right
to
now
do the
for OG
gas mask.
Capo, just looking to see if he can spot out any. Spots one on top. Ducks away. Doesn't want to take those
Yeah,
early
there's two
shots
plays
and give it away just
Actually,
yet.
pop them.
Ah, there we go.
He finds you valuable. I
Finally.
haven't died yet.
Is he
Give us like back. No, I'm sure.
Immediately OG Capo.
You dropped me one
Why
to one.
does it happen? Anytime you give away your last bit of shield, the next
They're
time
using that
you
diner
lose
still.
every bit of yours.
Yeah, that's
Give me those shields back right now.
Yeah,
says
it's like
Capo.
you're regretting that, right? Like, no. But at least
It's
you
like
kind
she's
of are
starting dying,
similar at
not
this
moving,
point. You
bro.
kind
It's
of
so
each have a limited amount of health to work with. Like,
Yeah, he does have
yeah.
a deployable shield, so you know there's
Gas
a
is
chance
moving
to
in.
at least
New
use
safe zone
that
highlighted.
to your benefit, but it's not going to be easy now that we're seeing the circle rotate
So
to
gold
their
gas
left.
Look, hear me out. Hear me out more. OG Capo has a durable gas mask. If I'm OG Capo, I'm heading out into the storm right now. To be fair, being able to pick off the
Okay,
people that are
actually
late
put
rotating
my gas
is
mask
also going to be really beneficial as well. Every team looking to make that really rotate and to have their eyes set on
We're kind of in the zone. You got hella time,
Go for
Capo.
them to be able to pick that out on the
I have to
rotate.
quit my mask, gas mask, so like clicking it.
Down the line,
Change the setting.
Tito, stay
That's dead.
alive.
Let's go. Run away.
The gas mask animation not being friendly to Capo there. Tito
I can't
trying
see
to
him.
finesse replacement.
Tito, they're gonna jump
The top floor
Yeah,
now.
they're to your left.
Enemy
We see somebody to the left. Ping
Just hide there, and
from
then two
Capo.
people are gonna jump
It's
over
going to
the
go down. Everybody now,
Actually,
chaos going to be
one
running
person's
through
coming
as
over right
Tito's
now.
trying to hold on as long
need to
as
put
he
that
possibly
thing
can. I
back.
love
Put my
seeing
gas
your
mask on.
settings, but I want to see how this is going. Capo, come on!
This is fine, Capo. This is fine.
Fourth
We
place.
know there
How
was
many?
25 eliminations and less in that last minute.
Like 30 something
Yeah, I
points.
believe that was 25. So 25, fourth
All right, I got all
place.
the- I got the
mean,
scores.
look, I'm not going to do any caster math right now, but when you've got a placement
Man, if only we had fucking plates.
There's one guy
that
flying in
is
over here,
going
like,
to
above the big
be a
game bounty.
decently
I'm not
nice
gonna be able to
game
beat
for the
him,
team.
but-
But jumping back on over to Redbird COD from Crawler's POV, and when I say
somebody died here.
POV, we've got how many? Look at that. Today's
Drop that
stream
RPG with my
Warzone
temper.
stats: 122 kills, 5.8 KD. Make it another elimination for them. Looking for double digits, sitting at 9 with 14 teams still up and grabbing that big game bounty. So very
We're gonna go for the
aggressive
game.
here, and honestly, Crawler's movement
sit on this
throughout
hill
this
so you don't see
hardcore
him.
parkour looking strong.
That was the first we're seeing out of Crawler, but
Maybe
you
too
know
deep. I'm
he
gonna
is
try and
looking
get in front of
smooth
him.
in the
Zone
sticks.
camp it.
And now Redbird,
Yep,
it
trying
looks
to see if I
like
can
with
get an
this,
idea.
you know, the big game bounty going to be out.
Coming towards you.
Trying to get a little bit of an eyes on. Nice shots at range. Finds the down and the fully limited. So that's number 10. Double digits for Crawler. As this is just, you know, this is almost chill. Watching him glide through this is almost chill.
Right
There's
here.
like no panic in the comms.
got
it's
the
not
ping.
cluttered. It is definitely not as
No,
crazy
no,
as
no, no, no,
Capo's
not
stream.
right.
Okay, I can't see him from my
I
angle
mean,
yet.
their
I don't
comms
know.
Give me
were
a second.
all over
Give
the
me a
place,
second.
but they were constantly giving out information. Now I look at them
Oh,
on
yo, wait,
the
that guy's crossing
scoreboard.
back.
It
He's one
looks
shot.
like
One
they've
shot like
got
that.
approximately, I think, 18 on the board for them. So it looks like they might need some scores
Hi, buddy.
to be updated from their perspective. But Crawler just really holding the rooftop, trying to
Give me the other
eliminate
one.
everyone.
Yo, grab that car, grab that car,
Beekeeping,
grab that car.
have that advanced UAV, so now they know
Power
exactly
play
where that
and a
next
team, like, on
highly
the
populated
outskirts.
area is going to be, and they are just
Yeah.
on it. You can see right
want
there,
sight
just
from the left,
to
work towards
their
power
Yeah, no, that's a good play. That's a
west,
good
head
play. I'm
towards
gonna
that
grab
buy
the thing,
station,
game
pick up
first.
another UAV, keep that going, keep
Yo,
the
Leo, that's a
information
good play,
coming,
like, in that
and maybe
situation,
find
but by the
yourself
way,
an
you don't ever wanna, like, try and
extremity
zone
of
camp
an
yourself like
awesome
that.
game.
They got the big game bounty.
Go scoop
Leo
down,
Bears
yeah,
actually
go
got a
scoop
little up close and personal to find that team wipe. So Redbird
dudes.
Cod in a good spot
I'm getting
Moving.
out of this car.
for the moment.
You
But
guys are good,
let's
you
take
guys
a
are
look
good.
at
I
the
won't push
leaderboard
them.
for now,
I'm
and
just
you
getting
know
in
get a
position.
little bit of a
Trying to
recap
get a
on
visual.
what we have. And oh my word, VCU, they just keep on climbing. 221.2 now, sitting in first place.
Here on set, Leo,
Fisher,
also,
Falcons B, they
get us
move
a
up to
self-run. I'm gonna
second
drop you
with
a stack.
141.15. Actually pull away from that
Okay.
third place spot. It's now
I got
going to
a
be
UAV
Queens
first, but-
Esports with
Yeah, no, I just dropped the stack right
106.9. Oregon Ducks not too far behind from them in
Pop three,
fourth
Dewey.
with 101.5. CC Rams B not finding as much
Big
success
game
as we
is
saw in the
floating, big game
start of
is
the day. As to the second stage of games now,
Landed in,
still
he landed in.
not in triple digits just yet. 88.75 points to.
Thurston?
Yeah, I mean, they're doing everything that they need.
Thank
A
you.
lot
Gotta
of
see me
different
back.
stories, so I'm
People
seeing
by
some new
me.
names, but seeing VCU COD up at the top
Fuck,
is
I'm not with you
really
here.
awesome. They've
You're
got
good, you're good, you're
3
good.
games in,
Chilling,
and
I'm not shooting yet.
I'm gonna let you know, Seymour, they turned in a 92-point
Trying to wait for this skill
game.
here.
Jesus. I mean, we saw it, what they were
Doesn't even render
doing,
it
you
yet on
know,
my screen.
on the peak.
He just did.
In that
Yeah.
game that we saw it was between Blue, Dino, and User.
Quick.
It's just they are dangerous.
Right.
I don't know
Just
what
getting to shoot if they're
awoken
piecing the
them
window.
in qualifier number 5, but they look untouchable here in qualifier 6. And Redbird Con making a name for themselves too, as Crawler's gonna get yet another kill. Beautiful shots on that roof. Didn't even have a chance. Whoever that was, they did not have a single
one more on me,
opportunity to
different
fight
team.
back.
Seymour, I don't know what Crawler is
If you
doing
can run
right
over to
now,
the gas station, I
but
can watch
it
over
is
you, but that's about the
absolutely
only player I got.
insane.
Here, one second,
The way
give me
he
a
was
second,
able to
I'll
pick
pop
up that
you
first
Yes, sir, yes,
elimination
sir.
and then
Come on.
flip immediately to the player on the
You wanna
roof.
use
Like,
that
Crawler's on
UAVs?
another level. If they keep going,
I'm gonna try-
get their
I have
scores in,
enough UAVs
make
too.
it
You want me to
another
try
one.
by two?
Crawler
Oh,
won
wait.
15.
Top seven,
And I
top
think the
seven.
last time we were on Crawler, I was like, this guy is
got
going to
the
throw
lead.
down a
Oh my
20
God, yeah, wait,
elimination
hold
game.
up.
And now, able to grab another UAV. Can he
Oh,
get
man.
this player right there? Unfortunate timing, but not crack just yet. He's able to get the crack on the enemy before them. They're going to push right up, and that Arma is just going to do all the work for him, finishing out right there. Get all the loot and splendor, restock it with everything that you
Top
need.
one
You know there's
carrying one.
one enemy
Yeah,
still
one
in
second,
the
Leo, go for
area,
those guys
and they
behind
are
first.
just kind of
Yeah,
trying
that's
to
what I'm doing.
run.
That's
But
what I'm
guess
doing.
what?
Yep.
Crawler
Let me know
said,
when you want me
you're
to pop
not
the next
getting
one.
away. I'm going to push this.
I
And
got
if
one
they're
in
just
pocket.
outside
Okay.
this building, you just got
I'll
to
let you
hop
know.
over the fence and take an easy kill.
Well,
I let one go for a second.
yeah,
I'm
that's
using the second one.
that one's easy.
Textbook,
I'm
Seymour.
trying to close
Textbook.
guys.
I'm
You're
such
red.
a nerd for like
Does it get
micro
close?
movements for what I'm
Yep.
seeing from Crawler right now. Just
Don't need
utilizing
boxes right
natural
there on the
cover for his
boxes.
Yeah, I know, I'm
positioning.
flanking
Not a
him.
lot
You
of
gotta
players
keep
do
it in the
that,
red building.
especially in
Okay.
like Warzone or Call of Duty. And Crawler is using
You might try
every
to-
single natural pillar
Whole team
inside
on
of
my page.
Warzone to his
Alright,
help.
hey,
You
hey,
see
we're
the
playing
way
for
that he's
placement. We
moving
gotta
through
win
this
this.
point of interest
Yeah,
too.
no,
He's not
this
just
is our first
walking
game
right
already.
onto the
This is our first
open.
game. We're winning
He's going
this.
from
Let's go.
car to car, hiding behind
There's a full
pillars,
team in my ping in
making
that
sure that he's
house.
just not standing
yeah,
in
yeah,
a
yeah,
spot
yeah,
where he
yeah,
could
yeah,
be
yeah.
clotheslined by a
I have a
crossfire.
UAV. You want me to pop this
I'm such a
one?
nerd for this
Yeah, yeah,
positioning that
pop
I'm
it.
seeing out of
I'm
Crawler
buying one
right
too.
now. His micro
'Cause it's on
movement
game.
is
I
on
also I already
point.
got myself earlier.
I'm just here for this
Yep,
lobby.
Leo, Leo,
Like,
actually, get a
I'm
precision,
pretty
get a precision
sure
for that
that if
blue
I
pin.
was
Yeah, I
running
like that, I like that, I
around,
like that.
that would not look anything like what we just witnessed. Crawler just decimated this POI,
said
and
what
I
we do is
believe
we push in, we play for a knock, and then you
What?
precision.
power
And
or
if we
something,
just
power
crash,
station.
we
I'm
don't
not
get
sure
a
what it's
knock,
called, but
then
I
you
land
precision.
here.
We take the
This is
gunfight
where I like to
first.
land in like
Nobody
custom
on roofs and
tourneys
nobody
because
on
it's
second
just
floor
outside of
window.
major
Yeah,
POIs.
on
You
the
can
left.
still find good loot, and
right,
Crawler
you're
just
the only
absolutely
one.
decimating
Yep,
it. Finds a player in nearby with that
gonna rep
help
on
of a
this right side, hit
UAV,
the rock, and try and get a
Juice
better
and
angle.
Co
They're peeking
are
on
just
this right window.
riding along with them, so they are stacking it up
Rip,
and
rip,
just
rip,
being
down,
an
down.
absolute
Precision,
menace.
precision, precision.
It's undeniable
Almost
right
down
now
another.
that Crawler and Redbird Cod are definitely going to be in the runnings for at least top 5. After performances like this, and the movement up top to the second floor, beautiful to get that elimination. And a second one, they don't even see it coming. All 3 for Crawler. One by one, I mean, he is the Grim Reaper.
I'm gonna try to go buy him back.
You gotta stay together.
Yeah, here, there are guys over here.
This guy's
Go for it.
disgusting, Seymour. I don't even know what to expect. If I'm not, like, I'm pretty sure production just blessed us with a fun little fact. Seymour, do you want to go ahead and share that? Because
This guy is not just a menace when it comes to college Warzone. This guy holds the records for solo trios kills. With what was Switchy saying in our ears? 49?
I can't get
I'm gonna try to ping first.
Oh my god, he got 49 kills for the yell we're hearing. That's tragic.
Okay, nice. That's the whole team.
Wow. Crawler looking incredibly strong here, just utilizing
Yo,
the
player
ability to
player
always
like
have a
everything I'm getting
UAV
close
up, right? The management to be able to have enough cash, navigate the buy stations, one on deck. It's just really showing how aggressive they can be, because you can see there's 3 dots just in front of them, and Crawler's going to catch them all off guard, finds one, gets a crack on another, trying to get another deck.
Last guy's right here.
Nice. Kill them.
Last team's right here.
I gotta go for plates. here.
Okay.
It's us versus somebody else.
Yeah, the full team's right there. All three are right on each other.
Victory, getting that 2x multiplier.
We have enough
It's
for
a
UAV
literal
here. Deuce.
Free
Okay,
situation,
you
Seymour.
guys-
They just
you
have to
guys-
find that last.
How much circle is open? I mean, this has been a
It was like right over
bloodbath
here.
mash.
They went away.
Okay,
I
You
can
don't
see them.
usually see, you know, this wide of a circle with only
If you
2
can make it to
teams
me,
left
Deuce,
in a
I'll
3v3
drop the money,
brawl,
but-
but
You
want
also
me to
take a
just
look
I'll
at the
redeploy you.
minimap
Okay,
and,
no, wait, drop the
you know,
cash right there
the
and
way
let him buy.
Redbird Cod are handling is
I'll
they're
redeploy you,
feeding
just drop it.
information
Yeah.
to each other. They have the range
Oh, wait,
through
yeah,
this.
I
It
saw
looks
one up here
like
in front of me,
one
I
of them
think.
hit a redeploy.
Yeah, I did.
Deuce was,
Oh, yeah, no, these
you know,
guys are
taking an aerial point, but it looks
Right
like
here.
Crawler's here to take the top now. A second one,
There you
1
go,
to
good
2. The
two.
transition is good. He's
Oh my
going to
God, the
connect
third
on
one.
both, and now 24 kills.
Oh, I'm egoing you, dude. Where are you at?
Oh, listen to that. He is feeling it right now. The confidence in Crawler.
Oh, dude.
You just cannot go against a player like this
Another 92
and
piece.
walk out on top.
Insane.
Crawler is going to be the one to take down everybody in the lobby, and that is a game and a half.
Look at it.
That game, 46 eliminations, multiply that by 2,
I got backpacks that
92
game.
points if my math is not mistaken me, because sometimes doing caster math is really tough, but a 92-point game is
Crawler, we were watching you
absolutely
entire time.
massive. Redbird caught
no
trying
worries,
to
yeah.
find themselves a position in that playoffs here coming soon, I believe in about 2 weeks or so. Just incredibly strong.
give me the
And
sniper.
jumping on over
I'm
to
just running.
Queen Esports now. We know they've
I'm
already
gonna protect you, I
solidified
have sniper.
themselves as spots, but hey, it's kind of interesting. We're seeing a lot of Monty cams here tonight. It's because
Was he inside the
they're
restaurant?
like, hey, just so you know,
gonna shout out, bro.
Cracked.
nothing fishy here. My aim's just that good.
I don't know how I did.
Ooh, Jen.
He's one
Oh,
shot.
he's right
there.
here. He's right here.
Where?
In this door.
Cracked.
Trying to
This
find
guy
an
doesn't
angle with a
one-shot.
sniper. Cracks the armor.
Let's kill them. So you need armor?
Oh, look, sharing.
I got a
Sharing
green.
is caring.
That's all I got, bro.
You just gotta drop it off the side, no big deal,
Doesn't
but
matter,
gonna
you
jump
can kill
down
them.
and be like,
Nobody
hey,
wants
it's right
it.
Hey,
here.
you that break?
No,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
It's like
yeah.
you literally, it's like you need the armor.
If we play
Take
together,
it, but
they
we
cannot
did
stop
find
us.
some armor, so that's gonna be great. But you have that
Go,
ground
go,
loot
go,
car
go, go.
98. I mean, it's gonna be tough. I do love the
Let's
RA225.
just
It's a really
get the
heavy
first
hitting
building
SMG,
roof.
but the issue
Okay.
is you go through bullets so fast, and you can probably with that 50-round mag get 2 off if you don't miss any shots. You have to be absolutely flawless. The reload time on this SMG is a little much for my liking, so typically if I have the ability to switch out, and as soon as he can get his loadout, I'm sure that's going to be the
Generally
first
don't
thing
know
they
how
go
to go
for.
through.
But for being ground loot, not bad at all.
Oh, not bad.
On the railing, no?
Quiet from Queen Esports, as you know, when
Yeah,
we were
yeah, I'm on the roof.
casting over
There's armor
College
box
Warzone
here.
last week.
I think
This
they're
was
in
the
the yellow.
team who was,
I
you know,
can't.
putting
Can
up
you get up on it?
crawler
Get on the
numbers
side. Yeah, double
on
you.
Caldera.
You guys have to go
but,
yellow?
let's
this
go.
time,
I'm
we
going
haven't
top
seen
edge.
too many pop-off
I'm
games from
going
Queens
bottom.
Esports. Very quiet indeed.
I
You know,
got
I'm
scared.
bottom with you. on the
trying to
right.
slowly work their way through this point of interest.
Bro, this is so scary.
So scary. I mean, to be fair, I completely agree with you. Anytime
is
you're
so
trying to
sca-
clear
they're-
out
they're all
buildings
gone,
inside of
bro.
Capitol and there's multiple entryways,
find
so
kills,
many
bro. I have 4
bathrooms,
kills,
you
bro.
know those bathtubs inside the bathrooms, you could find someone just casually
Where did they
laying
go?
down and they're just camping because you never
God
know
knows.
what to
Even
expect
the
when you are
bathtub, no
playing
problem.
with teams in
We just
these
try and go
public
rogue and see what
lobbies
happens,
because you
or-
are going
Oh,
up
we are-
against
we are going rogue.
anyone and everyone in the lobby. You've got your
wanna get
kind of
pissed, but then-
casual
You could be
that are
playing
sitting
your
at home
neighbor.
just
Yeah.
chilling at night. Yeah, you could be playing your neighbor, or you could be playing like the dad down the
If you get,
street
like,
who's
tank
just trying to
kills,
chill
that's
and get a break from the
wonderful,
kids after dinner, and they come across people from Queens Esports
I'm gonna zip,
absolutely
okay? I'm
throwing
gonna zip.
down.
I'm
I
gonna zip
mean,
down
what a
there.
night for them.
Come
You
in.
get mauled by Redbird Cod. Just
balloon, I'm a
end of the
balloon. Oh, nice,
the
nice.
chill night you were
Nice.
looking for. But for Queens Esports, they're gonna
That's
go
one.
into the roof, and somebody laying
one.
prone. Well, not for long. Jen's gonna behead that player
Guy
very
at the
quickly, and
mountain.
on the mountain, you hear the comms just trying to dodge, dodge
I
dip.
matrixed him.
Yeah, the 5Ds of dodgeball.
I'm trying to remember what the 5Ds of dodgeball is, but I can only remember dive and dip.
Duck, dive, dodge again. I mean, I don't know. I thought one of them repeats, but in the meantime, Queens Esports has absolutely kind of fallen into shambles, and Gen finding themselves inside the clock tower, looking to get a kind of high ground, but unfortunately, there was two. Unlucky. They were able to get one down, but unfortunately, it does get traded out, and now they're going to call it, go back to the lobby. GG, go next.
GG, go next. I'm surprised the comms didn't come through that there was two people up there. I mean, they for sure seemed confident that there was only one, and bold for him going for that indeed. But
Swing wild. We're gonna have to cross the airfield soon.
I'm not. I just maybe a lapse in the comms, a lapse in judgment right there. But now we head over to Illini COD to see OG Capo once more. We get to take a look at the leaderboard because Fisher Falcons, they take first place right from under VCU COD now, only 4 points above them at 225.
Hey, that's what needs to be done. We got Trojans Esports in third place with 116.15 points. And hey, that's a new name for me. So keeping them up in third place, trying to seal themselves a ticket to the playoffs is what they need to do. CSU Ramsey, but check it out. Seymour Redbird COD sitting in fifth place with 110 points. And they don't have all their games in because honestly, that last game was such a really important moment for them to be able to solidify some heavy hitting points on the board. They need to keep up the momentum, and I have no doubt in my mind that they will. But OG Capo just gonna hit the stim and do a little dancey dance, trying to get the other side here in airfield. But unfortunately, the teammates going to fall down near H building and with some shots out. But I don't think they're gonna be able to do enough to reset and get their teammate back up. You might as well just start looking for some cash.
You saw Fiverr or no?
Looking for cash, just looking to see if you can find a few more kills before you duck out, but
I would just start crossing.
Capo still has eyes on Tino, who's not been thirsted just yet. Shufi
get me! Oh my god!
Be there for the resurrection, so
wait, I can't be resurrected.
Illini COD could be back to full strength, surprisingly enough. Actually, maybe Shufi just went big and actually took down those players. I didn't get to see in the feed.
I got spotted by Recon drone.
It did happen, but Capo's gonna get spotted.
Somebody nearby.
And now he's in a little bit of trouble.
Probably the big white, big white building. I'll crack up top, like second story outside.
No,
oh, y'all are looking back. Never mind. There's guys in front of you too, to your right, big building, so watch out.
He does have a nice little peek off the building here, and unfortunately, it's going to take Capo a little bit of time to figure where that player is. Like I said, jumping across the fence.
On the loadout drop, though. I'm hitting the balloon boys from different, so. There's a lot of guys around here.
Focus on getting in the circle and kind of
I'm kill this guy after he reses.
to be able to below him. So maybe kind of honestly, is he gonna shoot this? Yeah, pretty Capo is.
Oh man,
there's a car pulling up.
Putting in work right now for the team. Safe zone too. This quick moment. OG Capo, cluster strike incoming, has to get away. Works out into the open as well, so has to be aware if anybody's going to be looking at him from above, and he spots one on the ridge. Great shots in, finds a knock, and a second one too, just to go with it. To make matters better for Illini, OG Capo is racking up the kills. Now 11, reaches double digits.
I'm just waiting. I think there's two.
I'm pretty sure they landed in to throw that.
Cracked, they're pretty fucking dead, yeah. One cracked them.
Knocked by Maddie here, and teammate shooting forward here.
Shufi goes down too.
So yeah, this is really dicey. I feel like once again, we found ourselves in a precarious situation, Seymour.
I don't know.
Where OG Capo is the last person alive for the team.
I don't know who that was in the building. They had to be like one shot when Shufi went for that. So, man, whoever that was just absolutely worked Illini COD. Now we look at VCU to see how they're running in second place. 17 eliminations for blue.
Oh, the
he's
shots
like just
look
right
like
behind
they are
them.
missing. Yeah, I was like, they're missing by just a hair. I can't tell if he was able to actually get that knock. If not, the teammate has to be going in there to try and close the gap. Gonna pop a UAV, and now going in. You can see there's a cluster of red dots just to the south of the area that they're jumping to, so there's some enemies in the AO. They gotta land, get a good angle on them, clean it up.
I'm here with you. When they hit him.
You hear the pings, you can hear the comms, just trying to find these players.
He's just running.
Hiding behind the rock. No, he's away from the rock. He's all the way to the building. Still on the edge of the circle. And look at that ping that they got from the UAV. There are plenty of players around them. They have to be careful because if they're too loud, Tiff, if they are just out in the open just trying to find these kills, players hiding in these buildings, they can third-party VCU right now very easily with how close all these teams are to one another.
Look, I just feel as if Blue was on a mission. VCU has been on a mission after finishing just outside the top 3 for multiple qualifiers, finding themselves a ticket to the playoffs after the qualifier, I believe, on Monday, and now currently sitting in second place. I think they're hungry, Seymour. I think all of placing just outside the top 3, finding themselves a place in it, is making them say, hey, we're going to win this. We deserve this. And Blue, sitting with 17 eliminations, in every game that they've played, he's put up north of 21. His highest so far, 28 eliminations. So at this point, we're expecting a 30 bomb from Blue. And when you see people standing there looking for teammates, you know, just enemies in general, this is going to be it. They're going to get a 30 here.
Looking to get it done. Blue, oh, tagged from away. So, not going to jump to the roof just yet. Well, that player had to be so far away, but you hear the comms. Dragon Dino downs one. On the roof now. Is he going to be A-okay? Trying to go for the res was that player, and Blue just reaping the reward of a team that just was not aware of how close VCU were to take them down. So now with high ground control with the roof base, Blue says, nope, we are just going to drip right now to the next set of gunfights.
Ooh, getting punished for the rotation, but is able to find some cover to go ahead and get the shields back up. And to be fair, that hipfire PPSH is just absolutely disgusting. The UGM PPSH is one of the loadouts that has been tried and true. It is just so hard to do right now. And the Automaton is a really nice play on point. There's a couple people kind of looming inside that fire station type-esque building. Blue able to get a knock. You can see right there, trying to go for the res. You mentioned if only I had a nade, and unfortunately does not have one, but is going to be able to restock up on shields before going in for the push, because you know they're going to try to get that res off. Picks up the EMP grenade, and I think this is going to be really smart for them to throw it out, just absolutely cause decimation. But unfortunately, Blue's going to get tagged up from the window behind them and falls. And I'm just going to say, can Dragon Dino go ahead and clutch it up in this moment, or do they just take the moment away? Ah, Seymour, Blue still has the gulag.
Yeah, Blue still has the gulag, so a chance, you know, to prolong this run for the team. Dragon Dino, a little bit of danger. He goes down. User, what kind of situation will he be in? Looks like side by side, these two players will be able to revive Dragon Dino, bring the team back, as Blue just waits to have this gulag moment. 19 kills is crazy for that, but let's look at Cincinnati COD. Haven't taken a look at this team since they took down VCU at the beginning of the stream. And Fatal sitting on 6 kills. Seems like they're in a little bit of a gunfight right now.
Yeah, this is going to be really a dicey area. It's over in Factory. It's one of my favorite POIs, either to live or league for a nice little regain. But hey, they've been on a tangent. They started in Qualifier 3 with a 7th place and kind of have just been finding their footing, right? Tonight they're playing with a sub. That's going to be Dilly instead of Kratos. So now is the time. If you're playing with a sub tonight, you're just going to test some things out. Fatal right there, going to find a nice down, and it looks like the teammate's going to find a couple other downs and a full for themselves. So not able to get the team wipe just yet, but they do know they have put a lot of damage down.
You holding that shit? He's right there.
Just waiting for a chance to strike.
Let me push it.
Don't push it. Yeah, he just knocks. He's not
I like that call. Don't push it just, yeah, you don't know where other players are. If anybody's going to be watching this, you get the full elimination onto one, so now 7 for Fatal. It doesn't seem like they're aware on the positioning of others, so they're just taking their time. See if they can spot anybody else out, Tiff, and then move on. But I like this out of Cincinnati, just taking their time to get through this point of interest, not rushing anything.
I cannot tell you how many times, Seymour, that I've been held outside of Factory from teams sitting exactly where Cincinnati COD is. I am where the bounty is 90% of the time, and there is someone that is always holding, so this is a nice area to hold in the vicinity. There's typically like a balloon that's going to be just kind of outside of this building as well, and they should be able to hit that when they need to rotate up that hill. So solid positioning if you're trying to hold. I mean, there's 35 people still left in the lobby, make that 36. So good positions to get a lot of eliminations here, and the shots are going out. They're going to find a nice down, get that full right there as well. So really racking up the elims here today.
Well, team to talk about, Texas State Esports actually, played a match as a duo as they had a little bit of an issue having the third player into the lobby. Dropped 32 kills between the two of them. For the win, also, so big stuff coming.
64-point game.
Big stuff coming out from Texas State, even when they have a little bit of a handicap.
Take it out.
It's actually really clean for Texas State Esports, but Cincinnati COD still doing work on your screen. Fatal looking to hit double digits, but just finessing this area of the map. You might as well. The Gulag's starting to close, so looks like AJ's not going to have that to kind of rely on any longer. So they need to make sure that they have their cash up on each player, because they do still have a buy station available to them. But this player that is driving the Bertha around, maybe trying to kind of finesse their way to that buy station. So just holding one of the only buy stations in the area is going to be really critical for them to kind of rack up eliminations, because it's like, why go hunt when everyone's already trying to come to you?
Well, everybody definitely trying to funnel on into Factory, and Fatal okay with that. He finds his 9th.
There's a whole team right in front of us.
We have a whole team crawling down that mountain, so this is right for the pickings for Cincinnati to find even more. That's double digits now for Fatal. Oh, the snipe!
Get down, yeah.
That is unfortunate right there, let me tell you. But luckily, Dilly's still up, and Adam able to get the reset onto AJ, and I'm sure they're going to be able to reset onto Fatal. But the question is, do they have enough shields and utilities to kind of make it through this? Now that Gulag is closed, and I say that as their shields just laying everywhere, so they're able to repopulate as soon as they are utilized. So still not too far to go. We've seen a lot of endings that end just outside of Factory. I'm in the last kill race that we were able on the broadcast board.
No way.
Look at the shot
going out
from that LMG. Serpentine not going to be an issue there. Sure, they didn't get the full, but nice and clean, and the full comes in. Absolutely beautiful. 11 eliminations here for Fatal.
You just can't teach it sometimes, Tiff. Shots like that are just unbelievable. 20 players left, 10 trios. Still stuck in Factory. They're going to have to move shortly. And with a team pushing right behind them, they have to be careful on how quick they jump out of Factory, because somebody could be watching from any position. Just look how cluttered Factory is, so people could be literally anywhere around them.
Yeah, you can see they're going to be taking towards the rooftops, because that's the thing. But the issue with holding a rooftop when the ring is closing is at some point you're going to have to jump off that rooftop. And as soon as you jump, it's going to be open season for everyone in the vicinity. So Fatal taking to that low ground to begin that kind of movement towards the next zone, I think is going to be critical for them now. Sitting in 9th place right now, there's going to be 16 other enemies currently in the lobby. So plenty of still available to boost their eliminations for this Nav really. Now just being tagged up, they do have an ammo box going down, so nades are stocked. You've got 2 stims, 2 Semtexes, and ready to take on the looming red bubbles that are coming your way. So at least 5 enemies within the next 2 buildings around them.
At least. Still a little bit of zone to work through, though. Looks like they're going to be coexisting for now. Just okay with the situation. Oh, UAV picked up, so when this one runs out, they're still going to have eyes on the surrounding teams.
They might drop down on us.
Do you wanna
32 seconds. There's a lot of action that's about to just explode on the map.
Let them be. Watch out for teams.
I'm trying to listen to the comms. They're trying to say let them fight, but now there's a cluster strike in their area, and that's going to be a really interesting movement as Fatal takes to the rotation. It's still kind of out in the open, and you know how finicky clusters can be, because sometimes you will get knocked just chilling inside a building if there's even a window nearby.
They turn around now. See if they can turn the tables a little bit, and they do. Number 12 still in 11 as the teammates going to get the full elimination onto that one. The new safe zone is secured. Team wipe for Cincinnati. As now we're in a situation, Tiff, where we get to, potentially see Cincinnati go back-to-back on stream with at least dubs for today. Oh my god, I cast a curse that real time. The sniper really from afar. Fatal's dropped, and now AJ Harv.
No, let's go. Play.
I think they're going to be able to get the res off at least on Dilly. Fatal has a little bit way to go, but now able to get the live ping on the enemy just to his north. And you can see the rotation is coming in. Dilly, no shields. AJ, no shields, but they are able to get the knock. Now just need to clutch the res here onto Fatal. But the issue is none of them have gas masks and are all just trying to loom on this rock. I don't think it's going to be enough, and they are going to go out in 5th place with 26 eliminations. So not a bad performance for Cincinnati COD. And we're not going to talk about the fact that you caster cursed them just a little bit, Seymour.
I'd like to take a second to just formally apologize to Cincinnati COD for what I just did. I didn't mean to caster curse. I never mean to caster curse. It just happens. And, you know, I really feel for Cincinnati in that position. But they were out in the open. I mean, that was a hard road to finish out with a dub there. But throughout those games, Tiff, I mean, we saw some bangers there. I mean, Fisher Falcons climbing into 1st place. Not sure if they're still going to be sitting there, but the little battle they got going on between VCU, that is going to be fun to see how that fares out for the rest of tonight.
Fun indeed. And that's my favorite part about the total kill races, right? They kind of just, throughout everyone trying to get their 5 solidified games in, the numbers are going to shift astronomically. And then when players start to really improve on those games, it's all just going to be a waiting game on that. We've seen people come in at the very last second at 11:59 to throw down a point that is going to shake up the leaderboard. But VCU looking to find themselves a 1st place win here tonight and looking incredibly strong.
Yes, they are. Let's take a second to thank our sponsor for tonight, America's Navy. If you want to look for any opportunities within America's Navy, head over to Navy.com to check things out. Even if you want to take a shot at playing for Goats and Glory to work with baby chaps, you know, maybe have a chance to compete under the namesake of Goats and Glory. If you want to check out their socials as well, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, America's Navy. Head over there, give them a follow, give them some love. Big love to them for sponsoring this college Warzone stream. Couldn't be done without them. Our 2nd stage of matches are done for the night. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, stage number 3, we'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to College Warzone. We got through our first set of matches, now headed into our third. It's about 10 p.m. now on the Eastern time, and this is only going for another 2 hours. The teams are looking good, Tiff. You know, so far we've seen, VCU absolutely dominate, still in second place because Fisher Falcons are giving them a run for their money, but there is plenty of time for teams to turn this around, and a lot of them are looking very good.
Very good indeed. I mean, we've seen some really strong runnings from Cincinnati, from Illini, just so many good moments. And just the ability that these teams are working together, it's like everyone is coming out with something to prove, right? We're sitting at qualifier number 6. There's only one more qualifier left, and that's going to be qualifier number 7 before we hit playoffs. So with playoffs on the horizon, and I can't even believe that we're already here on the 6th qualifier. So it's just something to be said for these teams that are looking to seal themselves a tickets for the playoffs, and VCU looking to prove something and take home a victory here tonight.
Yeah, I was talking about, teams, that we were kind of looking forward to seeing today. And I was looking at, I think, University of North America to run it back to back. But I'm going to change it now. We're about halfway in, but I'm going to make it a little bit of change. I'm rooting for Redbirds now, Tiff.
Ooh.
I mean, after seeing what they were doing, they are coming into today as a brand new team, couple new players, and they look absolutely lights out. Let's head into the gameplay and check out these teams, though, and for the third stats. Or before that, let's take a look at the leaderboard to see what's going on. Redbird Cod still only in 7th place. So, half it, I maybe updated their games because they had a literal 92-point game. That would be crazy if they're only at 110 points. But Fisher Falcons, VCU, and Northwood now going to be in top 3.
Yeah, Northwood finally finding themselves in the top 3. They've been really consistent throughout the qualifiers here. Sure, it took them a little bit of time to kind of find their footing in the kill race style format, but once they did, they've proved to be just a force to be reckoned with. And Trojans Esports falling back to 4th place right now. Oregon Ducks rounding out your top 5, but Fisher Falcons and VCU COD kind of going neck and neck still for that 1st and 2nd place right there. But Fisher Falcons A joining the top 10 here. Queens Esports also looking good. So a lot of new names here, but hey, Redbird COD sitting in 7th place, looking to break into that top 3. I'm sure once their scores are updated, we will see just how close they are to breaking in. I mean, will Crawler keep on the domination? I mean, the time will only tell. We are halfway through the evening, so let's jump into some more gameplay and see what the rest of tonight.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. I see him.
Am I good to land on my shit?
No,
He's no shield, he's no shield.
Decimation there on the left side.
I'm guessing we get the picture-in-picture because these two teams are a little bit of head-to-head right now on Caldera. So we get to see CSU Rams A, Fisher Falcons A. Oh, no, God lets us know they're not going to be the same one. Just wanted to show off the picture-in-picture. It is looking lovely, too. And, we talk about, both of these teams being in the top 10. Well, Fisher Falcons A, they're in the 10th place. So we saw Schmalz earlier in the day, putting in some work. But if they're only going to be in the 10th place right now, maybe going to have to see a little bit more of the supporting cast, too.
Hey, sometimes it's what you gotta do, but Schmalz looking like they are down a teammate over there, so hopefully does have enough cash to be able to get them back. But I'd be curious to see what Taka and Co have to do here, but jumping on away. They're gonna hit that redeploy balloon and just kind of find some more enemies, because we talk about it all the time. How do you find the rest of the enemies in the lobby when you already have 10 eliminations for Schmalz here and approximately north of 20 teams left in the game?
Back up, just run,
Where are you gonna find them?
Well, now we get to only see Fisher Falcons A as we hone in on them. Only 2 players remaining. Double digits again for Schmalz. A little bit of a bush rat right now, but seems like he's on the hunt for a few players. Retreating with Cat Crew, and this is why, because somebody is watching them. The Hills have eyes, and those eyes are fixated on Fisher Falcons trying to get away.
Trying to get away indeed, but unfortunately not going to be able to do it. Cap Crew gonna have to keep the dream alive for the team and just shy of the money needed to bring them back, and fighting themselves out into the open, getting punished from all different sides right now, just trying to get out with their life, find some cash, find some utilities, and only has an NZ41, probably from the Gulag. Not where you want to find yourself.
No, it's not where you want to find yourself at all. So see if Capture can mess for a little bit longer if the Falcons. Heat is coming. These shots barely missing the mark as Cap Crew is trying to prolong the inevitable right now. It doesn't seem like whoever is hunting them wants to give up on this team wipe. Now no shields. Cap Crew, come on. Stay alive.
Look.
Do for the team. Do for the squad right now. Do for the
My
placement.
asshole is clenched right now, bro.
At this point, for the family. Capture.
What?
No, I just watch too much Fast.
All for the family.
Oh,
Hey,
Jesus
the buyback
Christ.
in the vicinity is not what you want to
Come on, give me
see. So
something.
now, just trying to find anything. Finds one lone armor plate and a proximity mine, and we
Alright,
know
we better
just
bring this
what
shit.
those bouncing Bettys have the ability to do. So you might as well throw it down and bait them out, because
The
if someone
bouncing
is
Betty.
in full chase of Cap Crew here, which they very well could be, could push near into that building. But now, biding their time before heading over to this buy station. The thing is,
Yeah,
they
does that
can't
mean
really
they
do
call me
anything
telling me
unless
to
they
climb
get a
my
kill,
pipe?
find some cash, and when someone's already bought back on the horizon, if you get that elimination art, chances are they're only gonna have like $200
Alright, shut it, you
on
two.
their body.
Yeah, Cap Crew's gotta go.
We're gonna get a message from
looting
Hummel.
a little bit
He'll be like, hey,
before
we gotta
anything
talk.
else for the team. Everyone's
What?
gonna find some cash. Big stack of cash and speed
don't want the
boost
speed
too.
boost,
Enough to buy back. Now it's gonna be, you know, the overarching
Yeah.
question is
Hey,
somebody
pop that
watching
shoot-
that
pop
buy
that armor
station?
plate
Is
you
it
have.
safe for Cap Crew to bring Schmalls back, or, you know, Marksy?
Yeah, bro, you just hightail it to the
Honestly, at this
fucking.
point, I feel like you just have to send
All
it.
right.
There's still
We're
21
hot
teams
dogging
up,
it.
and
Good God
you're just
intended.
gonna
Let's
have
go.
to take really kind of some situations that you might not want to, and be a little
I don't
aggressive.
know.
You do have at least a weapon that's not going to be absolutely horrible. So you
Him.
I can buy it.
I can't tell if they're having a good time or if they're stressed right now. He's trying to find the buy station. He just can't. Finally, Schmalls is gonna come back. Finds his bearings, gets his teammate back into it.
Hold on, I need a
I don't know
second.
what's happening. Seymour, we were chatting before the broadcast, and we're just like, I'm in a silly, goofy mood. The vibes are a little weird. And
Today's a weird day.
You're watching the Fisher Falcons A squad right now, and it's
I
like,
really
I
am
can't
dumb.
tell if they're stressed
Holy
or they're
shit.
having a good time. And it's like, yeah, I
No,
feel
I get that. I get that. Today is a weird day, Tiff.
Hey, but we got some Warzone, and that's
I'm
really
here.
all that matters. It makes it just that much better. And when you're coming back in from being bought back, and you're going
Ooh,
to
they
drop
can give me an
into
Akita?
airfield, you can either find a lot of teams looking to take you out, or some pretty solid loot.
I
It looks
got
like
an
Paul's gonna
Akita.
find a nice stack of cash and some good loot. So now going to be able to get the full res back up on their team. They just need a little
Oh my
bit of a
God,
buy
there's an
station,
Akita right here.
start garnering some cash, maybe get a loadout, and then the
Yeah.
regain is solid.
But you look at the minimap, there's no buy
This boy
station
Schmalls is balling.
in sight. And already Schmalls is taking shots. You hear he's like, oh, come on, I just got back.
Ooh, but a nice ground loot PPSH is going to be the best weapon that you could have found for the SMG category. And this game is giving him all of the cash right now. You saw he was able to find that mobile buy station. So now able to get the teammate back. Could have bought a loadout as well, but unfortunately he's getting tagged up and has to maneuver away from that. The question is, can they get the kills on this team that is in their horizon to be able to go ahead and get a loadout
Just
and
float
really
and trying to look
solidify
at
the
the kids
regain?
pushing you, Schmalls.
Yeah, just
Lobbies
call
have
them
been
out.
tough today, you know.
If I see him, I will.
Qualifier 6 has not been
Yeah, there's one
kind
flying
to
in,
any of
right
these
here.
teams trying to break into top 5.
Oh, they're shooting at me.
Schmalls had to give up on that loadout. Trying to
Just
watch
gotta
over
land on
his
you guys.
teammate.
Loading
He
by
lands with them.
at this buy.
But I mean, what a way to turn things around right now if you are Fisher Falcons. And like you said, you kind of were talking about how the game just seems like they're a fan of the Falcons right now, just giving everything Schmalls needs to get his team back into full force. He finds a self-revive, so even more to work with now if you're Schmalls. Oh no, Cap Crew's
Behind us
down.
somewhere.
Probably
It's
the
like a
team
call out
there.
just came in, and it was like, they're somewhere. And it's like,
Yeah, they're on top
That's like
of the
when
hill.
you give out the call outs. They're over there.
He's
I'm not
in the
sure
trees.
Where, but over there. And it's like, oh, cool, we're on Caldera. The topography is insane here. There's a lot of foliage. Which tree in particular?
I mean,
Say they're
if
on
you're
the
feeling
hill.
Twisted, bro.
Okay, which hill? Come on.
Yeah, let's put the
Mark
money.
Hey, but they do have plenty of cash.
Oh, they
Thank
have so
God
much.
Schmalls found so much loot throughout those tents. Not able to get the
said
like, a
Yumo
loadout for
expendable.
them, but still,
Where the fuck
now
is
they
this?
just
Can you
have
ping
to
the
okay,
buyback?
there's a mobile buyback across the airfield. There's one back behind them
That's
where
where the
they
sniper
lost their
is.
teammates. And there's probably one closer to the warehouse at the end of the airfield, but it's gonna
Oh,
be
here they
really
come.
tough. Yeah, they're gonna get pushed. They need to stay together, and unfortunately,
Dude, he's
they're
one,
not.
he's
When
one,
you
he's
get
one.
separated and you're giving the enemies isolated
Dude, he's coming in the
1v1,
door
it's
under you.
really, really tough.
Oh, Schmaltz can get over to the buy station. I mean, he could bring back his teammates. Right now, gonna hide.
Oh yeah, they're on the second floor of the fire
Oh, you
station.
just watch this. All right,
Fucking
I'm watching.
windows.
I'm watching Schmaltz.
Plane to move.
Unfortunate.
The plane is the move. We have Top Gun on our hands right now.
Let's go, Maverick.
Getting out of Dodge
Jesus
as
Christ,
fast as
that's
possible.
That's one way to do it.
Dun, 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 dun.
Mission Impossible.
I don't know if it's Top Gun, it's James Bond, it's
Same
something.
shit, bro. Same
He's
four
gonna dive
movies.
bomb and raise the ground, bring back his teammates. Fisher Falcons are having a grand old time.
Fucking way.
The vibes are strong with Fisher Falcons tonight, Seymour. This is every bit of enjoyment that I wanted to have here for my
I don't even know what the plan is.
The thing is, like, people need to
There's
step back
people
and
fighting from
yes,
that
there
roof.
is money. Yes, you're
Shooting
playing to get into the
towards
playoffs if you haven't
here.
already gotten there yet. But at the ground floor of it, if
I have
you're
a
not
Nikita and a
having
fucking
fun, what are
M1
you
Garand.
doing?
All right, tonight is
I've
just
got a big
jam-packed with
dream.
fun between
Dude,
these
there's
teams.
tons of people in front of us.
I mean, if the Falcons can turn this around now and have a high-placing game, I mean, what a way to bring yourself up the standings than just grinding through a
Alright,
lobby
boys.
as tough as this
Time
one.
to drop your socks and grab your Crocs. Here we go.
Dude, I love Crocs,
No,
dude.
what
Say,
they just
drop
said
your
there.
socks and grab your Crocs.
I hope it was Crocs. Actually, Seymour, thank you. That was so much better than what my brain thought it was. And a nice shield crack right there with that ground loot UGM that is shaking so insanely. But it doesn't matter because Schmalz was able to get the knock now, shutting the door. Gonna go for that reload. The one thing about this LMG is it takes 10 years to reload. You've got to rely on your teammates to have your back while it's happening. 50 rounds in the mag, going back out for more.
Right here. Come right here, come right
We
here.
already have one knock, so Falcons should be in a really good spot. It looks like Schmalz looking for another angle on this one. The radar jammer makes it a little bit hard to follow this team. But the gas is pushing them towards them. So here we go. Ashton's going to swing out. Player goes down. Last one's going to be in the house, it seems. But this full swing, and Schmalz gets behind him before his teammate gets dropped. It looks like a team wipe. Or not yet, actually.
What the hell? This kind of RPG.
A little bit of
RPG? Is that an RPG?
Oh, spicy. Doesn't have a gas
in the
mask.
house, he's
There
got
is a
shield.
durable
He's
right
in
there
the
on the
house.
ground, but not able to get it because
probably
it's getting
shield.
tagged
Push
up,
this
and that
dude.
would have been such a clutch moment to be able
Don't
to
worry,
grab
don't worry
that.
about me.
grab
No, there's
the
two,
res,
there's two,
but
there's two.
Honestly, leave Cap Crew behind. You can just buy him back at one of the many mobile
Oh, we're full
respawns or
sending.
mobile buy stations that you had.
Where did he go?
I got one.
Oh, well, they found him.
That's a wipe,
Nice
that's a
little team
wipe.
wipe right there. Easy dubs. Grab the cash and take
Yeah,
the
when you
loot.
get back to the body, you
You
can grab
have
me.
the splendors of the victory. I believe that's a growl right there and an Arma.
Bro,
so
I told
not
you,
bad.
Nikita's the move.
Nikita's the move. Actually, low key, a lot of my friends played with the Nikita a couple weeks back, and they were running
Dude,
it on
yeah, it's the
Fortune's
gun I was-
Keep, and
it's
it
the gun I was
really
fucking
wasn't
started
bad.
wrecking with.
And I've also seen people like Z Smith play with it and do
Wait, they got it on
crazy
stream?
work with it.
Hi, Schmalz.
Be flying away.
They got that.
That's
Oh, there.
awesome.
Smiling. Honestly, I'm glad we got to see that
The
because
plane's the move.
Shut
You
the
could
fuck
buy-
up.
Plane is the move, guys. We were talking about it. It was a great move.
it was fantastic. I mean, the way Schmalz is handling this team right now is amazing. They buy back Cap Crew as well.
Someone just popped the UAV. It's
Another
probably people up
UAV
in
for the
hill.
team. It looks like Circle not too far
We
away,
think Lodi
but
good.
Yeah, it's good.
not a lot of cover for the Circle. If you're not in those buildings,
don't
you're
really
not
trust
really going to be in a strong spot.
There's gonna be people
for
at
moving
power
into
plant
this
for
next
sure. They
safe
might low-key
zone.
push us if they ever do.
Anyone got any spare plates?
Yo, there's tons of people right here.
Yeah,
Everybody and their fucking mom.
spare plates.
Yeah, just like 2.
Comms on point, sharing
Wanna push
the
those kids on the hill?
utilities and trying to reposition, able to get their loadout just on the edge of this ring. So coming into the end game,
Yeah,
7
right here behind the
teams
train.
on the
They're in this house,
horizon.
on the red house
This
to our
is
left.
setting up
That's fine, that's
through
fine.
all the
They're
trials
fine.
and tribulations that this team has experienced. They have made it so far, Seymour.
They're not done yet, Tiff. I mean, there's
redeploy?
still
Yeah,
18 players
No, he got one.
like they
I
spotted
just
somebody
saw the
gonna be-
dude. I couldn't ping him.
in the air. Already gone. Houses are occupied, so it's not going to be easy to move into the zone. Gonna have to use these trees for the cover.
He's running out to the left.
And every ounce of natural cover that they can grab through these rocks surrounded. They're going to close the gap towards one of these houses. In fact, patient trigger discipline on the one beyond. And else is just going to let it rip, and Schmalz is going to take residence up in the closest nearby home.
Hey, shots are going
Still
out.
in this
No
White House
shield
over here.
broken, unfortunately, but warning shots are there. There's 4 enemy dots in the AO, so at least 2 different teams up
He's
on
no
that
shield,
hill.
he's
So
no shield.
the best thing they can do is take that third party or lay low and try to pick up some eliminations from their house, because there are still a few other teams. So there's 2 up ahead of them. They're 1. There's 2 teams unaccounted for. So this could be really solid for them.
He's still in here. We got zone. We got zone.
Well, they got zone inside this building, so they won't have to move. But it's not in the dead center of the zone. It's just on the edge.
No, he's jumped in the window right here. He's no shield.
Schmalz gonna be checking for anybody coming through behind him. Not coming out from a teammate, so
Other kid's full shield.
maybe a chance to move forward if you
I'm moving
are
around
Fisher
the
Falcons. More shots coming out from Schmalz, connecting to a broken armor from the enemy team. Another down there too, so more damage. The surrounding players just
He went into the house.
taking away every single resource that they do have. Now Schmalz in a little bit of trouble. Has to duck down, back into the house, into the safety. Precision airstrike. Get away from the windows. Get away from the doors.
I have like no AR ammo, dude.
I feel like this is going to be one of those things where you just toss a coin in the air and you don't know what's going to happen. But Cap Crew, unfortunately, getting caught out in the fields, and now you can see the teammates going to get tagged up as well. And Schmalz just going straight out into the open, looking for the teams that their teammates are in engagement with, and they are just all peeking at the exact same time. But Schmalz,
what the?
do best, absolute decimation, able to find themselves a nice team wipe. Go ahead, stick the revive. There is literally 3 teams left in this moment, Seymour, and all of the loot and resources coming from this team is going to provide to be such beneficial. There's even a buy station in this ring. Should they make that rotation over, you know that's exactly where the enemies are going to be. They're going to be held up over there because it's still in zone.
Maskey's was a little bit of a bullet sponge.
Dude, there's no shields here, bro. This shit's chalk.
Really
hey, someone's
highlighting
got to be that sometimes.
exactly distraction. Looks out. And Schmalz, 3 kills there.
I can drop down and grab my shit and I can help you guys.
A little bit of fancy footwork to get to the roof.
They're
bullying this team in the house to the left. Wouldn't expect that team to still be in that, but I mean, you said that that's where the buy station is. You expect, you know, somebody to be around it.
Oh, I like this. They're gonna run up, grab the buyback really quick, and then they're gonna go for that 2v2 situation, or then a 3v2 situation.
He's right there on the car.
Oh, there goes the call out. They've got
I'm gonna land on my
line
shit.
of sight on the enemy. The buy goes out. Now repositioning themselves inside this house. You can hear there's two. That's great. And now you just got to get them in your line of sight. And Schmalz taking to the roof as always to get that high ground advantage, and just needs to get a clean line of sight.
Yo, he's on the buy. He's on the buy. He just fought back his teammate. I downed one.
Beautiful shots. Gonna get down on 1.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
He's down in front of the red
6
house.
players left. You know it's gonna be a
By
3-on-3. The enemy team would manage to get a buyback out as well.
Get your full. Nice.
Already on the hunt, though, it's going to be the Cap Crew who dropped down to join the team. Player flying in, trying to stay alive, but here comes Fisher Falcons for the dub. GG. They're going to get that 2 times multiplier and a big game from them as well. What a way to turn it around. I mean, at one point, he was using a plane to get away from the fights.
And that was a journey, Seymour. I mean, they were vibing throughout the entirety of this match. The vibes, the song coming in, the flight, the Top Gun, the James Bond, the secret agent style maneuvers, and the regains that we witnessed. But absolutely coming out on top is the icing on the cake for Fisher Falcons here, and great job to Schmalz.
We need another one just like it.
54 points. 5 games. That will be nice. Guys, you're just putting us in here for some college Warzone. We are doing a time skill race, 4 hours. We have about 1 hour and 40 minutes left for these teams to get their 5 best games into count.
Let's go,
Top
guys.
3 will be advancing on to the play.
Like that, dude.
Things been flying by, Tiff. I mean, time flies when you're having fun, and these teams, let me tell you,
So good,
they've
Schmalz.
been having
so
fun.
good.
I mean, whether it's VCU, whether it's Fisher Falcons, the vibes have been immaculate, even with a line icon. Now we head over to University of North America. Dragons are qualifier 5 victors. Looking to go back-to-back with it today. Haven't found as much success as they found last week, but still within the top 10. So still within, you know, striking distance of making it out. And like you said, you know, still like 2 hours left to turn things around.
Turn things around indeed, and I'm just checking our little scoreboard for Fisher Falcons. That was going to be their win with 26 eliminations and a W. So that's going to be absolutely massive. Now they can go on the grind for the last, you know, 2 hours or so to improve on the scores that they already have on the board. They have a 16-point game that they're looking to replace, and now, we have a nice look at the live leaderboard. Fisher Falcons B in first place with 317 points, and VCU COD still trying to find their way in, but Auburn on your screen absolutely putting in the work with the PPSH. 12 eliminations to their name. This is everything that they need to do. And, you know, to be fair, University of North America, they did take home the first place spot in last qualifiers TKR, so they know what they're doing. I'm gonna go ahead and stick the res in a very dicey situation because there is an enemy just kind of over this line of sight.
Get in that building. Get in that building.
They got to see him, but it seems like that enemy has been able to slip away for now. You know, for now. Yeah, let's go for the res or the revive on Minx.
Here, dropping you some plates.
Using out how Batman is going to slow down definitely the pacing for University of North America, but it doesn't seem like it's going to slow down the teams around him. And through the wall, Auburn goes down. Minx soon to follow. Heartbeat sensor was the culprit. Gave it away. Gave everything away in that situation. Sadly enough, University of North America going to dip out a little bit early into that game, but here we get to see Florida Gulf Coast, one of our victors from earlier on when we casted last week, you and I, Tiff. This team put in the work for kill races.
Hey, they do exactly that, and we jump on over. We see Kirch fall, Crazy falls as well, but Wheels able to go ahead and get a reset as long as no one pushed them. You could see there was a buyback in the distance, but out into Storage Town, anything can happen, and Crazy just looking for a couple shields to get the reset, but it seems that loot is no stranger to them here in Storage, able to find a good bit of things. Now, with the cash available to them, they just need to get to a buy station, which is kind of out of the way, and going into zone, they may not be able to find anything that they really need to have happen. They just kind of play for placement and pick up kills along the way, and enemies in their horizon. Shots go out, but does get tagged up, so going to have to hit that LMG reload here, and you see Kirch right there, just kind of like, all right, Crazy, you got this. I'm going to, I don't know, in the meantime, while you reload that weapon, but a good reset.
You could, like, check your emails, do your day-to-day job. While that LMG
Work
reloads.
a full 9 to 5 while that LMG is reloading.
Wheels managed to find the kill, so at least the danger behind them is gone.
Point hitting the balloon? I don't think so. No.
The redeploy is right there. The buy station was there as well, but it seems like they're going to have to divert away from it, and not a lot of time to hit that redeploy.
I need to get up right up this hill.
Yeah.
You can hear them. They're talking about their positioning right now. You mentioned that you're like top right of this hill is what they need, but Seymour, it looks like there's a sniper in the distance.
Up on the hill. Shit,
Sniper and an LMG, so gotta keep your heads down.
We are so fucked.
Check the trees.
We gotta get to the ruins.
You hear that? Lost right now. Trying to, you know, maneuver through ruins as best as they can. Hold the natural cover as best as possible. 5 teams.
Just be patient.
13 players. I mean, this is doable for, you know, a duo to climb on top for, but right now, if you're Florida Gulf Coast in this position, placement wouldn't be too bad to look for. Beautiful shots coming out from Crazy at range. Whoever that is running circles around those shots. He wasn't able to get the knock either, and Crazy has no plates to re-up on armor.
That was so dicey. That player hit a stim in the middle of being shot and just went into the matrix and just evaded all of Crazy's bullets. And now at this point, you just need to lay low, mind your own business, let the enemy slide it out, and pick elimination here or there. That is absolutely you are
rotate to these guys on the
at
right.
this given time.
Rotating left right now. It's open so far.
Pushing as well.
They're getting shot at, but...
Ooh, Seymour, I was able to look up their scores. So they've already put in some really nice games. Florida Gulf Coast has a 92-point game on the board. They don't have all 5. Exactly. So they're looking to put up another dominating performance in Crazy, just throwing down a lot of damage. They need to hold a really solid section of the zone and kind of clear out their backside. And you can see there's a player just to the left and it's going to jump out. But when you've got a team and you play with some teamwork, they're going to be able to get that nice down right there beautifully.
Full team wipe there from Wheels, and Crazy just managing to, you know, put some suppressive fire down with that LMG. And now Wheels has plates to bring back to Crazy. They're into the top 3. Only 6 remaining players. This, you know, this could be a 2v2v2. It could be a, you know, a 2v3v1. You know, the potential right now for Florida Gulf Coast is there to walk away with a dub in this, or in this match. And Kirchi's just chilling, just watching, enjoying the time. Out of the open, there's going to be one there, and another team wipe coming through. It is going to be a 3v2.
You can get ghosts as well.
Now their goal, since they don't have fully kitted out here, is if you have a class with tempered, you could grab that and you would have been fully shielded up, but it looks like Crazy's not going to make that. But if you were running low on ammo, if you've got a fully loaded class, that's another way to kind of regain and set yourself up for success here. But the thing is, you need to have cover. The majority of these zones that end in Caldera are all in open fields, and that's where the use of like deployable covers or anything that you can find kind of remote cover around, whether that's a tree. They took high ground, so now they just need to get a good line of sight on those 3 players and make a move for it. You see the ping kind of down to the bottom right of them. They're going to peek over this. No line of sight going to be able to connect just yet. They're probably nestled up in a rock somewhere, and I feel like Crazy's going to turn a corner and find all 3 of them.
No, deep right, Barry, deep right.
They have a crossfire, but deep right. You hear the call.
A little bit more to your left. No. Yep. Left a little bit.
The Kirsch is, you know, he's trying to coach him through this right now. Oh, there they are. Hello.
Way in the open? Not even going to try and find cover? What is that man's doing?
He's lost in the sauce. Where the rest of the team? Wheels is going to find a second one. So now 2v1. The tables have turned. Game of hide and seek. Which rock are you hiding under? No stone's going to go unturned right now if you're FGCU looking for the dub. Inside of this.
Where's the last guy?
No idea.
Where is he?
Probably on this rock right here.
Look, at this point, just push out, take some shots. Wheels can bait Crazy in this moment, honestly, and I think that's what I would do. I would run out into the open and see if I could find them, because they've got to be nestled up. If you found the other 2 out in the open, you can guarantee.
Imagine.
That would have been insane. Pre-fire and everything, and I feel like, oh, the line of sight. Easy fixes right there to nice job for Florida Gulf Coast right there to continue on dominating performances. Like, let's just talk about that for a second. A 43.5 point game, a 34.5, and 90. And now, as soon as we get the number of eliminations from this game and a 2x multiplier, looking really solid here with about an hour and a half left. Once they get that 5th game in after this one, they can start improving, but they're sitting really nice.
You can imagine that a lot of these teams, you know, towards that last hour, maybe half hour of the night, you know, updating the score sheet with these games. Not a lot of them have been doing that, so I can imagine that things are going to close really tight towards the end of the night. If so, games like that for, you know, FGCU, just keep up the amount of potential strong games they can accumulate into those top 5 matches within the 4-hour window. But now looking at Fisher Falcons' B team. We do have a bounty to watch out for. You can see it on the map just over the ridge.
He's up on the hill.
They're trying to climb the mountain for now. Phantom being very careful because he is very disconnected from the rest of the team.
Actually, I love seeing multiple teams coming in from like the same schools. It just brings me so much joy knowing just how much esports in general has been expanding, and Phantom's on your screen. Running that automaton, PPSH, we were talking about how we see the UTMs a lot. The automaton is one of the best AR choices that you can possibly use. We're not really seeing, back in the day it was like the KGM, then it was the STG, there's a little bit of the Cooper Carbine, but now it is the automaton, which was once popular as soon as Caldera dropped, now making a comeback, and it's just absolutely beautiful. Phantom's gonna get tagged up, but this is a really nice game for them. I saw a 17, I think I saw a 14 and a 10, so very high eliminations. They just need to get through this 3v3 fight,
I'm pretty sure last team was the team that was down here on the rock that got their fucking loadout.
Well, now Fisher Falcons have the high ground. They're watching for anybody following them.
I'm locking in the left side.
Yeah, you're right here on me, in front of me.
Oh, and there's somebody down
Right
there.
here.
You don't know
There's
what's
one,
about to hit him, Tiff.
2.
Oh.
Ooh, look at him moving out
one.
into the open. Shots going out. One is going to be cracked. Can we make it 2? That should be an easy down right there. They're going to go ahead and get another. So now a 3v2 scenario. We know one is incredibly weak. We just need to get a line of sight on that last enemy. Ooh, might have self. That's a good call out right there. You can see them kind of just moseying down. Looks like Freeway is going to drop and close the distance, and I believe that might have been it for them. It is a 2x multiplier. They've seen a 15 and an 11. Absolutely monster of a game, Seymour. And I feel like as we watch all of these games, we're just seeing win after win after win, and this is just massive. All of these teams are putting up such solid games. It's really hard to say who's going to come out tonight in the top 3.
Mecha Godzilla skin is so cool. But you're right. I mean, ever since I said, these lobbies have been unkind to these college Warzone players. We just saw back-to-back Warzone victories for 2 different schools, and that is going to lead to quite hectic endgame when it comes to qualifier number 6 to see who's going to get into that top 3. As Fisher Falcons B find first place there, like you said, quite a bit of kills to go along with it, and it was simple. I mean, I liked what I was seeing, the patience and the trigger discipline coming from Phantoms when he saw both players climbing that mountain. He waited till he had the right shot onto the first one before he went for the kill shot. And that gave enough time for his teammates to, rotate around and play cleanup for any shots that he didn't hit, for any kills that he didn't find. And, I mean, you saw that. You saw a player right in the midst of that gunfight fly on in, take them down, and the victory was very calming there for Fisher Falcons, the same as FGCU. 2 very quiet wins from them, but high kill games.
Oh yeah, we need to pop that.
High kill games indeed, and Cincinnati COD on your screen looking to have some high kill games of their own. Unfortunately, a team member is falling fatal, and I believe Dilly last alive. Luckily, that player does have the gulag still available to them, but it's really unfortunate when you find yourself in a crank, but able to get the elimination even after being drop-shotted. A beautiful sim to kind of reassess and regain, get some shields back on in case you get pushed. But that player did not have much for resources on them, but going to be able to sweep it on up. And it seems as if that was like kind of an isolated push, but the shots are still coming in. Dilly getting completely tagged up, and the player's not going to win the gulag. So kind of a precarious situation. You need to go ahead and find yourself a buy station, and with half of the ring kind of jetting out into the ocean, you're kind of relegated just to what you see in your vicinity and a little bit left. There's no buy stations in the AO.
Since I got a little bit stuck in this position too. It does seem like they know somebody's watching from above, but haven't been able to really pinpoint where. Beautiful team shots in a 1. Able to find a knock. And the full elimination there. 8 kills now, 4 fatal. Second one's going to peek over the ridge, and you don't want to do that. I mean, I've been seeing the way Cincinnati COD's been shooting all night long. You do not want to peek them.
Do not peek that, especially when you've got a UGM in your line of sight and they're trying to run. You've got the combat scout that's going to share that kind of ping for the rest of your teammates. So you see there's a lot of teammate shooting in there. It's like, I've seen a lot of people towards like these end games, especially in customs, they'll actually count it down 3, 2, 1, go. Like if you're shooting at an enemy that's just completely unaware. But look at that. You do have gas mask, you have a satchel. You even find yourself a nice little portable redeployed balloon. And if you're like, hey, I'm feeling stuck, this is the best way to get out there. Sure, it's not going to be a plane like we saw Schmalz do, but this is just as good. Now heading on over to that buy station, they want to reunite with their entirety of their team and keep on the momentum.
Oh, the momentum's going to be, following up with, Fatal flying into ruins. Abandoned Jeep. You give it away. Somebody is in the area, but who knows? That could be there all game long.
Meet up here. Yeah, for sure. To get placement, because we have
just waiting to group up with the rest of the team as the circle closes into the coast. It seems like Cincinnati want to take control of the high peak of this hill and wait to, move into the coast, see where the circle goes. Still plenty of time to decide where the end game is going to turn to, but I like this call from Cincinnati, just to walk along the ridge and see if you can eliminate anybody just waiting on the edge of the island.
Ooh, this is going to be really strong for them, and I love what they're doing. Going to go ahead and drop all that ammo, refill ammo and equipment. But looking at the scoreboard here, they've already got all 5 games in, so they're just looking to improve on their lower scores. They have a couple 20-point games and a 16.5, and, you know, they're already sitting in a point where I feel like they're going to be able to replace at least one of those games. So everything that they do from here on out needs to be standout, and if you're not getting to that point, or maybe you kind of drop into a new game and you kind of lose full at the very beginning, reset, go again, and just try to improve. And they are doing absolutely great work here. Fatal with 8 eliminations and winding down towards the end of the game. If you can find yourself in a really solid position, maybe in a dead zone where you're holding the edge of the map and letting people come to you, you should be able to kind of clean up. But hey, this area of Arsenal is in a really great location, especially with Staka able to find a player just jumping down. This is that STG. This is one of my favorite ARs. I was talking about it earlier. We see the automaton all the time, but the STG is also incredibly clean. The recoil is absolutely beautiful, but you only have a 50-round mag on it, which you see yourself not able to eliminate multiple players there, but you're laying out a lot of damage.
Yeah, he is burning a lot of resources for the team surrounding CSU Rams A. A team we haven't seen too much of tonight. But I mean, a standout team in College Warzone that really gave themselves a name in the first 3 qualifiers. And now looking at Staka with that STG, gets the full knock onto the player on top across the street. Snowy's going to mount another elimination as well for the team. So CSU Rams A, I mean, in the position that they are, this isn't too bad to see how separated they are too, and on each front just providing enough cover for each other to move through. So unfortunately Snowy goes down. So one of the pillars of the trifecta here from CSU Rams A goes down, and
yeah, Flames, I think you just hold that roof.
Now you have to be careful if you're optimal Flames and Stock on what you do next.
Bro, all of these people just looming about. The thing is, you do have to use a lot of bullets there. He does have that ammunitions box to go ahead and refill up. He's going to find another crack, and hey, that teammate's probably going to be able to drop down, get the knock. You see it go. Team wipe in the distance, so absolutely well executed. That's what makes that teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work, and yeah, that's a little bit cheesy, but it is so proven time after time here in Caldera. And look at all of these enemies just trying to rotate in. Typically there's a buy station on that little shack right there, so you'll see a lot of people try to force themselves out into the open, and maybe that's exactly what that enemy was doing. But hey, it just gives Staka like open season.
It looks like Optimal Flames is trying to find an angle onto that as well, and he will. Crossfire's enough to get the knock, assist for the elimination. Other team trying to get out. Serpentine keeping whoever that is alive. But not for too long, as Optimal Flame's going to get another knock.
I'm getting dropped in on.
Staka's going to get dropped on. PPSH! Nobody's going to be taking Staka's high ground.
Imagine thinking they could do that to Staka, Seymour. I mean, look, if you got a PPSH in your hand, you're not going to be able to make that happen. Sometimes you just got to use amped to try and get that quick weapon cycle right there, pull up the PPSH and decimate. And just players dropping all around. Arsenal is such a hot area at this time being, and you're just open season. It's like you don't even have to go out and hunt because they're coming to you. This is easy.
Somebody look up. I mean, it was only a matter of time before, you know, you got somebody to drop on a Staka, but it's not enough. You need some of these teams around to start putting pressure on this high ground, as he is shooting for free right now, and it's kind of a vibe. Won't lie, it's kind of a vibe.
It's literally going to take one cluster strike or a sniper to take Staka off this high ground. But until that happens and no one's going to do that, you might as well just stay up here. No big deal. You are pulling elimination after elimination. And if you're putting down all the damage, your teammates are working as fraggers and just isolating those fights and closing the distance. I mean, it's just another team wipe for them.
This is crazy how free Staka is going about up here. Only has 28 bullets in his ammunition after this magazine is done, so has to be careful of how long he's going to stay up here with the SCG. Another down at range, hoping to get the full finish onto that player. Has a UAV up, and look at the amount of people that is around here. You're right, this is a hot zone with the circle closing in, everybody funneling right into where Staka can see, and all he needs to do is provide a little bit of covering fire for his teammates to get the rest. And now it's time to leave. No bullets in the chamber for the STG. Time to reposition.
Look, I bet he's just gonna find all of the ammo right now and go straight back up to that high ground. Because if you have ultimate high ground and no one's gonna chow you for it, stay. Like, it has proven so significantly beneficial. 13 eliminations. You know Optimal Flames and Snowy has a plethora of eliminations as well. And hey, just racking up a lot of resources here. It's Snowy gonna find a nice 2 downs in the kill feed off screen, and just absolutely insane right now.
How many downs
all the way up?
Snowy?
You can see climbing simulator.
Balloon. Broken on
Property of Saka. Get on up. We'll redeploy. How good are those SDG shots? Well, I mean, hit a few, but okay. Full long shot there from the SDG. 14 for Saka. You know, it feels like he has a lot more than 14 kills.
I saw 8, I saw 14, I saw 10, so whatever 24 plus 8 is, I guess 32, and make that another down. Sure, Snowy's gonna fall, but hopefully a teammate can get the res. No self-res for Snowy, and they're out in the open, so it's gonna be really dicey, but I think it's gonna be important if Saka stays up here and kind of provides suppression on the enemies in the area. You can see just absolutely laying all the damage down, but only 9 bullets available, but it's going to be enough. Now jumping down from that high ground, has to garner as much resources as you possibly can and try to get the res off on Snowy at this point. Maybe a mobile buy station. You got another munitions box, so that's going to be clutch here. You do have 2 stims to be able to kind of make that. If I'm, you know, I would say pop and let me buy you back, but it looks like the res is going to go ahead and get off for Snowy. They're going to call in a UAV, pop another stim. Let's see, we're gonna go, oh, a cluster as opposed to a gas mask, but that's okay because the ring is right here. Wise sits here. This is an insane game, and look at where the cluster of people are. They're all down here inside of Arsenal.
Let's get this guy.
Just drop.
At least 6 of them.
Just drop that precision airstrike. The amount of teams that are in here, just drop it, and it is going to be quite lethal inside Arsenal. A couple players outside, but a couple players inside that it seems Stako wants to deal with first. He's going to, you know, set up shop inside the first warehouse he finds. Nobody's going to be occupying this one.
There's a few teams on orange. 2 on orange.
Ooh, this team has 234 points to their name currently, looking to improve upon a 30-point game and a 31.05. All 5 games are in for them, and if they can finish this out in first place and get that 2x multiplier, this is for sure going to replace one of their 5.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, CSU Rams A, ever since coming into college Warzone, they have been a staple of top 3. You know, back in, you know, qualifiers 1, 2, and 3 throughout the custom lobbies and the killer races, they have been pretty sound in reaching those high placements. If they can do it again here, I mean, they are staying on par with what they've been giving us
throughout
the tenure of this league. But like that, Saka doesn't want to push in too fast. He's waiting for his team, you know, to get in here. He has been the support for Snowy and Optimal Flames to close that gap and take those close gunfights. And I like that Saka is still sticking with the high ground. Just not as comfortable as it was before.
The thing about these buildings, Seymour, is they're incredibly challenging. You don't know which position you need to look, and someone, hey, holding just the edge, going to be able to fire some shots into their shoulder, and they're still peeking, but not able to get the down. But I think Optimal Flames might have been able to actually secure that, and you see the precision airstrike finally going out like you had mentioned. You're like, hey, just throw it down. Let's see what destruction it's going to do. It's going to find another down, and they are going to get a thirst onto that. So beautifully timed right there. The issue with pushing into these buildings is there's so many different levels that you can hold, and you don't know where to look. But Optimal Flames going to find another down off screen, and it looks like it's all going to pay out. Elimination. Line of sight is on another enemy. Is working. Now I'm going to find a crack. Easy down. This is just utter domination.
It is. 3 full teams. Staka knocks one, so that at least one team isn't at full strength. Cluster strike, hoping to get the thirst onto the player that was dropped at distance. He's going to set up shop, see if he can get back to the high ground now with the rest of his squad, as Snowy's going to find yet another knock for the team.
Let's not overextend though. There's another stock strike. There's another team.
Oh.
And the cluster strike is putting in work, so Optimal Flame is open season for them. Still 3 squads, but only 5 players in the lobby. It is them versus 2 solos.
Wow, I mean, they just gotta get a line of sight, and there's so many places for kind of rat to hide. And I hate saying rats, but I'm like, you kind of are. at that point. You're a solo, you're last alive, you're in the shelters of the last bit of arsenal, and it's just not really where you want to find yourself if you're a solo. If I'm a solo in this game, facing CSU Rams, let's just say I had a long day at work, right, Seymour? I worked my 9 to 5. I came home. I'm just trying to get some Warzone dubs, and I land in a lobby with CSU Rams, who is just running this like a well-oiled, dominating machine, following up every down with the precision. And you can see Staka just bought another one. So what is in line for these two solos that are just trying to find themselves an afterwork dub?
Well, now only 2 teams, whether it's CSU Rams A, VCU, Redbird COD. I wouldn't want to be in a lobby with any of these players as they are absolute demons, but precision airstrike's going to get called in. It seems like they finally found that last remaining player. Staka's just going to sit and wait. And the Warzone victory for CSU Rams A is going to be secured. And a high kill game 2 is going to mount them quite a bit more points to add on to what they already have.
Seymour, that was a 43 elimination victory. So you're looking at 86 points. They only needed to replace, I think it was like, what, a 30-point game? And they just bested that by 56 points? Okay.
Well, you know, that is just, that's what you expect from a team like CSU Rams A, who have been on top for the majority of college Warzone. Let's head over to Queens Esports. As you know, they're in the top 10 for sure, Tiff, but I mean, they just haven't looked as good as they did in previous weeks. Last week, this was one of the teams contending for top 3. Now they're pretty quiet in the top 10. As we're looking at Jen on screen today, last week it was Sue. And Jen has definitely been putting in the work, but I need to see this team do a little bit more if they want to get into that top 3.
A little more indeed. I'm only seeing 2 games that have been submitted thus far for Queens Esports, both sitting at a 54.4 and a 52.5, so 106.9. So maybe they've got some games that haven't been submitted thus far, but yeah, you're right. They have not been looking as dominating as they have in Qualifier past. And as I say that, Jen is going to hit the face of that enemy and absolutely decimate them. So that's what they need to do. Sometimes sniping is one of my favorite things in the world. Some of these Vanguard snipers can be incredibly forgiving, but the 3-line is probably the nastiest sniper available for the Vanguard snipers. The only other one that I would say is going to be that Gorenko that we've seen a couple people break out. A lot of people used it in the World Series of Warzone. It got super popular, and it was pretty much near hit scan within 200 meters. And it's been really fun seeing people kind of break that out, but that 3-line is definitely the go-to.
I agree. Big fan of the 3-line here. Ooh. Hit it, please. I want to see it.
That guy's cracked, bro.
They're just standing in the open, just
we are
using every shot in their magazine to get that those kills, and they still are yet to take it down. So the bounty, just over the ridge too.
I'm going right, okay?
They're gonna have to take this gunfight if they want to complete it, and it looks like they found them. Good shots here from Jen. Knocks the first one. Teammates now looking to find the kills in the second.
He's still shooting.
3-line can't find the angle just yet. He is going to thirst the player that he dropped in that first initial gunfight, but
I don't have angle.
The rest of this team for the bounty, nowhere to be found. Somewhere hiding in the brush.
Hiding in the brush, indeed. That's something very typical that you see in Caldera. Use the foliage around you to look for any kind of cover that you can have. And, you know, I run Caldera with my friends in Fortune's Keep, but typically in Caldera, we will actually find people nestled up inside of bushes. And I see a lot of people posting clips that are like, hey, I just found someone lurking in this bush, not even moving. And they kind of throw their cash down, drop their ammo, and then perform an execution on them because they're genuinely not paying attention. But those are the kind of people that will catch you completely off guard when they are paying attention. You're like, how did I just die? And then you see the kill cam and you're like, oh my god, they were just sitting in a bush. Or they're Jen and they're chasing you throughout POIs with a sniper in hand, and you have to be very scared.
I'll pop mine. Oh yeah, I already have a UAV.
Still a couple players surrounding them. You can see Jen on the hunt. In the red dot, beautiful shot with the sniper.
Just guy in the sky, bro.
Number 9 for Jen now.
Forget about him. There are people
the concept.
here. Okay?
Maybe somebody falling in beyond them with the UAV.
Dead.
No way. Oh,
one more.
Okay.
Okay.
Behind me,
I'm
behind
telling
me.
you, the tree line is absolutely disgusting. The only issue is, look
please
at that
shoot him, bro.
movement, though. Trying to go into the matrix and maneuver throughout everything. But the fact is, he hasn't been thirsted just yet, and I hate saying things like that because you never want to cast or clear someone. We're going to go ahead, get res by Sue, maybe hit a stim, doesn't have any, so you're going to have to find some little bit of a shelter and get your shields back on as quickly as possible because you see the UAV going up there. Red dot in your vicinity. Narcissist is going to fall, trying to close the distance with Arma. Now Sue has fallen as well. Going to find themselves in the gulag, but Jen going to find a nice team wave right there and get the reset onto the team. There are 2 enemies still kind of pushing in just north of them, and they could be able to hold them. And once they get that nice reset, 3 line, this should be easy for them.
That's 2 potential kills that Queens Esports can add to what they already have.
Yeah, Armaguera, bro.
Jen is just gonna wait to see him. Ooh, hello. Goodbye. Good night, too. Beautiful second shot. Barely seeing the top of their head as he's going to behead that player.
All right.
11 kills for Jen, Tiff, and for Queens Esports. This is going to be a big game. Yes, they haven't submitted all of their games just yet, but this one is looking to turn into something magnificent.
Okay, Jen, you really didn't have to do it to him like that. After you kind of decimated their teammates' like head with that sniper, you didn't have to really close the distance and really chow that 1v1 with the Arma. But I mean, you did it, and it looked beautiful. And I'm super proud of you. And now your teammate Sue gonna come back and join you, hopefully able to grab their loot, and you can make your way through H building, hopefully not getting held from the other side of airfield. But if you've got a 3 line and you're hitting shots like that, no one should be able to hold you.
No one at all. Still a long way to go through this if you're Queens Esports, but
there was a team
so far so good.
UAV not for UAV. That's why UAV.
Let's take a look over at FGCU, Tiff, because they're getting close to the end game right now, and they're looking to put yet another strong performance on. We just saw them walk away with a dub. It was pretty cool, calm, and collected. Not too hectic in the comms. No sweat at all.
I'm gonna grab this bounty down here.
Let's see if they can do it again here.
I did see some shooting from the left over here.
A POI that we're familiar with. Looks like their ending will be nearby Arsenal as well. They're going to be hanging out in these like barrack-style building, grabbing a bounty, which is going to be just south, the north of that square building. I think I just tried to create a word there, but I'm looking at the scores right now for the Florida Gulf Coast. They've got a 34.5 game that they're looking to replace, but they need to log their 5th game first, and so many of them are so high in points. A 92, a 74, 43.5, 34.5. Just absolute. Once they get consistency across the board, it's just going to be a whole other story. Meanwhile, Kurt's trying to grab the loadout. Wheels is going to fall, but Crazy's going to be able to get the reset, and the bounty is going to get poached in the meantime. So they have enough cash to be able to purchase a UAV should they have that. But we mentioned the 3 line, but look at the 3 line in Kurt's hands.
I'm watching.
Absolutely wild status here, just taking people's heads off that building in the distance.
Just like the stream, eyes glued to the screen right now to see what Kirch can do with this 3 line. He has the UAV, but
This guy's sniping at me.
he's going to hold that for, you know, the fun time later on down the line in the game. As he doesn't get the full knock on that player, has to, you know, evade the oncoming shots. Maybe finding somebody up top. Somebody is gliding in and straight to their death. You just gotta feel bad sometimes when you see somebody parachuting in and then you get 3 line across the map and teammates gonna have to go pick you up. Now Kurt's just trying to find anything else while scaling this cliffside.
Don't see him.
Scaling the cliffside indeed, and I would not want to be doing it without my trusty 3 line. I really like this status here. A lot of people elected to go with a sniper and that SMG support. And if you feel comfortable enough in your shots with the sniper, as most of these players do, you might as well do it. But hey, that player in the distance trying to hit that. Oh, they do get away. Able to crack the shield, but still.
He's going to hit this. He's going to hit this.
On the air, on the roof. About to jump off on the left side.
It's only a matter of time.
Nice.
Whips the first shot.
Great camping, dude. You literally just doing the same
through
fucking thing.
From the rest of FGCU, so his teammates putting in the work. Kirsch has to be careful.
I get hit, I'm dead.
He knows there's 3 around him, and he has to be careful because you look at the minimap, you see all 3 of those players, they're headed right towards him.
Hey, but that's what you want, right? As many enemies as you can take coming to you. You want to rack up as many eliminations as you have the ability to. And all 3 of the team alive, still sitting really well. All fully kitted out, enough cash. They just need to find the remaining enemies in the lobby. There should be about 7 of them. And hey, one has found themselves just in front of Kirch Ping, going out and trying to find a line of sight with this 3 line. The ability to just take off their head in a simple shot is going to be great.
Only 1 to boot.
Dude,
on this one. Can't hit the shot. It's going to be Wheels for the knock as the crossfire is locked in for FGCU. Full elimination on these players and actually gets the team wipe to go along with it. So even more points racked up here for FGCU as we're heading into that last little bit of circle. Only 3 trios left. 7 players.
Yep, how many you need?
Along with that, so one of these teams, they're not going to be fully healthy.
They're fighting right now. Let's go.
This is looking to be on pace for yet another FGCU win.
This guy's laying on top of
Oh, no way!
At the end of the crane, just laying down. So unfortunate, but Kirch's ability to navigate and get out of that fight, but still getting tagged up from the distance. Just how unlucky can you be? Has found himself a safe spot, but unfortunately is going to get fooled there now. It is up to Crazy, who's getting tagged up, and Wheels has to pull off the double stim to get to a safe place. Oh, the drum shot coming in. No, because they're up there, but they are able to get the down. Now just need to find a safe spot to go ahead and shield up, because both of members of the Florida Gulf Coast are really low on health, but able to get reset with a couple shields. Can they close this out, Seymour? It's a 2v2.
That's the question.
And then on top of the crane, right?
Teamwork between Crazy and Wheels has been phenomenal. Just the backup support that Kirch
No, which side? Right?
has been providing. It's just pushing them to the next limit. And you know, Kirch flies in there. He drops that. I'm thinking to myself, this is not a player. Just laying prone. It was, and very unfortunate. But now in a 2v2, I mean, this is very doable for Florida Gulf Coast to pull off a win before we head into our last hour of play. I mean, this would be just another game to just mount on the already fantastic standings that FGCU has.
This is going to be well needed, but how are you going to get that player off of the crane? They have zone. They don't have to do anything. Okay, hear me out, Seymour. So what I would do is I would hold hard right, hit that buy station, buy myself some shield, get myself a cluster strike, and I would evict that man from the top of that crane with the cluster.
I think could buy Kirch back even, and he could go on maybe a Mission Impossible.
Ooh, I like it, actually.
To jump right on top of him. There's so many options right now for Crazy and Wheels, but I don't think the buyback is an option, and now all up to Crazy. Won't be able to hit those shots, and initially players able to back up, and now Crazy all alone in this 1v2 knows he's getting pinched out too. If he's able to isolate these gunfights, maybe make it a 1v1. Again, you're putting yourself in a situation where you can walk out on top, but it won't be easy. I can imagine that the team going against him looking to play this patient. I mean, they already have the high ground. They have no need to push Crazy.
Yeah, the issue is with no shields available, if they push or he takes too much damage on the first initial fight, it'll be easy pickings. And the moment they peek, I'm pretty sure you can even shoot through these wooden barriers here. That is just going to be so dicey. They don't have a gas mask. Now, within sight, they know exactly where Crazy is. Does get damaged, and they do push, and unfortunately able to get it down, but does get traded out. The second place, though, not bad when you can get a 1.85x multiplier. With how many kills did they land? Probably a plethora.
I got the second, I think.
Well, I mean, not a win at the end there for FGCU, but second place, you're going to take that at the end, pushing into the last stint of matches that you're going to be dropping into Caldera for. And, we've been seeing, a little bit of a resurgence for some teams who I was wondering if we're going to see them show up on the scoreboard today. I mean, CSU Rams A team, Optimal, Staka, and what was it with them? Trying to think of that third player on the team. But CSU Rams A, they put up quite the showing when we saw them on screen. And it's a team that you can never deny will have a shot in getting into that top 10, Tiff. And with what we saw from them before, I can imagine that even looking for top 3, there's so many teams that are going to be in contention for that top 3 spot when we do come back. I'm excited to see who's actually in it.
Excited to see indeed, but we will have to wait to see who is going to be in the leaderboards and that consistent top 3 tonight. We've seen so many teams, VCU, Fisher Falcons, just everyone looking so incredibly strong here tonight. But hey, I guess we just have to wait.
Yes, we do. Folks, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, only an hour left to see what these teams have left in them and who can break into that top 3 spot and try to qualify for our College Warzone playoffs. We'll see you there. Folks, welcome back to College Warzone as we're heading into our last hour of the night. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Spider Tiff. We've seen some pretty solid action. Has there, been anything that's really stuck out to you, Tiff, as we're heading into our last little bit?
Honestly, just all the domination, the teamwork that we're seeing. A lot of these pushes are incredibly aggressive, but everyone has each other's back. So they're getting a lot of the trades and just very well timed. It's like well-oiled machines. I mean, but we're in qualifier number 6, and some of these teams have been playing since the very beginning. So I expected nothing less than what we have seen. But some of the teams have been new that we've witnessed here tonight, and it's been absolutely beautiful to welcome them into the College Warzone mainstay here. But let's go ahead and jump into some more gameplay. We are in that last hour block of the timed kill race. If you're just joining us here at 11 p.m. Eastern to check in to see what College Warzone is all about, a 4-hour timed kill race where the best 5 games of all of these schools that they have worked so hard to gather will net themselves a victory here. And you can see right there a live leaderboard on the left side of your screen. Fisher Falcons B with 405.15 points. Massive numbers from them.
Fisher Falcons B, I mean, literally dominating on the leaderboard. But before we move on, Tiff, I want to say it's been a great night casting with you, as always. The vibes have been immaculate. You can never go wrong with some good Warzone.
You can never go wrong, indeed. And when you've got teams that are humming and making the great escape via plane and jumping into the open, I mean, it's just been beautiful. And the shots that Blue from VCU COD is laying down, they finally sealed themselves a ticket to the playoffs in qualifier number 5. And Blue just absolutely decimating with the UGM, just making it look textbook. This player alone has scored north of 20 eliminations per game that VCU COD has locked. And as I say that, game number 5 was 19, so I kind of lied there.
Well, I mean, his average kills per game is crazy right now in Qualifier 6. And you guys got to remember that there's only one more qualifier after this one. Qualifier number 7 is going to be the last chance before we go into playoffs in October. So don't forget to, if you're a school that hasn't yet, showed up into College Warzone, wants a chance at that, registration's open. Take your shot at this. Try to take down great teams like VCU with Blue, putting up average kills per game like this, as he's looking to rack up even more. Already 10, breaks the armor of 1, just solo dolo right now. Teammates nowhere to be found. Try to take this on, and 1v3 is going to get the down onto the first. A little bit of heat, stunned up 2. Not where you want to be, but actually gets the full elimination on that player tip. So, I mean, Blue is actually managing to walk away unscathed.
I'm not sure how those didn't line up. It looked like his game kind of lagged a little bit while that player was dropping in, now getting tagged up by some incendiary rounds, which is not what you want to have happen when you're down to your last 2 shields, but making your way into the next zone. Dragon Dino on a full level 3 threat, but luckily Blue nowhere near the tame, does only have 31 bullets in that UGM, and you can see that there are enemies just over the horizon here. Look, that player was totally looking for Blue, totally caught off guard. Now can you make it 2? You need to find the other one that's going to be an easy shield crack, but you don't have any more bullets, so you're going to have to pull out the trusty PPSH, close the distance, and go ahead and finish this out. This player is probably just laying down in the open, trying to reshield, but look at the hipfire PPSH and how disgusting that is, Seymour.
Oh my god, who needs left trigger? Just unbind it at that point from your controller. Get rid of it. Take a screwdriver and take it off the controller, because you don't need left trigger when you got that PPSH. It's crazy.
It is so meta right now, and it is just absolutely broken that the more people that utilize it, we're just getting instructions keep. It is just so many PPSHs just running around, and it's just unsafe. It is an unsafe place to be. You pretty much have to use it, or you're decimated. But for typically in Caldera, we've seen a lot of Armagueras tonight. That is a really solid SMG of choice. But the thing is, if your playstyle is up close in their face, or firing the PPSH from 20 meters away, whatever your play style is, it's going to be the choice. And all of these people that keep landing in front of FaZe Blue at this point are just asking to be decimated from 20 meters away with this PPSH.
And just asking to be downed. And Blue is just racking up so many kills for the team. You get a care package called in from Dragon Dino. It looks like they're going to get a mobile buy station just to, loot up even more. The UAV wasn't showing any targets, so maybe safe where they are for now. they redeploy and to go hunting.
Time to go hunting indeed, and might as well jump on over to field. Typically, you can always find at least one team out here, and was able to find some ammo. So UGM kind of almost fully stocked again, and about 2 dots in the AO. So now just closing the distance, and I say 3 now, but jumping onto the roof, you just have to find a really good vantage point to go ahead and get over here. The issue is they could... I can't necessarily see what area, if they're up or they're down, because they could be in the bunker, and you can see that user has gone ahead and pinged that. They're going to have to come out or utilize the transit system.
Yeah, there's none.
Underground.
Yeah, they are going to be underground. Bouncing Betty. Doesn't matter. Blue for 1. Blue for 2. They are just running through the opposition. The team wipe is easy for VCU. 15 make it 16 kills for Blue. Don't even know how much his team has other than that. But this is looking to be another huge scoring game for Virginia Commonwealth University.
Seymour, I just want to tell you that I know that when you drop down on a bouncing Betty and it goes up into the air, the first thing that you're supposed to do is lay down, just like we saw Blue do. But let me just tell you, it has been, I don't know how many games and hours that I have put into this game, and I still never lay down. But this just goes to show you why you need to do it, because Blue laid down and they got an easy team wipe. Like, it's just beautiful. Textbook. That's how you play Call of Duty, and that is why I'm here on the desk witnessing the greats do it alongside you, Seymour, and this is how I would rather be. I will just never learn to drop down when I see a bouncing Betty. Never.
Never. No. It's like... I'm stunned. I'm just like, well, I'm accepting my fate right now to the bouncing Betty. Somebody took their time to place this. They earned it.
Basically. But, I mean, hey, Blue doing what they do best. They just need to replace that 19 elimination game, which would be approximately 42.5 points. They're currently sitting at 310.95. But we saw Fisher Falcons be with 400, and I believe, what was that, 15 points to their name in first place right now. So, I mean... They have a lot of ground to cover if they want to unseat.
Knock, knock. It's Blue. A little 360. You know, just cuz. And there's still 38 players. He has 17 eliminations.
I know.
I mean, you expect anything less?
I mean, he's on pace to, you know, break his own records through tonight, so... This is definitely going to be a strong game from VCU if they keep up how they are right now. And he's going to leave it to the rest of his team. Unfortunately, he left it for User, and User goes down.
No worries, though. The regain going to come in strong. They are looking for that big game bounty, which will provide them a lot of information and some good resources once they do have that done. And look at that. The bounty is just towards their left, so they need to get some good high ground, but they're going to go straight for that redeploy balloon and go in on the aggression. My question is, are you going to actually know you're going to go ahead and re-meet up with your team? I like this. Stay stacked, play together as a team, make everything work for you because you're able to get your trades. We saw just how well some of those teams that were working together when they were going on the aggressive front, pushing into the buildings on opposite areas of entry. But when players are just flying onto the rooftops from the height of below or above, Blue just out here doing what Blue does best.
Blue right here too.
What Blue does best is just racking up kills for VCU as User has found his way back into the mix. Dragon Dino, another elimination for the team, so things looking good.
Up here? Yeah, like right here.
Looks like they have an idea on where the next prey is going to be. As Blue is climbing this mountain, he's going to take the high ground right up from underneath them. Or I guess above them.
I did the same thing. I was like right below them, but it's like, you get the point.
Yeah, you guys get it.
Team wipe right there. Make that 19. And like I said, they are chasing Fisher Falcons B, who now has 435 points. Seymour, one of their games was a 102-point game with 51 eliminations. Like, how do you unseat a team that is just throwing down such monumental numbers?
I see him right here.
Well, I don't have the answer to that one. To be fair, I'm not a pro player for Warzone. They are. I'm expecting them to show me what the answer is because at this point, it just seems like nothing can stop them.
Because they haven't stop moving. They are going from one engagement to the next. So it's like you just have to have the ability to find more people. And Dino Doug, they're going to find a full elimination onto blue and send them straight into the gulag. NZ41 in hand. Now, let's see just how quickly blue can get this done and get back to their team.
Oh,
But unfortunately,
no.
I didn't even see that player.
Hiding in the shadows. Laying down prone. You hate to see it.
There's probably a regain somewhere.
You hear the comms coming out and probably regain somewhere. I like the idea. See, that is the only thing that I can imagine that would be slowing down the kind of momentum that some of these players have when they are trying to rack up as many eliminations and points as possible. Is like when you're a full 3-stack, you can run together as a team, garnering elimination after elimination after elimination. But when you find yourself kind of down a player without any shields, no cash to get that player back up into the lobby, it forces you to stop focusing on the eliminations but focusing on the regain, which eats up your time, and thus the lobby starts kind of diminishing with it.
I just want to get you back, to be honest.
I think Team Bounty just right next to them, only 7 seconds. So as soon as that kind of goes down, they're going to have no idea where that team is.
It's kind of spicy, Seymour, because I feel like that bounty was almost reverse hunting VCU caught at this point. But hey, they're going to go for the stab in the distance, try to garner as much money as humanly possible, and then come back. But Dragon Dino dropping back in, straight down for the scabby. There are plenty of buy stations still available to them. The issue with going into Capital is you see all the rooftops are aligned together, and there's so many people that will be hiding, and you see user go down. Unfortunately, VCU caught eliminated within 11th place and 19th. That is 12 plus 19. That's a lot, but I don't know if it's going to replace one of their current 5 games. But jumping on over to Queens Esports, looking to put in some major work here. And, you know, pretty solid. Jen's POV on your screen.
I don't want to stray away from VCU there because that is a big missed opportunity of a game. And I feel like it stems off of how fast they were pushing into such a, you know, populated zone. I wish they took their time because if they, you know, nurtured that game a little bit more, that could have been a really big boost in their score. But yeah, you're right. I mean, who knows if that's even going to replace one of their games, you know, going forward. And now it's an opportunity for teams that were below them to catch up with that missed opportunity.
Yeah, it's really challenging, right? You mentioned like they need to take it a little more safer, maybe it'll be a little more risk adverse. But then you have teams like Fisher Falcon, Dom, and Jen on your screen, just full gung-ho pushing with only, I believe, the other 2 teammates just outside to the left, and now they're going to kind of reset back and run together because that's the issue. The TTK in this game is so incredibly quick. It just takes one person to catch you completely off guard to put a wrench in your your gameplay. But the issue is if you guys do run a tight game like this, it takes one bouncing Betty or an RPG or a precision airstrike coming just across you that you don't get a notification for to completely chalk your entire game.
Just listen to Queens. I mean, they have been always so close to having these big games today. Can't wait to see how they finish out tonight.
There are 2 teams, by the way. One goes to
this is a team that could just explode on a whim.
I'm pushing that,
and be a top contender.
Push it like.
So keen on seeing if they can turn things around in this last hour of play, Tiff, as they are on the prowl again for yet another trio that's been spotted out, but they have to be careful because it looks like they're stuck in a little bit of a third-party situation. As Gen's going to get eyes on yet another team. He's going to provide a little bit of cover and a little bit of support for his teammates to, you know, get to safety. But now they're in a little bit of a radar jam, so Jen's not going to be able to safely, you know, spot out and help his team.
You down?
Yeah, and that makes such an interesting thing. You can't really lay down any kill streaks. You can't use any UAVs when there's a radar jammer, and you just don't have that information. And in a kill race format, information is mission critical to your success and keeping you moving off guard because you don't know. I like this, taking to the skies, because then you can at least see and then you read with your team Queen's University right now has 3 games put in, and I believe they're at 151.45 points, averaging just north of 45 points per game. And hey, thank you so much, production, giving us an update on that live leaderboard. Fisher Falcons B currently sitting in first place with 435 points. They have the target on their back, and Jen, they're placing it just on the enemies in front of them, able to clean up. But Northwood Esports finding themselves in second place. They're kind of been a little bit of a sleeper here today, Seymour. Really didn't see too much of them on the leaderboard, and all of a sudden they're sitting in second place with Florida Gulf Coast in third. DCU Pod 310 points, and CSU Rams rounding out your top 5. But Queen's Esports on your screen doing work in the mountains, trying to get themselves into the top 5.
Gonna hold us from high ground.
Yeah, that top 5 is not safe either. You saw how close all 5 of those teams were to each other. I think Fisher Falcons are the only one that has really cemented themselves in that position. But even still, I mean, there's so many teams that haven't recorded their stats, so things can shake up towards the end of the night. I mean, there's still time.
I guess
and Jen's going to take some shots. Has to back down. Re-up on the shields. Has a cluster strike if he wants to, you know, send it on that mountain. He can drop the cluster strike to get away, but he's just going to opt to glide on back to his team.
Oh,
I would have felt so bad if he dropped to his death there.
Yeah, that would have been rather unfortunate and something I would expect from Warzone. You just never know what to expect. And like, I feel like there's just a multitude of ways that you can just die in this game without even just trying. Like, I was trying to get a loadout at one point and it like landed just outside of a window and I was jumping into the window and it crushed me. I was like, I didn't realize you could get crushed by loadouts, but apparently you can. I have found a way to do that. But Jen, just kind of garnering throughout the map. They are going to grab that big game bounty. So now looking for that enemy to see if they can get some more eliminations. It appears to be just to their right, kind of out in the distance. Nowhere really near close by them, but able to loot up, find some fun things, maybe gear up on some ammo, a mobile buy station, which could come in incredibly clutch. They don't have enough cash for a UAV just yet, but
no worries.
No worries.
Yeah.
We'll see what they do want to pick up.
We're not gonna have enough
with
money
this
to
mobile buy station.
No, I mean, we don't have enough money to fight.
But like, what do they need? I mean, you have a cluster strike, you have shields.
Muni box.
Muni box.
Not a bad choice.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
You gotta have ammo for that UGM that absolutely eats it. I mean, you have 210 AR bullets to your name and 125 mags in the UGM alone, but that's just what they're doing. They're just trying to finesse their way through Caldera, trying to stay as much high ground as they can, but they are just on that south side of the zone, it appears to be. And really, it's such a large open space with 10 enemy squads total remaining, and you really want to, can I say that there's only 9 in total now, including Queen's Esports, and they just need to find them, right? Find the people, eliminate them, get yourself up in the top 5. I know you can do it. You've definitely done it before and excelled in the time to kill race format, but I just feel as if they're not finding that mid-game momentum like some of our other schools here tonight are.
They are fighting there, bro.
Here we go.
Yeah, we need to kill them.
Here's the chance for Queens to get a good placing and a solid amount of kills to back it up.
Please run away, bro.
They have a bounty that they're hunting. Seems like it's going to be just on the other side of this ridge.
I'm pushing a little.
Bounty's going to finish.
They might be coming down from the left.
I'm just trying to listen to the comms here, see, you know, what they're chit-chatting about, what they want to do. They do want to go for the team up top, but you're really banking on Narcissus, who's found his way in behind to push them off this mountain into Sue and Jen. The first one's going to fall. Full elimination as well. Is that it? You expect there to be more.
Expect there to be more indeed, but hey, Queen's Esports just trying to keep a line of sight, but standing out in the open on this kind of elevated area of the map can be really dicey. But just gonna go ahead and fly into zone. I kind of like this, right? It gives you a nice, pretty view of Caldera, and just gonna nestle yourself up and wait to see if you can catch any other teams rotating in. But I mean, when you only have 8 squads remaining in the lobby, 18 players up, it's just gonna be really dicey. You need to find yourself a good area with nice cover, and when the zone closes and is left completely out into the open, it is just complete open season. At least Jen still has that cluster strike available to them, and just gonna fly throughout. This would be a nice area to find a team lurking within some of these buildings, and I'd be curious to see if someone's nearby.
Maybe he's inside.
Yeah, you gotta be careful
probably-
on which building
yeah,
you
bro.
jump into because it could
He's
be your
falling into
last.
me, by the way. We
Very
can be-
valid,
we can
but
be
hey,
him.
seems like someone's going to be flying into the vicinity, and the shot's going out. It's going to get cracked. Just probably
nice
needs
shot.
a couple more into them to
He's
get the
behind
full
that
down,
side.
and some people heads out from the rocks above. It's
Further up the hill.
really nice. Look at all these loadouts dropping. Everyone's going to be wanting to get their loadouts. Going to find a down, not
many
able to get the
shots
full
do I
one. As I
take?
say that, you know, I cast a curse to
Guys,
the right
behind
way,
me,
Seymour.
behind, full team.
Well, I mean, looking at the way that Queens are
Literally,
handling this,
three of
Jen
my
is
kills are stolen,
providing
bro.
so much information to the rest of his
There's
team,
one
and
guy in
we
front
see
of
a
me.
lot of teams playing like this
Inside
with
this.
one solo anchor and the rest to go hunt down
Just gonna wait,
the
bro.
damage
Alright,
that has
if you
been
guys wanna
dealt.
come, we can play.
And it seems like it's the
I'm
recipe
coming.
to success right now
Not that
for
close,
Queens Esports, as Jen has an idea. Somebody's going to be on the inside just through the window. Hello, goodbye.
Jump cash.
Our house now.
I drop cash.
Yeah, I love that you brought that out with one player kind of just being the scout while the other two are being that entry fragger that are kind of closing the distance while
Yo,
someone's just
we
having
need
their
to kill
back.
everyone
Typically
right
that
now
player
to
that's going to be
start the
having
game,
the
okay?
back is
Let's
going to be
push
utilizing that
everyone.
LMG or
Not
even
even
a
careful,
sniper
man.
rifle to maybe get a lot of that entry damage so
to
that
you
they
and
can
we-
just go
okay,
in
right
and
is
clean
mine,
up.
left is yours,
Now,
okay? Then the
able to
last
garner
one.
themselves a UAV, and you see the lights lighting up like a Christmas tree just north and south of where they're currently located, and Jen's going to pick the team to their left. That player's going to run out into the open, has so unsuspecting that Queens Esports is here ready and waiting for the push, and now just need to find two more to go ahead and get that team wipe. But not going to reload just yet. You want to give that cluster strike, but unfortunately one member of the team is going to get completely full killed at this moment. Narcissist looking a little rough for wear because they pushed the team on the south side, and I'm not sure if someone just RPG Gen or just really kind of throwing as much utility at them as possible, but still able to get the shields off, and a nice team wipe for them. Now able to back
Come to
up
me
and
if you
go
want,
help
come to me.
Narcissist after you get the loot.
Come to
Yeah, they
me,
want the
let's
loot.
press.
All
Gotta get the loot.
All the loot. Sim shot back in. Again, just trying to back
Oh.
up his team here. Only 2 players, or 3 players. Pardon. It's Queens Esports. Definitely an upward battle for a win here. We saw Florida Gulf Coast
Now
do
they
it
know
earlier,
where
and
they
it
are,
was a
so I'm
piece of
gonna
cake
push
for them.
right, okay?
Queens Esports, they're a team
for
that
loadout or no?
you cannot
You can
overlook,
go
and
for
they've
loadout.
bought
Just check
back
for it.
too.
It's
So
just one
back to
team.
full strength. This is going to be a 3v3.
Ooh,
They're probably
3v3
camping inside the
indeed,
house,
and
full
Stu's going to be able to
camping,
land
so be
on that
careful,
loadout, grab loadout, and look for some
Wait, this is their
information. And
loadout,
Jen
no?
still has the cluster
There's
strike
only one team left,
available
right?
to them,
Yeah, right
and
here,
now
right
you
here.
just need to get a line of
They're
sight.
right
And
there,
Stu
they're
flying back in,
Yeah.
all
you
on
should be able to spot the team that they are looking
grab
for.
loadout?
Now you can see the
Yeah, I
shots are
see.
going
I mean, I
out
don't
because
see
the
him from
ping
here,
is
though,
there.
but still.
Live ping, actually, which is going to be really beneficial to them.
backed up.
Honestly, and just drop the cluster. Drop it.
Do
You
it.
got like the perfect
Do it.
hold on him here. Like,
Do it.
Yeah.
All I can picture right now is someone in a
one up on your
black hood
building.
just saying, do it.
Do it.
he's
Come
inside
on.
now? Or
So
this building?
it's like
now.
it's like that devil on your shoulder just whispering in your ear, just drop it. But
I mean, they don't
instead,
even need
who
to.
needs it when your shots are that crisp? The second one's gonna be
Yeah,
there,
that's
and
40.
just like
That's
that,
good.
Queens Esports, they take
Back
the
us
dub.
out right now. Back us out
40
right now. Let's play again.
eliminations, so
Get the
make
clip
that
scoreboard.
80
Yeah,
points.
I will.
Easy. That was
doesn't matter. Just back
actually
us out right now
super
because
dominating, and
I'm
had
showing
they
scoreboard
found
right now.
a bit more kind of enemies there towards that mid game and didn't run into such a lull, I think that could have been even larger than 80 points. But hey, 80 points is still insane considering that. First, when we introduced the time kill race format a couple weeks ago, I don't remember which qualifier in particular, but the average to take the dub was 37 points per game, and some of these teams are dropping north of 70 points per game.
Yeah, you heard at the end, the players they were saying, "Oh my, I didn't."
I told you, Seymour. I told you they hide in bathrooms. That man's was laying in the bathroom, and Auburn just walked in there.
He was
like,
taking a
oh
bath.
my God, he's in the
To the
bathroom.
left. One's one shot.
Well, the action's not done just yet.
The one to the left's one shot, but I got shot.
As
by
the University of
other
North
guy,
America, I mean, things have just kind of kicked into high gear. And they're trying to fight things in the trenches. The good old grueling battle 3 versus 3. Plenty of shots going to ring out, just not hitting its mark. And now Auburn's going to go down. Mick has to save this for the team. Going to pick up Batman, and look at that team wipe going to come through after all. So Mink and Batman coming in clutch at the end. Auburn trying to get to safety. They need to pick him up, and yeah.
Hurry!
Here it is.
I got it.
Ooh, it is getting so close. But like I was saying before, that if they got into the action, last team, Queens Esports, they were saying, get out fast. Get into the lobby or the next game as quick as possible because, folks, if you're tuning in, you forgot there's only 30 minutes left. This is crunch time. This is where you need to get things going quick to see if you can find your last remaining high-point game to replace one of your top fives. This is the last 30 minutes. This is where we see champions get made.
The final countdown is what it is. It's literally the final countdown, and you have to have your points submitted by 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. If I'm not mistaken, or maybe it will count exactly at 12 a.m. mark. Regardless, get your points in, get them in there. They've got to count. If they are not submitted, they will not count. And we've seen heartbreaks happen here in this kill race format, where people are submitting at the very last second and then jump up the top of the leaderboard. You don't want to be unseated at that last minute. So make sure you know exactly where you lie and put in as many high kill games as you can. And this could be your very last one because each game in
right on our
Warzone,
loadout, right on our loadout, probably.
When you're in the final 30 minutes, this is it.
If this is it for University of North America, I mean, they almost just found their demise here. But, oh, in the bushes, Auburn, 2020 vision spots him right through the brush and not able to finish that kill, but more information for them to know where these teams are laying surrounding this endgame circle with 5 trios left. There's not going to be a lot of players, so they could be hiding anywhere. The assist is going to be brought on by Auburn. Spots out the second one, connects with a few shots, won't break the armor, so not going to send it just yet.
Yeah, I got one full.
But you hear them talking, just confirming these kills amongst each other, just knowing how many are behind them and how many are around them right now. They spot one on the flank.
He's right behind that rock.
Can they mount this kill? Can they successfully take another one down? They break the armor, but that player is still alive in the back line.
Look, I don't even see anyone out there. Just so hard to look into the ring to find people, but that player could have a PDS, they could have a gas mask, they could just be hanging out, making a campfire, but looks like Auburn is going to push in to see if they can unsee any. Yeah, I know, that's a little wild. I mean, it didn't, you have tempered, you're only going to waste one plate kind of looking for that player, but they had to have rotated out just a little bit and then pushed in. No worries, just keep in mind that there's one player unaccounted for that you haven't found just yet, but 4 teams left in this lobby, and University of North America Dragons right now looking to find themselves at a 2x multiplier, and these get to be a little bit of spicy. When you're out in Lagoon, you can actually hear people running through the water, and that is going to be your tell when people start rotating in further.
This is when you want to have your Crocs on because, you know, the Lagoon, it's going to be hard to truck through these waters. Another kill coming through for the team. 8 remaining players.
One of the sniper team is dead.
They know one is sitting inside that building.
They're shooting each other.
Auburn's just going to buy the time. But you have to, you know, remember in the back of your mind, somebody was left unchecked back in the smoke.
I kind of want to push this way.
So they have to be worried about that player, you know, stabbing them in the back for a moment. But it looks like Auburn wants to send it. It's time to get a little bit dirty inside these villages.
That's a sniper guy, sniper guy.
Nobody's home for now, but maybe it's surrounding it. Has to be careful. That player's going to be hiding in the corner because in the blink of an eye, things can turn the other way. And almost going down is Auburn, but his teammate comes to the rescue.
And that is why you just play hand in hand when it gets to the final location. Now a 3v2 scenario, and that's going to be separating them from a 2x multiplier. They just need to get a line of sight on the duo that is last alive and was trying to take height there, not able to get it. Now, a little bit of parkour lesson here for those that are looking. And now, enemies in the line of sight of Auburn.
I don't know where the other one is.
Oh,
I see him. They're both here.
Warning.
He's right here.
There's a sniper. Oh, a sniper in the distance. That's going to be dicey. But I love that they re-peeked without peeking in the same location.
They have to push to us.
If he would have
just have to push to us. They have to push to us.
A beautiful line of sight. Batman able to grab a knock for the team.
Make sure we're
now looking for one more player.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna play.
Where are you hiding? Come out wherever you are. Dragons. I mean, they want to finish this fast because if they can finish this quickly, get into another game, they can still have another chance.
One shot.
Nice.
And there it is. The final kill. Batman's going to get it. Warzone victory for Auburn. University of North America Dragons going to get another 2x multiplier for the kills that they grabbed in this game.
Beautiful rotations, boys.
And look at that, 9 kills for Auburn, 10 for Mink, 8 for Batman. Not a bad game for them, but I assure you they want to get into another one. Try to see if they can slip away with a quick one.
We have 14.
Blur the quick one indeed, and that's going to be something that they need to do. They are only sitting right now with 118.05 points, which is not typical for them because, you know, they won last qualifier. So they know that they won it with 334.4 points, so triple what they are currently sitting at. The fact of the matter is, Fisher Falcons B has already solidified north of 400 points, but 334.4 was the winning number for the last qualifier. That just shows you the stakes and the levels that some of these teams are playing at tonight. And Florida Gulf Coast is one of those teams that are playing incredibly
Barry, is there shit on you or no?
phenomenal.
Yeah, look at teams who have climbed into the top 10. Oregon Ducks in 9th, KSU 7th, a team that we were noting going into this qualifier. Queens Esports push up to 6th place so far. Your teams are starting to put in their scores, and that is definitely shaking up that this lobby. But the top 3, Florida Golf Course in that 3rd place spot, VCU just below them in 4th, CSU Rams A in 5th, and all those teams about 10 points, you know, separating them.
I couldn't be deeper in the storm.
Anybody at the end here can find themselves a game to replace that and just push into that top 3. This is a battle between those 5 teams right now. Fisher Falcons, Northwood, Florida Gulf Coast, VCU, CSU, Rams A. All 5 of these teams can walk away in that top 3.
Top 3 is where you want to be. Like we mentioned earlier, qualifier number 7, I believe, is next Monday. Will be the last qualifier available to secure yourself a spot in the playoffs on October 1st. So registration is open. If you are just lurking in chat and you're like, hey, you know, I really want to play in the you know, College Warzone qualifier number 7, get in the Discord, get registered, get your team together, make sure that your school is represented here in the Warzone moment here, because you're running out of time at this point.
Yeah, and if you're in chat and you're wondering if you have to play college to play in, you know, College Warzone, ask Son of Paint.
Son of Pain.
I'm not going to deal with that one.
Details. Has all the details. We will not determine your level of qualification. We are just here. And there are so many schools that are getting involved in this. I mean, we had some new ones joining us here tonight. We had some new ones joining every qualifier. And it's just so cool to see the level of talent that is being in college.
Okay.
I mean, and even, you know, you talk about a new team that we saw today. Redbird COD comes in with 2 brand new players to the college or to the university, and they looked good. You know, they might be in 13th place, just shy of that top 10, but they looked solid for their first showing on stream. Let's see if they can actually find themselves in that top 10 to have a you know, a chance to, you know, put themselves on the map for the next qualifier.
Oh my God, fighting on the buy.
But here, FJCU, you know, you lose out on wheels. We're looking at them trying to get into, you know, this end game circle as Kirsch is, you know, hunting for the surrounding players. See if you can gatekeep a couple teams from getting into this, cut down the numbers to, you know, push your placement. And he does get eyes on 2, so gonna communicate that to his team. Excellent trigger discipline. Just wait for the kill shot. Oh, he's playing this so well. I hope they don't.
I would have already fired.
I hope they don't get away from him, though.
Haha.
Hi, Dylan.
It's a nice little laugh. That's a good moment bring these players joys, but I don't understand. I don't understand, Courage, how you lost that, but unfortunately, it's not. Wait, that's Freeway. That's another team.
That is.
What team is Freeway on?
That's Fisher Falcons.
Oh, that's...
It all makes sense. Timor Fisher Falcons is really high up on the leaderboard. I believe they were in first place. Well, it depends on who is Fisher Falcons B or Fisher Falcons A. Now we know Crazy has it in for them, and it's gonna be there's gonna be 2 players in front of them, and just unfortunately not able to put it down. But hopefully, yeah, that's really dicey when you run into another school. We've seen it happen time after time in these kill race formats. You do sometimes run into another school, and all of these schools are so dominating. And as soon as we mentioned that, Blue sitting on 17 every time we come over to Blue's POV at VCU COD, it's north of 17 elimination.
Yes, and now to see if VCU can break into that top 3 yet again that they're fighting. They're battling between Florida Gulf Coast with. Blue's gonna evade, dips back in. Couple shots, but he has to respect. Dragon Dino's going to back him up, and they do find another knock. 360 for the hip fire. FaZe Blue is reaching his peak right now in this qualifier, trying to get his team into another top 3 finish.
Absolutely just styling on him. Maybe pick up some...
Deployable or ammo box,
Unfortunately, that satchel's going to be empty, but jumping on over to Fisher Falcons B in the POV of Phantoms. And this may have been the team that... It is, Freeway is. So this is the team that just eliminated for the Gulf Coast, and now they're looking to secure themselves a victory here. Phantoms, I believe, is that 15 or 16 eliminations alone for them?
Here. Look on that rock, on the red mark.
Yeah. It's 16 eliminations for Phantoms. I mean, you know when you see the duo of Phantoms and Rex in a team, especially in Warzone, that you are going to get some good placings out of them. But they have pulled ahead in this first place for qualifier number 6, and they are not looking back. Rex does end up going down, so it's going to be up to Phantoms and Freeway to see what you're going to get for the end. But there's only 3 teams left, like he says.
You can get Dill.
So with 2 players left, you know, wide open circle. They can get this buyback, get back to full strength, but not before they take down another enemy.
I'm really thinking about just pulling out an automaton loadout when I go to play, but unfortunately Phantoms is going to get taken down and fooled now. Freeway last alive for the Fisher Falcons B team, and they just need to net themselves.
I should have posted
themselves
deployable cover, man.
They want to solidify that moment and get any bad, I say bad games when you're north of 400 points.
You don't have bad games.
Yeah, you have no bad games at this point. You're just trying to improve on greatness.
Yeah, you're just trying to
2 full teams.
You know,
have to let them fight
end on a high note for your night of Warzone. As Freeway's gonna find an angle onto one.
No way.
Oh no.
Barely staying alive, stim shot. Evading,
sure.
finessing, and dodging. But not for long. Top 3 finish there for Fisher Falcons B in their last remaining game. It is now 11:42. So if they want to, you know, have a chance at another, it's going to have to be in the next 17, maybe even 16 minutes if you count having to, you know, get those scores in.
Gotta be careful though. We're kind of in the open.
At this point, I'm just curious
I can
if
push this guy.
Blue is going to improve on. We've got a 21, a 21, a 28, a 23, and a 19 for Blue. So we've already improved on that 19. Now, just how far are you going to be able to improve for yourself here? Another one in the distance finds a nice down right there, but that enemy vehicle is trying to kind of push him, and then he's gonna find a nice double kill. Just easy. Like, this is just disgusting, the level of ability that Blue has to work these Caldera lobbies. Trophy system going out, gonna hop into that vehicle, maybe go meet up with the teammates, pick them up, and say, hey, let's go.
Why not?
But in the meantime, grab yourself a UAV. Treat yourself to something nice.
Yeah, treat yourself, King.
Yeah, pop it.
23 eliminations, though. Can we talk about that? But they gotta go fast because there's still 13 teams. You don't have much time. So if you want to get this one in the books, you're gonna have to finish this in the next, let's say, like I said, 10, 13 minutes now. So we're gonna have to see them pick up the pace, see if they can, you know, put the pedal to the metal and really grind this one out, as they're already hunt for another trio. Not gonna be on the inside. In fact, they're hiding in the corner.
No.
That's unfortunate.
There's one's camping and there's another spot.
User's out.
Ooh, how about that? At least User going down right there was able to give comms to the team to be able to say, hey, you know, they're camping over here, they're laying down, and then Blue able to just peek it already ADS. But hey, there's a new team here in the building, and that's going to be their bounty on Icy Stone and their team. So now, just need to find however many enemies there. Dragon Dino is going to find a down on one. Blue's going to pop a stim and try to get the flank behind them. PPSH in hand. User's gonna go down again. I feel like User is just currently the meat shield for the team, but hopefully they can get the res off. Who knows? They probably didn't even have the ability to grab weapons at that point in time. Blue is gonna elect to go ahead and buy a UAV and rely on Dragon to go ahead and clutch that res. Now, with 25 enemies left in the lobby, or actually that includes VCU COD, but I mean, VCU COD is the enemy of the lobby at this point. You gotta run, you gotta hide from them.
Raid boss at the end of the level. Somebody's gonna be on the loadout. Blue's gonna see that. Nice shots, but not aware somebody's got eyes on. So Blue goes down, looking at the teammates to get there in time to try to save their fallen teammate. He is gonna get thirsted, so unfortunate for Blue, but here comes Dragon Dino and User to see if they can avenge their comrade. The shots are gonna be there. User's gonna get the full kill. onto Mega. And so they have plenty of cash. That it doesn't look like they have enough cash to buy back Blue just yet, but with how it stands, look at the kills that they have. They just need placement at this point. It's only 11:45 tips, so there is time to get this one done.
Honestly, though, look, I say they evict this person that's just in the tent in front of them because all of the players on the left side are going to have to cross depending on the way the ring's pulling, and I feel like it's going to come this way, and PPSH, nice team wipe right there. Unfortunately, no cash available to see if they could get Blue back, but they're just going to have to play it smart, and maybe Blue can provide... They think so. Yeah, there is a dot over there just looming within. So now you don't really want to push out because that opens yourself up to everyone on the left side. And you can even see there's some people out towards right that just came from Lagoon. So now they need to kind of pull up and stay together and just make sure that they catch every single person on rotation. Sure, if you had some nades user, that would be really great to throw over there. But from the right time, you just need to keep in the back of your mind that someone is out there. You see them. You see them right now.
Out in the open. That's why you don't want to be there. Serpentine almost being the saving grace for that solo. But an easy cleanup there for VCU. User's going to be adding another one to that kill count.
I would have had 30, but...
An hour into the end game, only 6 teams. Including this duo. 2 on either side, but they have the central area of the circle, and oh, you look at that person.
Yeah, you saw them bot walking straight across, trying to be like, look, nobody sees me.
If I can't see you, you can't see me.
Basically, but look at the ring. It's going to push them straight out into the open as long as User and Dragon Dino kind of just hold their lines of sight and make sure they keep clear in the back line of sight as well, because there was a duo out back as well in the field. So just got to keep it in the back of your mind. They're out there. You need to see what this ring is going to do because they have to push.
And never forget, you're surrounded right now. No buy station left, so Blue can't get into this one. That means that we're going to have to see User and Dragon step up to the challenge. A redeploy.
Ooh.
Try not to go out in the open.
And they're going to spot them out. Looks like that team's trying to get the high ground off of them, and they do. They take the roof. Now, VCU, got to be careful because that team has definitely the advantage in this gunfight if you try to challenge that.
Yeah, but did you hear Blue? He's like, Blue said, try not to go out into the open. Stay in the tent. Like, just chill. Like, Blue is out here just giving them all. Oh, no, there's a duo pushing it straight into them. Grab your SMG. Play as a team. Grab the trades. One down. Team wipe. That is absolutely beautiful. No one can infiltrate this tent. This is VCU COD's tent right now. This is their game. 12 minutes left. They just need to finish this one up and see if this is going to be enough to boost them throughout. And hey, another team wipe to their name. They have found themselves in a 2v3 situation. They just need to lay a line of sight on the last team remaining in this lobby.
They say, this is my tent. There are many like it, but I like this one.
That you were just looking at.
Oh, did I just see someone fall from the sky? Yeah, they are just on the outskirts of this tent. You know what? Throw up that precision airstrike.
Why not?
Don't end yourself with it, because I feel like that happens for me sometimes.
Way too often for Warzone, just in general. You have to think. But 2 teams.
It could be. No, they're
VCU
in the hangar.
versus a trio, and they are in the hangar. So if you drop this precision airstrike, you can keep them into the circle for now. User looking to hold on to it, but he drops onto the tent. He backs up. I love this call.
No. See, I told you that's what happens. Sometimes you just drop it on yourselves and it's just very unsuspecting. You weren't particularly trying to do it and just very unfortunate. That kind of was a little bit of a blunder, but you know how many times I've done that now. Still in the ring. Lots of damage going out from VCU COD, but not able to find any downs. They do have the ring advantage. They kit it up. Does get pushed. Able to get the crack. They needed to be able to get the trade, but hey, the trade comes in. Dragon now in a 1v...
1v2. 1v2. Found the down onto the player. Now trying to finesse on the outside of the circle. Second one's down, 1v1. And he sees him, but Dragon goes down. It's a second place for VCU. Still a big game, though. 25 for Blue, 9 for User, 19 for Dragon. That is a big end for the VCU team. And now we look at Queens as they try to, scrounge out anything in the last remaining bit of time. There's only 10 minutes left before we reach 12 a.m. Eastern time. I don't know if Queens has enough time inside this lobby to make it out.
2, 1, go.
They might. They had that advanced
guys have
UAV
AI
up.
mode
They
there?
got a lot
Can
of
you guys buy
information that
UAV?
time being able to get a team wipe right there. 9 teams remaining in the lobby in 10 minutes to eradicate this entire lobby and emerge victorious here.
We have 40
I
kills
just
right
feel as if
now.
Queens
We
Esports
can't
just
drop 50
haven't
plus.
really
Come on.
been able to really lay
There were
down
people on
and
the
get
airfield. I
high
don't
scoring
have air
games
ammo,
like
by
they
the way.
have
Zero.
previously in this style of
Do you guys
format. I
have?
was really hoping to see them kind of
even
find a
have
lot of
a
success
clue.
here. Yeah, I mean, as I say that, Gen has 18
That's it,
eliminations
okay.
to their name, but it's just kind of
We need to
crazy
go.
that the average
We need to
score
inside
line for
house
some of these
cells.
teams is north of 80 points.
I'm gonna
This
go to
just
balloon
shows,
side, okay?
I mentioned it earlier, the level of talent inside this qualifier number 6 is just astronomical.
VCU jumps up to second.
We'll grab that bounty.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That is huge for them. 360 points.
They got the
Northwood in
bounty, they
third,
got the bounty, they got the
326 points.
Inside this big house.
Okay, I'm
So that last game, it definitely raises the socks for Virginia
Okay, nice.
Commonwealth.
I'm going to the roof.
Now,
I'm gonna kill him there, okay?
into the end game of
He's in the open. He's in the open.
qualifier number 6.
I'm going in front
Their
of him,
chance
actually. You
to
guys go.
push themselves even higher
Nice,
up
nice,
in the
nice.
standings of finishes for these qualifiers. They got a 3rd place last week
Where's
or
my
on
aim
Monday,
going, bro?
and that was 2nd place
there's
today. Would
people
be
who are
even
right,
better.
bottom right.
Queen
I need
trying to make a name for themselves at the end. Try to see if they can, put themselves
this
to the
bounty.
test to get this one done before time runs out. They've managed to drop
need to
this one
end
down
this
to
game. We have
4
10
teams
minutes.
left. So if they can get this one and find a win, when Jen's on
Well,
13
two on
kills,
the
I can only
right.
imagine what players like Sue has.
I don't see. I
And I
don't see.
think this is the moment for them to shine. You can see they're just
Are
picking
you
up
safe?
the
Are you safe?
aggression and
Yeah,
just
I'm
carrying
safe
that
on the
momentum.
They're
But
like-
unfortunately,
they're-
Narcissus
yeah,
is
they're
going to
down.
find
Okay, so
himself
you
down, and
he's
now
gonna check the cross. I need
Gen
to push.
trying to close the
What?
distance and get over to their teammate. But unfortunately,
Okay,
in the meantime,
Narc,
Sue's going to
we
be
are gonna
full
get the balloon,
thirsted.
okay? We are gonna get the balloon.
They're gonna get the balloon. Okay, so they're gonna get the res, get shielded up,
Pushing
and
us?
pop that balloon. Look for some safe areas
Oh,
to
bad,
go
bad,
in the
bad.
last bit. They only have to find 9 enemies in the lobby, and Jen is on 19.
Where do you want to
Jen
go with the
on
balloon? though?
19
To be honest,
kills is
somewhere here.
crazy right now for Queens if they take this dub. Redeploy for both players. They have enough money to buy back Zoo, but it's
Psycho tried
going to
me,
be
bro.
easy to, find a buy station in this last little bit of circle. It doesn't even look like there's a buy station for them to grab, so hoping they can get a mobile.
Ooh, a radar jammer for the end game. Spicy. Sure, you give your location
That's
away.
how-
I would have
this house
saved
is
it for a
huge,
little
bro.
bit more. Maybe placed it towards the center of zone, but understandably, because I feel like when you drop it immediately when you
I
find it,
was
you just
waiting
give
that.
away your location, and there's no real cover in between any of
Bro, we
these
have to-
houses
we
on the
have to
side of the
go.
zone. So the
We
moment you
low-key have
step
to, like,
out,
push.
you're just
No,
asking
we have
to
time.
be
We have time.
decimated.
We have time.
7 minutes? We have 8 minutes.
Yeah. Game is 28 minutes 56 seconds on 8 circle, bro. Oh, they are fighting. They're trying
They're trying to do the math on time right now, and so am I. To see
Just
if
check
they
your
can
left.
get it
Just check
done.
your left. Only left can kill us.
Yeah, just check your left. Check
Only
your
left
left.
can kill them. Only left. I'm going to remember that when they get into this building.
That's just how I'm gonna tell myself on the life.
Okay,
Anytime
we have
making
the
your
power position
rotations,
now, bro.
keep my eyes on the left.
One here. Are you ready? We are gonna beam at the same
that
time.
is-
Can you see?
I can't see him. Wait, hold on.
Oh,
hold
look,
on.
they're gonna
Can
team
you-
shoot right
Wide
now.
Well, he can see me,
You're
bro.
a sniper though, so you gotta be a little careful when you wait too long
I
and you
don't have a
don't
lot of
team shoot quick
ammo
enough.
to
This is
shoot.
what happens. It can backfire on you, and that sniper is like, "Hey, yo, someone's looking
Come here.
at me." And luckily, they were able to witness the glint and
I'm
being
pushing
able to
left.
share a little bit
He's
of
sniping
ammo,
me,
but
bro.
still
I
getting
wish I
on the
had this.
rotation. That bounty has gotta be nearby.
What
They're in the
the
bullpen, just chilling, and that's gonna be a full team wipe right there. But that was not the bounty.
No, not the bounty. And he says, what the? Hiding right on the beds, waiting for somebody to see if they can catch them by surprise. So nobody's going to surprise Jen.
Yeah,
Not when he's got
sniper.
20 kills in the lobby.
We need to
And he
take
is
the fight
running
with them,
through
bro.
the opposition. Now down
Should
to
we
3
go to the
teams,
right,
Tiff.
Right,
We take a look at that live leaderboard. There we have it. VCU, second place. Does Queen even have a chance to get into top 3?
There's a team.
It won't matter for them because they've already,
In front of me, bro.
qualified for playoffs, but it would be nice to
Well, I
finish on a
cracked one.
high
I
note
need
here,
help.
as Jen's going to be in a little bit of trouble, trying to
down,
re-up on
shoot
these
down,
these
take that
shields.
I can't.
Teammates
I
not going to
don't
be able to
know.
help him
I
either.
got shot from
Narcissus goes
another
down,
guy.
so it's all up to Jen right now for Queens Esports to try to walk away with the dub, and he is going to be bombarded with enemies. And that's going to be a 4th place finish for Queens Esports to finish off the night.
43.
20 kills for Jen, 10 for Sue, 13 for Narcissus. Just imagine, Tiff, if they finish with a win there.
4th place, right?
Yeah.
43 eliminations there for Queens Esports, and unfortunately it may not be enough to even put them inside the top 5. We got a little glimpse of that live leaderboard, but we have 5 minutes left, and you know, I think some teams may have already submitted their final scores, but all the production team is in the back doing all the calculations, because we all know that caster math does not equate very well. But Seymour, what a wild and eventful night here for qualifier number 6. So many good pushes, so many insane snipes with the 3-line, just all around a good time.
I mean, it's what every single qualifier so far has been for College Warzone. A roller coaster of emotions when you're just watching it from our point of view, Tiff. And I can't wait to see who comes out in that top 3 fashion. We're going to throw it to a break, get all the numbers crunched, and when we come back, we will decide the victors for tonight's qualifier number 6. We'll see you on the other side. Well, it seems like it's about that time where we announce who is going to be the top 3 to finish off today's qualifier number 6 here in College Warzone. First off, my name is Seymour. Alongside me has been Spider Tiff all night long. That has been quite the ride. I said before we went to a break there, it has been a roller coaster of emotions. I don't even think that's, any close to where we can begin to talk about tonight.
I mean, when you say it's been a roller coaster of emotions, the first thing that comes to mind is going to be OG Capo, because every time we turned to them, it was a constant roller coaster of regains and moments. But throughout it all, these past 4 hours have been an immense journey alongside you, Seymour, and I'm excited to see the culmination, the ending of qualifier number 6, and who rose to the top.
I mean, there's only one last thing to do. Roll the leaderboard. Let's see who takes top 3 for tonight, Tiff, because I mean, at the end we saw a couple teams starting to climb up, and that being VCU, one of them had a fantastic last game of the night, puts them into second place with 360.95, but we can't go without talking about Fisher Falcons B, 435 points, and they did that before we even got to our break before 11 p.m. So Fisher Falcons B, I mean, they came, they saw, they conquered. And also shout out to Northwood Esports for third place with 326.4 points. But unfortunately, for qualifier's sake, all 3 of these teams have already qualified. So nobody new has joined the playoff running today.
To be fair, if you go all the way down to 6th place throughout Queens Esports, all 6 of those teams have already earned themselves an auto qualification spot in the playoffs. But look at our newcomer, Redbird COD, 263 points in 7th place. What a strong showing by them. And granted, we did mention this earlier, qualifier number 7 is on the horizon. It'll be your last chance to secure a spot in the playoffs. So for those teams that are finding themselves just outside the bubble, you got Texas State Esports, KSU COD, TAMIU COD. All of you still have a chance, and that's going to be on Monday for qualifier number 7. And anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. So if you want to take that shot, go check out the registrations for qualifier 7. I want to see some new teams climb to the top, Tiff. I want to see some absolute chaos for the last qualifier of the night. But once again, I got to give it to the champs tonight. Fisher Falcons B, they showed up and they looked insane when we saw them at the end. Phantoms, Freeway, Dylan Rex, they do it again for another first place finish here in College Warzone qualifiers. VCU second place, FaZe Blue, Dragon Dino, User. They have had their own turmoil throughout these qualifiers, but now within this qualifier number 6 and qualifier number 5, they find themselves in top 3 twice in a row, looking to turn things around towards the end of the season here for College Warzone. And Northwood Esports, just as always, it's just business as usual for them. How many times do we see them in top 3, Tiff?
Top 3, I mean, they qualifier 1 and 2, and then started to find the time to kill rate kind of under their belt, and they're not even playing with Thugger tonight. They're playing with a form of DAC and still finding themselves to be successful here. So I mean, that just goes to show you the level of talent that these teams have. And I know we'd mentioned that qualifier number 7 registration is on the line, but also there's a preseason 8th registration that is on the line, and that registration will open tomorrow. So keep your eyes out. So much more action to come, whether that is going to be Warzone or 8s, all things good.
All things College COD, all things College Warzone, right here. You love to see it. So follow on Twitter, College COD. Don't forget to show your support and show your love. And don't forget to show your support and love to our sponsor as well, America's Navy. Because big shout out to them. It wouldn't be possible if they weren't involved. If you want to find more opportunities to be with America's Navy, go head over to Navy.com. Check out everything that they have to offer, and you might even be on that Goats and Glories team if you dare try to be a part of that America's Navy team. So if you want to see more of them, you can also check them out on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, America's Navy. Go show some love. Qualifier number 7. It's been a ride, Tiff, but all fun rides must come to an end eventually. Only one more qualifier left before we get to playoffs, guys. It's going to be next week on Monday. We'll see you there.